Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Laws of Nigeria change to key foreign exchange trends and local commodity price movements across regional hubs. We'll bring you the numbers, market drivers, and sharpest insights shaping your investments today. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds his voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, which extended its pullback as the benchmark all-share index ASI lost 265.99 points to close down 0.11% at 239,885.17 basis points. Total market capitalization dipped by 137.12 billion naira, ending the day at 154.40 trillion naira. Sentiment remained negative, with the two decliners outshining 22 gainers. Trading volume was robust, with 668.68 million shares worth 23.81 billion naira exchanged across 45,817 deals. And quickly taking a look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday, where Resta Express PLC, traded as Restares, gained a positive 9.86% to close at 16 naira 15 kobo per share. University Press PLC, traded as UPL, advanced 9.38% to settle at 5 naira 25 kobo per unit. UPDC PLC rose a positive 5.97% to end at 3 naira 55 kobo. Haden McCall PLC gained a positive 3.90% to finish at 4 naira per unit. Sulu Assurance Nigeria PLC appreciated 3.33% to close at 3 naira 10 kobo. And quickly moving on to take a look at the leggers, where International Energy Insurance PLC, traded as Intelligence, dropped a negative 9.82% to close at 3 naira 49 kobo per unit. Nemet International Pharmaceutical PLC shared 9.38% to settle at 7 naira 25 kobo per share. Honeywell Flour Mill PLC slid 8% to end the day at 16 naira 10 kobo per unit. VFD Group PLC lost in the bearish rim of a negative 7.8% to finish at 11 naira 15 kobo. Guinea Insurance, another Guinea Insurance PLC is an insurance stock, declining 6.49% to close at 72 kobo per unit. The session's weakness was driven primarily by sustained sell-offs in major Tier 1 and Tier 2 financial institutions. Heavy pressure on Fidelity Bank, First Holding Corporation PLC, and UBA, dragged down the Nigerian exchange banking sector index. On the volume and liquidity front, First Holding Corporation PLC drove trading value across the exchange, while FDG Insurance dominated activity by volume, trading over 206.7 million units. Profit taking across insurance and consumer goods counters further weighed on overall market capitalization. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. We are looking ahead to today's session. Analysts expect a continuation of cautious sideways trading. Investors are actively rebalancing portfolios ahead of macroeconomic data releases. While taking profits from the recent high cap rally, bargain hunters may step into select undervalued Tier 1 banking and dividend-paying stocks. But broad sentiment is expected to stay muted in the near term. And that quickly takes us to the forex market, where the local currency experienced slight profit-taking pressure as at yesterday, ending the trading section down 0.04% against the US dollar. At the official market, the naira closed at 1,347 naira 79 kobo against the US dollar in the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, maintaining relative stability compared to previous sessions. In the informal market, Bureau Change BDC operators traded the greenback at 1,400 naira to 1,410 naira per dollar, leaving a narrow gap of roughly 53 to 63 naira between both windows. Cross-currency performance in the parallel market saw the British pound holding firm at 1,900 naira and the euro trading at 1,605 naira. Now quickly taking a look at the key market drivers, where the naira's relative stability across both segments is heavily anchored by Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves, which hit 52.8 billion US dollars. Continued intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and steady inflows from international monetary transfers have helped cool speculative demand in recent session. And quickly, here is the market outlook. Looking at expectations for today, analysts project the exchange rate to hover within a tight band. While external reserves cushion provide a safety net for official market, seasonal forex demand from importers could create slight pressure on the parallel segment in the short term. And quickly turning to the global oil benchmark, which extended their pullback yesterday as geopolitical risk premium continued to unwind on the back of diplomatic talks and less aggressive policy measures that initially fared. International benchmark Brent crude slid 3.8% to close at $88.65 per barrel, dropping below the $90 threshold for the first time this week. West Texas Intermediate was, U.S. crude benchmark dropped 3.5% to settle at $82.08 per barrel, continuing its decline from previous session highs. Now, quickly, here are the key market drivers. Yesterday's sell-off was primarily driven by easing immediate fears of supply disruption in the Middle East. One factor here is the diplomatic intervention, where news of mediation efforts led by regional actors to cool U.S.-Iran tensions provided relief to supply-side concerns, encouraging traders to lock in recent profit. Another factor is the measured sanctions strategy. Newly announced U.S. trade measures against Iran came in less severe than anticipated, giving market participants breathing room regarding immediate flow restrictions through the Strait of Hormuz. Another factor here is the commercial inventory signals. Markets are also pricing in expectations of steady commercial inventory levels in upcoming U.S. energy data releases. And that quickly takes us to our market projection. We are looking ahead to today's trading session. Analysts anticipate crude prices to remain range-bound with a slight downward bias in near term. Traders will be closely monitoring official inventory data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration for clearer direction on refined product demand. While headlines around Middle East diplomatic developments will keep volatility elevated, key support for Brent is expected around the $87 level, with resistance capping gains near $90.50. And quickly moving on to the Nigerian commodities market, where turning to the agricultural commodities and the regional market trends across Nigeria. Rising transit costs and seasonal supply variance continue to dictate consumer prices in urban retail hubs as of yesterday. Starting with Lagos, signaling the southwest hub, premium local rice held firm at 50,000 to 65,000 naira per 50 kg bag, while imported varieties traded around 61,000 to 80,000 naira. A 100 kg bag of brown beans hovered between 85,000 and 115,000 naira, with fresh tomatoes listing at 28,000 naira to 45,000 naira per basket, depending on market grade. And quickly moving on to Abuja, speaking to the North Central Hub, food basket maintained a slight premium over northern production centers due to logistics overheads. Local rice traded at 52,000 naira to 68,000 naira per 50 kg bag, with foreign brands commanding up to 85,000 naira. White beans averaged between 90,000 to 120,000 naira per 100 kg bag. And quickly moving on to Southeast, speaking about Enugu, where local grain supplies were buoyed by regional inflows, with 50 kg bag of local Abakaliki rice retailing between 45,000 to 58,000 naira. However, transport premiums pushed foreign long grain rice to 65,000 to 82,000 naira, while 100 kg bags of brown beans reached upwards of 115,000. And quickly taking a look at export grains overview. On the exchange floor, cash crops and commercial export grains traded maize on the Affairs Commodities Exchange. Soya beans edged higher, closing at 677 naira 50 kobo per kilogram on strong industrial demand. Paddy rice remained flat, closing at 344 naira 98 kobo per kilogram, while Shogun settled unchanged at 327 naira 10 kobo per kilogram. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. Staple food prices are expected to remain elevated near term due to transportation friction, though early green harvest arrivals could, offer mild relief to northern supply corridors. And now turning to the international equity markets. As Wall Street bounced back, while European and Asian exchanges traded on a cautious note. Starting from Wall Street performance as of yesterday, Wall Street pushed into positive territory yesterday, buoyed by a retreat in treasury yields, falling crude oil prices, and renewed buying in mega-cap technology stocks. S&P 500 advanced 0.30% to close at 7,677.28 points. Nasdaq Composite outperformed, climbing 0.70% to finish at 26,151.30 points, driven by strength in chip makers ahead of high-stakes corporate earnings. Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 160.24 points, or a 0.30%, to close at 53,577.40 points. And quickly moving to the European market, where major European policies closed modestly higher across the board. Investors brushed off geopolitical tensions to focus on stabilizing bond yields and key central bank updates. In Germany, DAX rose 0.44% as industrial and auto stocks saw steady buying interest. And in France, CAC 40 added 0.50%, supported by gains in luxury and consumer heavyweights. And in UK, FTSE 100 edged up 0.11%, lagging continental peers as pullbacks in energy producers capped overall market upside. And that takes us to the Asian market, where Asia Pacific equities faced broad-based selling pressure overnight. Technology and semiconductor names led the market downturn as investors locked in profit following recent rallies. South Korea, KOSPI, underperformed the region severely, tumbling 2.19% to close at 6,553.60 points due to sharp pullbacks in memory chip makers. And in Japan, Nikkei 225 dropped 0.42% to close at 65,250 points. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng slipped 0.23% to settle at 25,459 points. And over in China, Shanghai Composite countered the broader regional trend, managing a modest gain of 0.19% to close at 3,889.44 points. Now quickly, here are the international market drivers. Global market action yesterday was primarily shaped by a decline in international energy prices, which eased fears of persistent inflationary pressure, while Wall Street and European equities welcomed the relief on yields. Asian trading floors saw defensive portfolio rebalancing ahead of major global economic policy symposiums. And now quickly taking a look at the market outlook for today. Yes, looking ahead to today's section, global investors will be closely watching U.S. technology earnings. U.S. technology earnings report an upcoming inflation data set out of the Eurozone. Expect regional markets in Asia to track Wall Street's overnight tech rebound, though broader market direction will remain tied to central bank policy signals and geopolitical headlines. And quickly, here is our strategic market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. We urge you to rebalance and don't panic. Yes, we urge you to rebalance and don't panic. Trim high-risk speculative mid-cap stocks that led yesterday's column. And then secondly, we urge you to focus on cash flow. Prioritize liquidity and dividend stability as macroeconomic data releases approach. And thirdly, we urge patience on foreign exchange. Let official reserve interventions stabilize retail windows before executing large foreign currency commitments. And that brings us to the end of today's market outlook. But here is a quick reminder before you trade. While we give you the data, we don't give the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making an investment decision. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. It's a beautiful morning. It's a wonderful morning. Good morning wherever you are. I hope you are having a good day. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. We are bringing you what's happening in the world of sports, the events, how it has been going, and the kickoffs. You know, yesterday we were thinking the games were over, but there were some highlights we would not want to bring your way, and we're going to bring this your way. We have the award, the PFA award, which we've been, banting all around here in the studio. Even before we got on air, we were still talking about that. And this also, as the things we're going to be bringing your way this morning, as you can see and as you can know, we are ready for you. I don't know if you're ready for us, so sit back and let's take this ride.
All right, good morning, our viewers. How are you guys doing? Of course, it's a lovely Wednesday morning. And of course, Mr. Goodoba said we are talking about yesterday's PFA Player of the Year, talking about both the young player, both the Premier League team of the season. And we are going to come to that, at a later time. But we are not going to fail to ask you, how was your night? At least, Mr. Goodoba, how did you spend your night? I know you're happy. You want to tell me some certain things that you have in your chest to tell me, but we are going to get there. Just calm down.
No. You don't tell me to calm down.
There's a lot of time for you to express yourself.
You tell me to unleash.
No, you're not going to unleash right now, because when we were talking about something yesterday, at least I'm happy that our argument of yesterday, your let's say Kobe Mino, at the end of the day did not get the win that we are talking about. But of course, Fernandez got the upper hand. So congratulations to Fernandez on
and to me. Say and to me.
And to you.
No, say to me, because I was telling you this thing yesterday.
No, I was not.
No, it's not because
it's not argument of Fernandez. I was only telling you that Raya.
Okay, good. Thank you for saying that, because
I never argued about Raya.
Because
it was on a based on your opinion versus my opinion. I thought like Raya deserved to win it also, because of how outstanding he was throughout last season. You cannot deny that Raya was very outstanding. He performed well. He made a lot of great saves. He was part of the people. If you mentioned 1, 2, 3 players in Arsenal that made them to win that league, you cannot take away Raya. That's just the truth. So, congratulations to Fernandez. He had a lot of assists. Manchester United voted for him. The players voted for him, because his players vote. They voted for him. Of course, you know the influence of Manchester United, so they voted for him. While you say Fernandez won it, what did they achieve? The assists. They did not win the Premier League. They are in the Champions League. Arsenal in the Champions League. Arsenal won the Premier League. I'm just giving you see the broad base of everything. So Fernandez at the end of the day is the winner. So congratulations to him. I'm not even bitter about that. But when you now tell me that if what's it called, Mino now won the young player of the season, that's where my bitterness will have come as, and I'll now start asking, on what basis did you guys give Mino this award? So football is justified. Fernandez is the winner. So congratulations to you, Manchester United fans, and every other person that was supporting Fernandez. It's a great thing to see that he won it. At the end of the day, you cannot say that they were biased, because he had the basis of why they gave him this award. So I'm not even going to say that he was not deserving it. So congratulations to him. Yeah,
congratulations to Bruno Fernandes, and it's been a wonderful time that this has been coming. Remember, it's the Professional Footballers Award. That's the players themselves are the ones who are going to vote particularly for this particular award and what is received. Now let's go over to the world of tennis, where we're having Serena Williams and Carlos Alcaraz. They have won their first set of the US Open. They won against Leaf and Glasspool at US Open. They won their first set of the game, and congratulations to both of them, who has decided to partner. If you, in the words of Carlos Alcaraz was like, this is actually a world champion, so what matters is that he is happy playing alongside Serena,
alongside the legend. Imagine maybe you venture into sports one day and you decide
I'm already into sports. I'm already into sports analysis.
No, not sport analysis. Like you want to play one of the sports and you meet a legend there. Alcaraz is like, within this generation, Serena Williams has done her best in the world of long tennis, and coming to play alongside her, it's first of all a great privilege for Alcaraz to even, it's a mixed double. Like when you say mixed double, it's like a male and a female. So it's not just the male versus male or you're having two men playing against the other side, like a tag team champion in the world of wrestling, that you can use that term. So this time around it's male and female versus the opponent. They will also have male and female. So we don't get to see this so often in the world of long tennis. And you having to play alongside the legend in the game, because Serena Williams is no more a, will I say, somebody that is just coming up in the world of tennis, in the world of long tennis. This has been a household name in the world of long tennis. So Alcaraz is even very happy to play alongside Serena Williams, and they finally got the victory, in their opening match. So it's a bit of a, will I say, something of joy for Alcaraz to even play alongside them, whether they won or not. You have already gotten that feel, just like if I come back to the world of football, where you say Casemiro has played alongside Cristiano Ronaldo, he has played alongside Messi, he has played alongside Toni Kroos. So you have played alongside some legend in the world, and you are already, in fact, you can say you have done what is expected to be done in football, when you are having to play alongside Messi and having to play alongside Ronaldo in both club and in both countries. So it's a thing of joy for you to have that privilege. Not everybody get that privilege to play alongside these people. So Carlos playing alongside Serena Williams, it's already a thing of joy. And at the end of the day, they now topped it or capped it with victory. So if I was in Alcaraz's boot right now, or shoes, I would just be happy.
I will be so happy.
You just
I will hold Serena.
Do you know when or how possible it will be again to play alongside Serena Williams? You might never have the opportunity again. Yeah, it's just like bringing back Rafael Nadal to play alongside him.
Yeah,
those opportunities are rare. So you just grab it and just enjoy the moment while it lasts, whether you lose or you win. So he is very happy playing alongside this legend in the world of long tennis.
Yeah, I really have the same feeling about this whole event, because when you look at Alcaraz, you see he has been a world champion just lately. He won a Grand Slam, and you see he won Vedvev. He won him. Then he has also gone ahead to partner with Serena Williams for the US Open. There's something they are really working, and I tell you for a fact, it's going to be amazing seeing both of them, the woman and the man, building together in their career, like, making this look all easy. If you see the way they were playing, it was looking so wonderful. And I can tell you that if they keep playing like this, they will have a lot of victory together. Many people don't understand the power of when two come together to play a game. And you see Serena Williams, who is already in her 40s, but she's still looking young. She's still looking like, a young athlete, someone who is already coming up, someone who is still coming up. You see, that's what makes this game very interesting. That after Alcaraz went on his injury, he had to come back. He went on a wrist injury. He came back and he has partnered with Serena Williams. And it's amazing. It's really, really amazing.
Yeah. Then still moving forward, you're having other updates. I don't want us to go into the world of football, because I know there's a lot to talk about there, but let's leave. You are just eager to get into the
No, I'm calm.
Let's leave football. Let's just give them other updates where we're having the Tigers resume the FIBA World Cup qualifiers in 2 days. We are going to see our own the Tigers resuming their own FIBA World Cup qualifiers. And of course, the teams, the schedule is already out, where we are going to face Cameroon on 27th of August. That's talking about Thursday. Then, of course, we are going to also play South Sudan on August 28th. That's almost the next day. That's talking about Friday. And, of course, we have Cape Verde August 30th, talking about Sunday. So this is the route that we are going to have to face to play in the Group E for the second round of the World Cup qualifiers. Then, moving straight forward, we are going to move to where we are having so many other activities. We don't want to go into football yet. There's a lot in football, but we are not going to fail to talk about the wrestling, matches that are coming up later this weekend. Of course, we have talked about this yesterday, but we are going to bring it back to your way, where we are having the AEW Dynamite, where we are having so many fights coming up this weekend. Talking about Strickland versus Jungle Jack Perry. These matches are coming up, or these fights are coming up, of course, August 26th. So this weekend is really packed. Talking about the world of wrestling, you are going to see a lot. AEW, or Elite Wrestling. Wednesday, August 26th. Even today, we'll hear from AEW National Champion Andre El Idolo. We are going to hear from him today. And of course, we are having Kyle versus O'Reilly. And of course, we are going to see that fight later this evening, talking about August 26th. Nigel, Kai O'Reilly versus Nigel McGuinness. All these are on AEW. That's talking about the All Elite Wrestling. Also, another fight that's coming up there is John Moxley versus Claudio Castagnoli. You know, are you having any favorite fighter in this AEW? Do you think, or do you have anyone that you are rooting out for from all these fights that we are seeing before we go into the world of boxing?
I'm not really looking at someone like, you know, a favorite fighter, basically. I'm actually seeing someone who, people who want to win, okay? I'm seeing people who want to win, who really want to win. For me, it's not a popular field where we can tread. So I'm just saying anyone who wins, I am so excited.
Yeah, excited about it. Of course, still talking about, you know, let's shift away from the world of wrestling to the world of boxing, where we are having August 29th, we are going to see a fight between two people. And of course, Moses Itauma fight is also coming up this weekend. So the world of boxing, the world of wrestling, I can tell you there are two separate worlds that are packed for you this weekend. Even starting from today, you are going to see some fights. And of course, August 29th, that's talking about Saturday, we still have other fights coming up. And moving straight forward, where we are having, you know, some transfer rumors just before we get into the world of football properly. We are having Liam Delap. That's talking about Chelsea striker.
Liam the what?
Delap.
Okay, you called it right.
Yeah,
because he used to say some.
No, that I used to say some things then, but let's be more modest this time around. Delap. It's being rumored to go into Nottingham Forest. You know, maybe, you know, this end of this transfer, you are going to see a lot.
We're going to see a lot.
Delap probably going to Nottingham Forest. Chelsea's Enzo
Fernandez going to Manchester City. Then Julian Alvarez coming to Arsenal.
I don't want to say.
No. Julian Alvarez coming to Arsenal.
Okay, let's start from Julian Alvarez. Why is Atletico Madrid refusing? Because they are outrightly refusing to sell him to Barcelona. They don't want to sell him to Barcelona, and they don't want to sell him to Real Madrid. So they don't want to sell Alvarez to their opponents or their rivalry, you know, people in the same league. But they have agreed that release clause, they can scrap it if it's coming from another team, not in the La Liga. But if you are talking about the La Liga, let's say Madrid are coming to bid for him again, or Barcelona are coming, they will trigger that release clause and they will have to pay that 500 million. I think this is a strategy for my opponents not to get one of the best players I know that can offer a threat to me, because we are in the same league. It's just like giving you my best player to tell you to come and play against me, because we are having two matches. You are going to play versus Atletico Madrid home, and you are going to play versus Atletico Madrid away. So I think they are using a bit of tactics here, not to sell to anyone in La Liga, talking about Real Madrid and Barcelona. But they are giving the green light. If Arsenal are coming to get him, of course, they will scrap out that release clause of 500 million and let them negotiate. If it's within that, let's say 150 million euros to about, let's say 180 or 190, they will negotiate. But anything Barcelona or Real Madrid, you have to pay that release clause. Do you see this as a strategy so that my neighbors will not get my own best players?
This is a strategy for real. Like Manchester United had to do it when it was when Rooney wanted to go to Chelsea, when Rooney wanted to play for Chelsea. In fact, when Rooney was doing that thing that Alejandro Garnacho, I think I remember I was in secondary school then.
Yeah.
When Rooney was doing that stuff Alejandro Garnacho did, he was pushing a move, pushing for a move. I'm telling players that they cannot push a move for a move now, more like players of the old. Because when you watch the game, you see when Rooney, he even played, like he even had to train near Stamford Bridge. That was when Rooney did that year. It was like, you know, let me just say, in my class then, there were a lot of fans.
Yeah.
You know, there were Chelsea fans, Manchester United fans, you know, Arsenal. No, there was no much Arsenal fans because
Arsenal, Chelsea,
it was that old rivalry, Chelsea, Manchester United. So what happened there was, it was massive. So these people were saying when Rooney is coming to Chelsea, and the other set of people are saying no, he's not coming. So it was an argument. I remember my classmate then in secondary school having this argument back and forth. Anytime we were going home from school, then Cristiano Ronaldo was still in Manchester United. He was still playing, you know. He was still that season he left. It was a break. It was a lunch break time. That then there was no smartphone. All we had was, you know, just a
a Symbian phone, or Nokia 2160, something like that. So that was where the news broke, and people were like, "Wow, Cristiano, why would Cristiano?" I was so sad that day. So when Rooney had to go to train, when Cristiano Ronaldo left, he had to go to start training where Chelsea, near Stamford Bridge.
You were feeling that.
We were like, oh, we're gonna lose this guy, that Chelsea is gonna take Chelsea is gonna take when Rooney, and then that was when Guamata was trying to sign for Manchester United. So it has always been, Manchester United and Chelsea has always been in the business. But the problem there is that after that thing when Rooney did, there was no other player that would have done such a thing except Garnacho. So Garnacho thought Garnacho was thinking he would succeed, but he did not succeed.
I think you should put the great Garnacho in
front of Garnacho. Okay, the great Garnacho, because you know that Alejandro Balde is still it has a link to it's still the name as Alejandro Garnacho. So there's Alejandro Balde, that Barcelona left back. So what I'm saying is that players pushing for them to leave or doing something just like Julian Alvarez is not out of place. We have seen it over time. You have seen Eto'o. Imagine Eto'o was sold. Samuel Eto'o was sold. Like, he was just sold to Inter Milan. All these things are playing tactics, because the player will start feeling, oh, you are using me a lot, or you are doing this to me a lot, so I really need to go and play at the end of the other side. So I think it's what we have to look into. For Julian Alvarez, not selling Julian Alvarez to Barcelona and Real Madrid, as they are on point, because they are struggling as a team. And you want to give your enemies more weapon to finish you.
More weapon to just get you down.
You get? It's not making sense. So you have to protect yourself, protect your territory, and let him go somewhere else.
But the player does not want to understand that.
He's
not really interested in us.
The player is not really interested in where.
No, he specifically stated that he wants to go to Barcelona. He's not even interested in Real Madrid.
Let him be sold to another club first. Let him play one season or half season, and let him be sold
back to Barcelona.
Yes, if that's what he wants. If he signed a contract with Arsenal, if he's going to play with Arsenal, let him not sign long term. I'm not sure there's any club in this world that will take you short term. If you are not 30, 36.
Basically, Arsenal will not even want to sign anything 1 year D, 2 years.
Arsenal wants to sign like
4 years D.
4 years D.
So before you play for Arsenal, then coming back again to play for Barcelona, the age will no longer be on your side. And what he wants right now is just to play for Barcelona, where he feels he might have the opportunity to earn more trophies, win the La Liga and whatsoever. So the situation with Alvarez and Atletico Madrid right now, we are going to see a lot, but of course, the transfer window is coming to an end September 1st. So if you are doing anything, it must be between today and September 1st. If Alvarez is going to remain an Atletico Madrid player, we are going to know his fate by September 2nd, where the window will be closed, and you see that he can no more move. So at the end of the day, you just have to adapt with Atletico Madrid. You have to adapt back, of course, he's still an Atletico Madrid player. So you just have to maintain your style with Atletico Madrid, despite the fans not in a good position with you. They are even having to boo you when you are playing football. So I don't know if Atletico Alvarez will remain as an Atletico Madrid player by September 2nd. So I'm looking at this week as a week that we are going to see the unexpected. Many things are going to go down this week. Enzo Fernandez might just move to Manchester City.
This week will be private jet everywhere.
This week that
these people will fly.
That doesn't transfer. You didn't even see it coming. You just hear, here we go.
Here we go.
And we are
wisdom to.
Here we go.
FC. Here we go.
This is the interesting part of transfer season.
Wisdom to.
If you want to sign me, let me know. I'm in the market.
You are in the market. You are not in the market.
I play right wing. I play right wing.
Yes, you play.
I'm a very good dribbler.
Yes.
So if you want to sign me, just let me know.
Well, I will not sign you because I have.
You have the opportunity now. We have a match.
Okay, let me sign you.
We have a fixture coming up.
Oh, our boxing game. I will sign you. I will sign you to DAZN.
No, not to DAZN. Not the boxing.
No, you must.
You have a fixture coming up.
No, you must box.
Aneke TV.
You must.
Where your team is going to face my own team.
You must box, sir.
If you want to sign players now, is this the right time to start doing it? Because I'm already making move behind the scene.
Yeah, big moves.
Some great names. I've signed Mr. Okwi. He's in my team. I've signed Mr. Arizona. He's in my team.
Okay.
I've signed Mr. Uche. He's
Oh,
in my
your
team.
team.
Because he looks like someone that knows how to play football, but I don't
You
know.
will sign.
where he's
You
going to
will
stay.
sign everybody.
I've signed Imam. He's in my team. Imam.
Okay.
So I've signed Oga Imam again. He's in my team. So
Okay.
you now have a very, let's say, few slots.
Don't worry. I don't worry. Take
Don't
everyone.
forget the female are also involved. It's not
you
just
signed
for
the female too.
The female, I've signed Ochoma. She's
Okay,
in my
good.
team. So
Beautiful.
I'm already having about 6 players.
Beautiful.
So you can do
No.
whatever you want to do with the with the rest players. So
I've gone for the big guns. I will not announce the players.
I wonder where the big guns are.
You will see now. It's
Where
not,
the big guns are
it's
coming
not-
from. I
it's
wonder.
not- it's
Because
not- it's
from
not
the
just-
list we are having, I've signed almost everybody.
It's the people you signed. I'm not going to review. Remember, before Manchester United Hull City game, in the press conference, the Hull City coach was asked, "What are the preparations? How are you gearing up for the game?" He said, "I do not want to let you know anything. Whatever you see on the pitch, you take." So
This is not Hull City.
No. When you
This
come to the
this
pitch,
is
you will
a
see
match that
men.
you go with it two goals to nothing.
You will see men. Don't worry
I'm
about
happy
it.
for the men to come outside, because from what we are having, there is not enough left. You just have to do quickly and make some moves, because I'm probably before 6 p.m. today, because our deadline is closing before Friday evening.
Okay.
6 p.m. today, you might see that I've signed the remaining that you have, that you are even thinking you are going to use.
Well, we're going to see what happens, and we're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. You see, we are signing out every player. He's signing every player. Everyone available for his team. And I'm signing mine, but I'm not going to reveal the people I'm signing until the right time. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll delve right into the world of sports. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's a beautiful morning while we're having what we're having here. Now, let's just take a look. Remember, we're still talking about what's happening in the world of sports and the events that has been coming up. Let's just take a look at the latest signing, since we're already signing players. Carlos Baleba was announced yesterday with Manchester United, officially announced yesterday, and I will tell you that has been a dream come true for him. Carlos Baleba at 20. You know, on Manchester United WhatsApp, I saw a voice note. So I said, okay, let me play that voice note. I played it. It was sounding like something strange. I'm like, I am a Baleba. I'm like, I am a Baleba with what? So
He's telling you guys that
it was
it's
like,
Baleba now.
I am a Baleba. I'm like,
It's available.
I'm like, what is I am a Baleba? Then he now say, I say, is he like a Baleba? You are doing something. Now, yesterday he was signed to Manchester United, and it has to be one of the boosts in the midfield. And I'm so proud of Manchester United, not as a team, but also proud also for Carlos Baleba, because he has the African descent. From what he has been playing, you've seen his quality. Of course, he had to explain yesterday from his press conference and some of the briefings he gave to those who are, who were interviewing him. He said that he actually had this dream coming, and those who are his representatives and the Brighton and Hove's, coach and officials had to also come out to say that Carlos Baleba, this was one of the dreams come true. They told him to wait, that he was still young, that he should not go into, playing for Manchester United now or playing for that he should wait so that all big teams like Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona could come for him. But he said no, that was it. In fact, they said it made him more angry. So this is the dream come true, and this is what he wanted. He has been wanting Manchester United all season. He said that the price tag he was signed, 65 million plus 5 million add-ons, euros that he was signed, he's just going to prove that he is a 100 million player.
That was a former price tag.
Yeah, he's going to prove his former price tag, that this is what he is, and he's saying it with all due respect, that if any team is coming after Manchester United, they're not going to be pricing that low. They're going to be pricing higher because he's going to. And I'm saying this because I'm seeing a pattern here. When players want to leave a team and they don't really want to play for that team again, you see them flopping. And like he was said last season, all through last season, his mind was at Manchester United. And you are seeing the pattern going. As if a player wants a move, they force it and they push it. Just like what we were talking about Julian Alvarez. But Julian Alvarez's own is a little bit different because he is in between the two giants in the Spanish league.
His contract has not even gone anywhere.
Yes.
Baleba coming out to say his dream was to play for Manchester United. We all know footballers. They come out to say
no.
At least more than 10 footballers that will come out from one club and tell you that this was their dream. Bernardo Silva, who is who can regard as a Manchester City legend. Did you watch his interview with Real Madrid?
I did.
He will tell you that this is his dream. Imagine someone that has played for Manchester City almost all.
I used to wonder.
So when they come out and say this is my dream, I'll just look at it like it's just a.
Do you know what I used to wonder? I used to wonder if teams, if people who sign for Everton used to say it's their dream.
They will tell you it's their dream.
It's their dream to play
it's
for
their
Everton.
Dream.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's a low. People that sign for let me use the word. People that sign for, Charlton FC. People that sign
it's
for
their dream. Taking from where they are coming from.
Oh yeah.
Their dream.
Now
Rodri might still tell you that Barcelona was his dream.
Okay, imagine Rodri. Yes, of course.
From Manchester City, he will tell you that.
He said it. So
it's just a normal statement.
But imagine that Rodri signs for Bayern Munich and still say Bayern Munich.
It's not that we are not going to imagine. He will say it. It's just like a way of proving or just bringing that club to a higher level. Yeah. Okay, I once dreamt of playing for this club. What was his name? Andre Santos, who came from Chelsea. He came out. He also said Manchester United was his dream. So this is the best team in the world. They will just come and say, "I will know this is
the best team in the world." He was able to hold on.
Before they do the interview, they will tell the players, "You must praise the team," which is expected that you should praise where you are going to. So it's just a normal language for footballers. The amount is other. He also said that Ronaldo has been his icon, who played for Real Madrid and now playing for Real Madrid has been his dream. So these people have been dreaming while playing the football. Casemiro will also come outside and tell you that it has been his dream to play alongside Lionel Messi. This is someone that has played with Cristiano Ronaldo, played in Real Madrid, came to Manchester United. Still tells you. So at the end of the day, you know that you can't stop dreaming. Just keep dreaming. If you are going to dream to play with anybody, keep dreaming. Even if it's Ronaldinho, of course, Ronaldinho is back in football now. Anybody now can go to the Italian Serie C side to play with Ronaldinho and tell you that this was my dream to play alongside Ronaldinho. So I believe footballers just say this thing to just make good name with whatever team they are going to play for, and not to offend the old one. It's just like you are not talking down on the other side, and you're also praising this other side. So at the end of the day, both sides are happy with you.
they're happy with each other.
Nobody's going to correct with you when you say this is your dream. Why you are playing with me, I was dreaming to play with the other team. There's nothing wrong with it, so it's just a statement.
Yeah, we're having on the news where Bodo Glimt are back in the Champions League.
Yes,
this team is one of the best teams in their league. Talking about their league, and I'm telling you right now that Bodo Glimt, they have captured the heart of the world, and they had to win the game yesterday. They won the NEC game yesterday. See, the thing is that when you look at their playoff yesterday, they scored 3 goals. It was 3 goals and an aggregate of 6 goals for them to qualify. 6 goals to 1 for them to qualify for the next round. And I'm telling you that Bodo Glimt, they are amazing. Last season, they won Manchester City.
They won Manchester City. They won Inter Milan. I think they won Atletico
Madrid. They really played.
If there is any other thing that you would do for this people, just if it was possible to give them the trophy after winning this trip, I think it's enough to say that these people have done well in this Champions League. Having to win the big guns, win Manchester City in the Champions League match, and they not beat you by luck. They will beat you well. You not say they won you 1 goal to nothing. These people will win 3 goals to 1. They win 2 goals to 1. They won Inter Milan, they won Atletico Madrid, top sides in the Champions League, and coming back to feature again in this year's Champions League. I'm happy. I'm expecting them to do something spectacular. Maybe not to that extent that we saw last season, but of course they deserve a spot in this current Champions League season. If they did not eventually make it to I would have said that it was a miss on our own part not to see these people feature again in the Champions League, because there are some clubs that, you know, probably they will not win the Champions League, but that high spirit match that they will give to you is something that you might not see again. Something like Bodo Glimt, what they gave us last season, you might not see that kind of match anymore, where a club that you never expected, against Manchester City, against Atletico Madrid, against Inter Milan, delivered almost on back-to-back. You know, when they won this one, you say, okay, now they are having to face a tougher opponent, and you see that they will also win the next person, and you bring another opponent that is a bit stronger, they will also deliver. So Bodo Glimt is a side that I just want to see them play in the Champions League, because I believe they deserve that spot more than, will I say, more than any other person in this current Champions League. They deserve that spot. So if that they have lost that against Nijmegen, that's talking about the club for Netherlands, it will have been a bit of disappointment for me not to see them again in this Champions League. I just want to see that surprise package that they are, not just from them, from other clubs coming in also. They are not the only people that are coming in into the Champions League as the underdogs. So there are a lot of other clubs coming in. So we want this Champions League to give us that expectation that we didn't see coming. You know, what they did last season, I can tell you that I never saw it coming, to have to win these 3 big guns in the Champions League match. So I'm just happy they are back again to deliver what they know how to do best, and I'm hoping that this time around they go a bit further than where they ended up last season, just much a bit far. I'm not saying they are going to win the Champions League, because that would be maybe too difficult to ask at this point in time, but let them go a step, maybe a bit further from where they ended up last season.
Yeah, they have to go a bit further where they ended up last season. Let's also talk about Awoni. Awoni yesterday, when he came on the pitch, just 3 minutes into the pitch, into the game, into their match in the Carabao Cup, he had to fire home. You know, it was his first goal yesterday for his new club. Yeah. And I will tell you that that guy is a happy man. Playing for Coventry yesterday, you know, he had to slot in that goal. It was not just a game he won. It was also a match they won out of many that played yesterday. It was a good game, and Awoni seems to be enjoying his, you know, time over there at Coventry City, because a lot of people saw his move from, you know, Nottingham Forest to Coventry City, and I could tell you that right now Awoni is looking very, very tight for the new season, and we're going to see more of him scoring more goals and, you know, creating more chances.
He left quite all right. I'm happy he left. You have seen what's happening with Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest over the weekend lost against Leeds United, 1 goal to nothing. Now they also played a match yesterday, talking about the cup, the Carling Cup. They also lost out again to the same Leeds United in the same field. That's their home field, 2 goals to nothing. So you are seeing the effects, will I say, of Awoni also leaving, and of course changing their coach, because now they are not with the person they were with last season, talking about their former coach. Now it's Ole Glasner, who was the former Crystal Palace City, you know, coach that is coming back, and this person was a great coach for Crystal Palace. So you're having to see that effects of, you know, moving from one place to another. You're having to adapt. I can't say Glasner is not a good coach. That cannot come out from my mouth at any day or at any particular time. So Glasner is a very great coach, but he has not, you know, been able to get full hold of that team, you know, reintegrate his kind of pattern to Nottingham Forest. Of course, it's a bit different squad. The lineup is a bit different. The players he are having is not what he had in Crystal Palace. So it's going to take quite some time for him to, you know, give them that mentality with what he was giving to Crystal Palace. So he's having a bad time right now, and Awoni, of course, on the other hand, is having a great time with Coventry, despite the fact they lost 3 goals to nothing against Arsenal, who were a formidable side. But coming to the cup, Awoni, within the first 5 minutes, I can tell you, he has registered a goal, and he also got an assist, and of course, he had to be taken out in the second half of the game. So kudos to our own very born Awoni on getting a goal and also registering assists in the cup, and I hope they also get to, you know, an extent or a level where they can be, will I say, in the semi-final of this competition, if I'm not asking for too much, or in the final. But I want to just see our own Nigerian-born, you know, footballers getting to the final stages of this competition, not just where we are going to have to see a club without our own origin in it just to, you know, play football and we are going to watch the final. But I just want to see where, if it's possible for Fulham to get to the final, where I will have to watch Iwobi and Bassi. Fine. If it's possible for Coventry to get to the final, I'll have to see. Ola Aina was for Nottingham Forest, but like I said, They lost 2 goals again to what's it called, Leeds United. So probably they have not scaled through to the next round. And you know, there are very few clubs in the Premier League that have our own Nigeria.
Yeah, our own, yeah, of course. Let's just take a look at the game yesterday. Al Nassr, they were 10-man down, but they did a comeback. What a comeback it was yesterday! A spectacular comeback.
It was funny for me.
You know, when you see how these leagues are going, you will see that they are also gearing up for the next round. And I'm telling you right now that Al Nassr, they are not just smiling, because when you look at the games where Sadio Mane had to bring that game to a closure by scoring that late winner, just 90 plus, and they have taken in incredible turn. It was actually an incredible turn that they had yesterday.
From 2 goals down in the first half.
Yes,
a man down.
You see, the thing is that Cristiano Ronaldo was subbed off at halftime, and it was something that you would not even see coming. He was
probably he was injured.
Yes, he was injured, or he was subbed off at halftime. Yeah. But the most important thing I want to raise here is that Cristiano Ronaldo has been in that team, going for his own ambition to score 1,000 goals, which is very good. But I feel at times he needs to go to rest. He needs to take some rest so that his team can win. His club can win.
No, funny enough, he's taking the rest. When he went for the World Cup, he had to get an extended break. He did not come back immediately into the team. The first match, the second match, he was not featured. It was about the third match that he came in, and he didn't even start the match. So he already knows, Cristiano Ronaldo already knows within him that age is not more. On my side, this time around the world of football, you're already, at 40 or above 40. So you don't expect the young man, or will I say the average man, to be playing for about 90 minutes at every given point in time. Every game, you are not going to see Cristiano playing for 90 minutes. It's not going to be possible this time around in this season. So he already knows that he needs rest. He's just physical, but no matter how he tries to keep fit, does the exercise, tries to maintain the body, but you need rest at the end of the day. So you're having to see Sadio Mane, who also don't think Sadio Mane is no more a young lad. Also, this man, he has featured for Liverpool. He played a while in the Liverpool colours, and he did wonders with Liverpool. So you're also having to see João Felix on the other hand. So this time around, I'm happy that Al Nassr also, don't forget that the great Angie also is the coach. So this man always says he wants title in the second spell with the club. So we are going to expect something different this time around, and I'm hoping that they continue this from where they are not having to depend on Ronaldo just to get a victory. That was one particular issue that we had with Portugal, where we are saying, okay, they were just depending on Cristiano Ronaldo to get the victory. So you are seeing that if Ronaldo is not even in the match, they can also get a win. This is a club that went within the first 12 minutes. Bento, that's talking about Arnas, has been sent off in the 12th minute. He was sent off, given a straight red card. Then they had to concede 2 goals within the first half, scoring the first one, do that in the 31 minutes, and of course in the 45 that's plus added time in the first half, they got 2 goals. So they were already 2 goals down. The main man, or the point man, or the man that everybody will see as the savior, was taken out. Your savior has been taken out from the game. Who now will now liberate you guys from what you are passing through? So you are seeing that the club does not really depend on him to get a victory with 10 men. This time around, they were in more, let's say, in a difficult situation to even get a victory. Highest we will have been expecting will have been a draw, where they will come back 2-1, then 2-2. But he saw Sadio Mane highly spirited. I will use that term again. He was highly spirited to get that victory. It was not just when he scored the first goal in the 74 minutes that they were 2-1 down. You are now seeing them trying to. They were not even settling for a draw. They wanted the 3 points, not just 1 point that you say, okay, they really tried from 2 goals down with a man down. They now managed to get a draw. No, in the 77th minute, Al Amri had to score the second goal. Then, of course, don't forget, you can't underplay João Felix. Yeah, he was the man doing the assist. While Mane was getting the goal, Amri was getting the. João Felix was also in the background, giving them the assist. So you can't take away this. So you see that their front lineup, João Felix, Sadio Mane, they were very influential. Even though João Felix could not get a goal, but he was the one giving them the assist. Of course, the third goal also from Mane at the 90th, in fact, the dying minutes of the game, had to secure all 3 points. And you could see what that victory meant. It was as if they won the competition already. It was as if the league was over. They were so excited, having to come down from 2 goals down from one man down and getting the 3 points. So I was very happy that, of course, they could prove that even with 10 men down, even with someone that everyone regards as their savior, not in the team, they were still able to get that 3 points. And you could see that the first 5 matches, they are already on about 15 points. So these are people that gearing up to get the the win from that league.
Yeah, let's also take a look at the Premier League player of the week. Not now, it's going to be like a team of the week or someone, let's say Premier League player of the week, where you have Arsenal already making the headline, and you have Sam Ajayi and some other players coming back together to make the be at the center of discussion. Now, I will tell you for a fact that this week in the Premier League has been so dramatic, and the goals have started coming in.
Yeah.
The events, the defense, and however it's going to be. It's been interesting where you have Martin Odegaard of Arsenal, then Cole Palmer of Chelsea. I really love Chelsea's jersey.
They play the
I love their kits. Their kit is very. I like the blue. It's very, very blue.
And the blue
it fits Morgan Rogers very well. It's very good on Morgan Rogers. I so much love that blue.
He has that body for a part. It's like
for anything.
That anything will fit him.
Anything.
You saw him in Aston Villa. That jersey also fits him. He has that kind of body. But looking at this list for player of the week, it's going to be difficult to even pick out who you are going to say, okay, this person was, or this person should be given, because a lot, even apart from the list that we are having 8 players here. I can tell you there are so many other names that could have been in this list, but of course you have to streamline it at a time. You have to bring out the best out of the best. And the first person here you're having is Semi Ajayi, who also scored the goal versus Manchester United. That's Hull City versus Manchester United. Our own Semi Ajayi. Then of course Ryan Cherki. You can't. This young man has been amazing right from last season even till this moment. You saw him in that Premier League team of the season last season. He was part of the people that were there. The young footballer, he is part of the people that we had. In fact, he has been occurring almost in every award category. So Ryan Cherki has been doing, and of course he was subbed in. He didn't even start the match against Bournemouth, Manchester City versus Bournemouth, and he had to be subbed in the second half to produce the 2 assists, helping Manchester City to win that match 2-1. Then of course Saiso was very influential for the win for Ipswich versus Sunderland. Then you cannot talk about any other thing without talking about Jack Henswood, who was also influential for Brighton, who had to trash Aston Villa 4-0. Then if you come down, you look at Odegaard, the Arsenal's captain, very influential. Arsenal 3-0 victory over Coventry. Then you look at Cole Palmer, who had a goal, who had an assist in that training match for Fulham, 3-2. Then you also look ahead for the Brentford guy, who was very influential. So you see that these names, who are you not going to pick? If it was said, okay, pick one person, it will be very difficult. But at the end of the day, you just have to pick one. Yeah, this time around, you not say it's out of sentiment, because you can't pick the 8 of them to say, okay, let us give the award to the 8 of them. You just have to pick one. So for me, if you are picking anybody, you just know, okay, this person, out of this 8, he also deserves it. But if another person gets to win this award, this person deserves it. So I'm just saying that 8 people, all of them deserve this award, but we can't give the award to the 8.
Yeah, you can't give the award to the 8. Rather, you are going to see who helped the team perform better.
Yeah, all of them.
And who are we seeing here?
For me, it's just different. I can't even. I will just have to pick one.
No, who are you seeing here? Because we are seeing Sam Ajayi, scoring the first goal for Hull City in the Premier League.
Yeah.
That's so important. That's as important as any other thing.
Yeah.
Then you are seeing Cole Palmer, being the
got an
assist. Goal machine, and also an assist machine for Chelsea in their first Champions Premier League campaign.
Yeah.
You're seeing other names too. So I think when you come to Arsenal too, you see Martin Odegaard.
Yeah.
But are we going to take it from the side of who won the league last time?
No, this is not even coming from the
side. So now that league has been dissolved.
It has been dissolved. This is just for the this first week that we had the matches. And if I'm going to pick, it's just my own humble opinion. It's not, I'm not being biased or anything. I'm going to pick Ryan Cherki, because he came in the second half.
Yeah, I think I'm going to pick Ryan Cherki.
He came into the second half, made a very crucial impact. If you look at Samuel Ajayi first goal was 1 goal. It was not as if Hull City were 1 goal down. He scored the first goal and they got ahead with the second goal. So they were comfortable. Arsenal were very comfortable in that match. So Odegaard's goal and the rest, Saka and Havertz, they were already a goal. In fact, they were already up before Odegaard scored. They were quite okay, but he was influential. Then Brentford, quite okay, 3 goals to nothing. Very good. There was nothing spectacular that you say, okay, he had to prove at the end of the game, he had to be the one to bring them the lead. Brighton versus Aston Villa, 4 goals to nothing. Very dominant football. Another people that you will have said, okay, Leeds, who struggled, I can tell you this win came in the dying minute. So if I'm even going to streamline 1 to 3, I'm going to pick between Leeds player, Ipswich player and Manchester, because Ipswich also got a win over Sunderland.
Yeah, because
in the dying minutes
they got a win over Sunderland, and they also came up to the Premier League.
So that's what I'm saying. My own 3 will be between Manchester City, Ipswich, and Leeds, and I'm going to pick Ryan Cherki, who came into the match second half,
almost at the end.
Then that delivered 2 assists.
No, it's Ryan Cherki. He's really that guy, and we have seen how wonderful he is, in the way he plays, how he gathers himself together to make it. Of course, for me, I'll pick him because when you look at how Manchester City were losing, and he had to come on board, just give 2 assists. So we're going to be checking. Is there anyone here that has 2 assists?
Nah, there's nobody here that Odegaard got a goal, but not.
That means
Kopama, did he get up to 2 assists in Fulham versus
Kopama get up to 2 assists?
I know he scored a goal, got an assist, gave Pedro an assist, but the level of the importance of that assist, you could say that Cherki's assist from 1 goal down came into the second half.
It's not like every other team did not perform well.
Of course, we're
checking the importance
of their own presence.
You're really on point. You're really on point. For me, it's still going to be Cherki, even though I would wanted someone. Okay, let's start with someone around more of the new guys coming in, because they tried their best. Yeah. Of course, from set piece,
especially this NCSO guy. I can tell you this young guy, he did well.
He really did well, and he did a good job playing. So we are calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. It's been a pleasure, watching. It's been a pleasure having to sit or maybe you're on the go to watch and know what's happening and what's trending in the world of sports. Until we come your way, same time, same station, I'm Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. Thanking you for watching.
All right, I remember your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely Wednesday. Bye-bye.
na sada zumunci babu maganar kudi babu maganar arewa duk wanda ya ga dan dambe ya burge shi alheri suka zo nema kuma sun kama jihar Kaduna zumunci ne wanda tun da aka buɗe gidan damben nan ba a sami ƙungiyar kiyaka ba saboda haka ba wani maganar gurma da ba kudu ba arewa duk wanda ya abin da yake kirkir da Allah a musu kara su ma san cewa sun je jihar Kaduna ko da sun tafi su yi alfahari da garin ta ga dambe na an koma tsakanin da abin gambo da shi da mai sallah wai barista wai kana ina ne a nan babban gambo ne ko mai sallah ne ya kuma wani magana kudu ba ta aka duba za ka kishi kana ganin mamarwa da zafin shi shigo wani abu sami kacce ke yi to dai idan ka an tashi tafi su da sanawa su ne wannan mamarwa ya tafi da kanku ko kacce ke yi ta kacce dole wula ina ba ta mana gaba su ba da shi suniya سبحان الله بابا بابا ولي كان ولي أننا لا إله إلا الله ومرات صدر قصا لا حول ولا قوة بسلا بسلا مسلاتي أجل كبايا باتي بسلا قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون كوا بسلا أكو يا كسنتي لو بنجدوشي أجل كبايا باتي بسلا دم بسكان بسلا دم حبا بابا ولي كان ولي أننا سبحان الله ومي أكبر رجع بتوا ومي أكبر رجع بتوا لا إله إلا الله ولي كان ولي الله ما قبل ce da gaba la ilaha illallah muhammadur rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wanda ko kuwa la haula fi sha'atillah hannu ya aiki ba ga gambe to ne sallah biyo uban kai rabo ta ci rabo ya ci rabo ya rage sai da shi subhanallah wani kenan la ilaha illallah muhammadur rasulullah gaishe ka da abin gambe gaishe ka mai sallah kun yi minti biyu da dambe kalu inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un wani ake da rage mutuwa da abin dambe ko saba kai gida sai ya kai subhanallahi ta yan kallo wannan da practical ne kowa da yan damben da suke cikin gidan nan duka yan damben Najeriya rabin su da duka suna cikin gidan nan saboda haka gobe da wuri za a fara dambe da wuri gobe za a fara dambe ta sauran ku sakan 30 sauran ku sakan 30 la ilaha illallah bura ubannin kai mai sallah ka iya kano yaro iya ka iya kano yaro iya mai sallah na ya yi mutum da rai sarkinsa subhanallah musa shaga amadu.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question other than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge, not as isolated experts, but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort, but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination. It is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone. It becomes stronger together.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, Kwara and Ekiti boundary communities trade blame over violent land clash in disputed territory. Enugu State Ministry of Health attributes rising heart and kidney cases to enhanced medical screening. On the foreign scene, Pennsylvania health authorities confirm first U.S. missiles fatalities amid growing national outbreak. Now the news in details. Members of the Nigerian Union of Pensioners, Oyo State Council, have called on Governor Seyi Makinde to officially recognize union executives for sustaining 7 years of industrial harmony. Speaking in Ibadan, the association's National Public Relations Officer, Olusegun Abaton, highlighted that the state has experienced zero-street protests from retirees since the inception of the administration. Abaton expressed concern over the state government's delay in fulfilling a 20-month request for a facility generator, which compelled the union to self-fund an ambulance for its health care center. In his response, Chairman of the Oyo State Local Government Pension Board, Ademola Ige, commended the union's self-reliant initiatives and reaffirmed Governor Makinde's commitment to prioritizing senior citizens' welfare. Tensions have escalated along the Kwara and Ekiti state border following a violent land clash between the Obo Ayegunle community of Kwara and Eda Oniyo of Ekiti State. Addressing journalists, the Obo Descendants Forum, Kwara community leaders, alleged that armed men from Eda Oniyo invaded the farmlands on August 19th, threatening farmers over disputed territory. Countering the claim, the national president of Eda Oniyo Progressives, Dr. Rufus Ajayi, accused Obo Ayegunle settlers of launching an armed attack involving 35 invaders to forcibly seize ancestral lands. Dr. Ajayi urged the Ekiti state government to evacuate illegal occupants and convert the disputed area into a government farm settlement to prevent a total breakdown of law and order. Taraba State's Governor Abu Kefas has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening security architecture, describing public safety as essential for economic development and regional peace. Speaking in Jalingo during a meeting with the General Officer commanding the 10th Division of the Nigerian Army, Governor Kefas emphasized the need for collaboration to address emerging security threats. To accelerate military operations, the Taraba State government has provided temporary residential quarters for personnel of the newly established 10th Division, pending the completion of their permanent barracks. Governor Kefas assured military leaders of continuous logistic support noting that the deployment of the new Army Division will enhance rapid response capabilities across the Northeast Zone. The Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 9, Mr. Nwoyi Emeka, has warned officers of the Imo State Command against extortion, human rights abuses, and unprofessional gun handling. Addressing personnel in Owerri during an operational assessment tour, Mr. Emeka stressed that strict adherence to civil behavior and constitutional rights remains non-negotiable for all law enforcement officers. The AIG called on communities to support intelligence-led policing, while traditional rulers in the state pledged sustained cooperation with the Nigeria Police Force to suppress criminal activities. The Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Giwa, has conducted a supervisory patrols along the Enugu-Opi-Nsukka Highway, extending to the Benue State's boundary. The Command Public Relations Officer, Mr. Daniel Undugwe, confirmed in a statement in Enugu that Mr. Giwa met with Otokpa Area Commander, Mr. Cosmas Eze, at the interstate border point. Mr. Giwa directed field operational commanders to intensify the Handshake Patrol Initiative introduced by Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu to dismantle cross-border criminal networks operating along state boundaries. Inspecting the Udenu, Umabo, and Unity Divisional Headquarters, the Police Commissioner warned personnel against corruption and extortion, emphasizing professional conduct and respectful engagement with members of the public. The Benue State Governor, Hyacinth Alia, has cautioned traditional rulers and community members against illegal mining operations and unauthorized sales of ancestral land, linking unregulated exploitation to insecurity. Speaking at a town hall meeting in Adipo, Kwande local government area, Governor Leah urged traditional leaders to gather actionable intelligence and expose criminal cartels operating within their domains. Governor Leah announced that President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of the 5th Division of the Nigerian Army in Benue State, with specialized tactical units deploying to Adipo and Awanse. The Lagos State government has directed traditional birth attendants across the state to immediately transfer high-risk pregnant women to secondary and tertiary healthcare facilities. Speaking at a stakeholders meeting, the Permanent Secretary for Health District 3, Dr. Monsurat Adeleke, revealed a 36% drop in birth registrations with traditional providers in Ibeju-Lekki between January and July 2026. Dr. Adeleke warned traditional birth practitioners against attempting to manage medical emergencies such as heavy obstetric hemorrhage, prolonged labor, preeclampsia, and sudden convulsions. The state government reaffirmed its emergency transport alliance with the National Union of Road Transport Workers and the Lagos State Ambulance Service to eliminate delays during critical maternal transfers. The Enugu State Health Commissioner, Professor George Ugu, has clarified that the rising statistical figures for cardiovascular and kidney diseases in the state stem from improved diagnostic screening rather than an outbreak. Speaking during a radio broadcast in Enugu, Professor Ugu explained that heightened public awareness and medical surveillance have made previously undetected chronic conditions visible across health facilities. The Commissioner warned residents against the unprescribed use of over-the-counter painkillers and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, identifying self-medication and ultra-processed diets as primary drivers of renal failure. Professor Ugu assured the public that the state government is expanding healthcare access through the construction of Type 2 primary health centers across all 260 political wards, alongside direct procurement of verified drugs. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Kwara and Ekiti boundary communities trade blame over violent land clash in disputed territory. Enugu State Ministry of Health attributes rising heart and kidney cases to enhanced medical screening. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Pennsylvania health authorities confirm first U.S. missiles fatalities amid growing national outbreak. Do stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
You're welcome back. Former Ukrainian Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov has warned that Ukraine risks losing its defensive war against Russia without immediate structural adjustments to military strategy. Speaking in Kiev following his ministerial exit, the 35-year-old official stated that defense authorities must eliminate procurement corruption and optimize troop mobilization within coming months. Fedorov urged the Ukrainian armed forces to accelerate the deployment of autonomous artificial intelligence drones, low-cost missile interceptors, and electronic warfare centers along the front line. The statements have triggered political debate in Kiev, where President Volodymyr Zelensky rejected calls for wartime elections and expressed disagreement over defense budget resource allocations. Taiwanese Foreign Minister Ling Qianlong is attending high-level diplomatic side events at the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Summit held in Palau. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Taipei said that Minister Ling's week-long visit aims to reinforce diplomatic ties with regional allies, including Palau, Tuvalu, and the Marshall Islands. The diplomatic mission follows regional maneuvers by Beijing, with Minister Ling engaging bilateral partners on maritime security, economic cooperation, and Indo-Pacific stability. Taipei continues to expand its international presence across the Pacific, counter-reacting efforts by the People's Republic of China to alter the former diplomatic status of island nations. Emergency management agencies in southern China have evacuated tens of thousands of residents following torrential rainfall produced by a severe tropical storm cluster. The China Meteorological Administration reported that Typhoon Nara made landfall in Hebei province, causing severe urban flooding across Guangxi and Guangdong coastal regions. Weather forecasters warn that Typhoon Nara represents parts of a four-storm system navigating the Northwest Pacific Ocean and the South China Sea, forcing local shutdowns of commercial operations. Concurrently, Typhoon Saudel is tracking toward the eastern provinces of Xinjiang and Fujian after disrupting power infrastructure and grounding regional flights in Japan's Okinawa prefecture. Public health officials in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, have confirmed 2 missile deaths among unvaccinated adult residents, marking the first U.S. fatalities from the disease this year. The Pennsylvania Department of Health reported that the deaths represent the state's first measles fatalities in 35 years, as national infections exceed 2,700 confirmed cases. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro stated that public health authorities are intensifying vaccination campaigns, emphasizing that 2 doses of the MMR vaccine provide 97% immunological protection. Epidemiologists warn that local kindergarten immunization rates in affected counties have fallen below the 95% threshold required to maintain community herd immunity against transmission. And on to business news. Chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Buba Marwa, has asserted that legal convictions must be accompanied by comprehensive asset forfeiture to dismantle drug trafficking syndicates. Delivering a presentation at the 43rd Cambridge International Symposium on Economic Crime in the United Kingdom, General Marwa emphasized that crime must be rendered financially unprofitable. The NDLEA chief executive noted that criminal assets left unrecovered allow incarcerated traffickers to continue funding illicit operations through proxy business networks and foreign accounts. General Marwa outlined the legal strategies employed by the NDLEA under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2022 and Money Laundering Prevention Act 2022 to strip cartels of illegal capital. The Lagos State Waste Management Authority, LAWMA, has shut down 4 commercial centers in the Ayobo-Ipaja local council area over persistent environmental violations and illegal refuse disposal. LAWMA Managing Director, Dr. Muyiwa Badegeshin, confirmed in a statement that enforcement teams sealed Rock of Age Plaza, Ajerogun 1 Market, Ayobo Market, and Oba Plaza. Dr. Badegeshin explained that the enforcement operation was executed to stop commercial traders from converting public medians and transit corridors into unauthorized dump sites. The agency urged market executives and corporate entities to engage certified private sector participation operators, warning that non-compliant facilities will face statutory prosecution under environmental laws. A report by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission indicates that 19 oil prospecting and production licenses across Nigeria's upstream sector are scheduled to expire in 2026. Data released by the Regulatory Commission in Abuja show that the affected concessions comprise 14 petroleum prospecting licenses and 7 oil prospecting licenses located in the Niger Delta. The chief executive of the commission emphasized that the body is enforcing the drill or drop regulatory policy to ensure dormant assets are actively developed to increase national crude oil production. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Ministry of Works to commence the complete redesign and concrete reconstruction of the Benin-Abo-Asaba Expressway alongside designated national highway corridors. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, made the announcement during an on-the-spot inspection of the deteriorated highway sections connecting Edo and Delta states. Senator Omahi stated that the federal government has terminated palliative approaches on the corridor, replacing them with heavy-duty rigid concrete pavement designed to withstand prolonged heavy freight traffic. The minister warned non-performing road contractors, stating that construction firms guilty of damaging existing road beds through negligent execution will face contract revocation and prosecution. The Benue State Government, through the Benue Investment and Property Company, has finalized a technical partnership with Egyptian engineering firm Al-Wadi Al-Arkada Oil Mills to reactivate Taraku Mills. Speaking following the facility assessment in Goe East local government area, project lead engineer Saleh Mansouri confirmed the processing plant is 75% operational. Mansouri explained that technical overhaul operations will focus on modernizing the central boiler system and solvent extraction units to reduce energy consumption and boost industrial output. The technical management team appealed to local farming cooperatives across Benue State to expand cultivation of soybeans and groundnuts to guarantee continuous raw material supply for the factory. And now to sports news. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has been ranked 5th among Africa's most valuable professional players, according to updated valuation metrics released by Transfer Market. The 27-year-old Galatasaray forward is currently valued at 75 million euros, maintaining his position as the most valuable Nigerian footballer and the top-rated player in the Turkish Super League. The valuation comes amidst Osimhen's strong performance in the 2026-2027 competitive season, having recorded 4 goals and 1 assist in his opening appearance for the Istanbul club. The Nigerian Navy has inaugurated a multi-purpose sports complex in Ezioweli, Idemili North local government area of Anambra State, to strengthen civil-military relations and support youth development. Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral E.D. Abbas, represented by Rear Admiral Simiu Adekbegba, declared that the facility was executed under the Navy's Special Intervention Quick Impact Project. The project was facilitated by Rear Admiral Emmanuel Anakwe in honor of his father, a former captain of Nigeria's national football team between 1956 and 1958. Anambra State Commissioner for Sport and for Youth and Sports Development, Patrick Ayamba, representing Governor Chukwu Masoludo, commended the Nigerian Navy for delivering infrastructure that promotes community stability. And on entertainment news, legal representatives for television personality Bella Okabwe have formally responded to a cease and desist notice issued by legal counsel to media personality Shegs Olushemo. In a legal response released in Lagos, Okabwe's defense team rejected allegations of character defamation, maintaining that her public statements did not violate legal standards. The defense counsel countered alleged breach of trust and unresolved financial transactions, stating that evidence will be presented before the court should civil litigation proceed. Okabwe's legal representatives further requested opposing counsel to adhere strictly to professional rules of conduct as both parties prepare for formal judicial proceedings. And now to end the news in main points again. Tensions have heightened along the Kwara and Ekiti border as the Obo Ayegunle and Eda Oniyo communities exchange accusations over a violent land attack, prompting calls for state intervention. The Enugu State Ministry of Health has clarified that the rising statistics of heart and kidney diseases stem from enhanced diagnostic testing, while warning against unprescribed painkiller usage. On the foreign scene, health officials in Pennsylvania have confirmed 2 measles deaths among unvaccinated adults, marking the first U.S. fatalities from the disease this year amid a nationwide outbreak. And on the business news, President Bola Tinubu has ordered the total redesign and concrete reconstruction of the Benin-Abo-Asaba Expressway, with Works Minister David Omahi warning defaulting contractors of legal actions. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Elections are coming, campaign season has started. Now today we are wondering what students think. What are the expectations from the Nigerian student, a typical Nigerian student? What do you expect your presidential candidate or your governorship candidate to do for you and with you? Because as we understand, elections are collective. Government is a collective effort. Now we're starting off at the University of Nigeria Enugu campus to get the opinions of students across all faculties, across all ages, across all sectors.
About the 2027 campaigns, I would say that I expect the candidates to promote youth empowerment, because basically the youth, like, they are the leaders of tomorrow, and the country, like, everything that is going to happen in the future of Nigeria depends on how skilled they are, how the kind of knowledge they have, and all that. And then the small and medium scale enterprises are the drivers of the economy. But in Nigeria, politics, the economy, neglects them, but they're actually the drivers of the economy. So if they do more in those aspects, Nigeria is going to be better. I don't know if NAFDAC is still functioning, but a lot of things are happening. They use so many harmful substances to process food, and it's actually not helping us in any way. Recently, I saw a post of people that have kidney disease in this enugu, and they are like crying for help. Please, I don't know how they do it, but they should enforce people to check all these things. They use paracetamol to process fufu, they use carbide to process fruits, so they will ripen quickly. All those things are harmful to our health. Then I also want to encourage agriculture, because as it stands now, petroleum is the driver of our economy. We no longer engage in agriculture as we used to in the olden days, because then I know we used to have groundnut pyramids in the north, so many things to export, but now it's no longer like that. We import even what we foreigners come and mine our crude and carry it out and process. They refine it and sell it to us that have it. It's not meant to be like that, please. They should encourage exports.
We have establishment of NEL fund, and I think it would be a good thing for 2027 candidates to promote that, and give students opportunities like collect loans and stuff like that. There's already rumored that they want to remove electricity subsidy completely, which will now just turn the country into chaos, because a lot of things need electricity. The world as we know it is going into is becoming more global. It needs like internet access. So because of that, like there has to be light to charge devices that can be able to help with things. Youths now are going more into content, and obviously you can't do content without places that have light. So that already helps the problem of unemployment. I expect, especially for state police, I think it would be a good thing if state police is implemented in Nigeria and not just headed by FCT, because it's better, like police people, for instance, it's better when they police their states so they can understand the culture, the language is better. State police is one that I think should be really implemented for the country to move forward. There are 19 candidates coming out for the presidential election, and each of them are supposedly supposed to spend at least 190 billion for just their campaigns. I'm not even talking about the money they want to put into the country to make it better. I'm talking about just their campaigns. So when we put together the governmental candidates and presidential candidates, they're expected to spend at least 500 billion on just campaigns, which is very outrageous. And for the fact that they have this amount of money for just campaigns, that's let us know that if they actually do want to make the country better, they can. Job opportunities to youths, and everybody capable. It's not to be given to, it's not supposed to be given through connections, because people have actually like spent so much, even people that are training them their own self. So I would not like, if I'm training myself, for instance, I'll go through the entire stress. Like, I'm a law student now, so law is like 5 years, law school is 1 year, and you still have to wait after graduation additional 1 year before I now enter law school. So that's like 7 years I have to wait. And if I graduate with something like first class, I wouldn't want to not have a job to somebody who's probably like second class lower just because he had the connections and I didn't. Another great issue is vote buying. Our candidates are, they're looking for inside men, even like people in rural areas. They can just take something like, they can bring something small like food, like they'll share food, just vote for me. Like, there are so many, like, people are really bent on survival. So imagine someone bribing with just food for that moment, for suffering that will come forward for 4 years, which is not actually that. The candidates should come by themselves, talk. If they really think they have the capacity, like the citizens will be able to see. You don't need to buy my vote for me to know that you're capable of doing something. You buying my vote means that you're not even sure of yourself, and you're not sure of yourself, and they are not feeling it because they are the ones in higher power. Us at the grassroots, we are feeling it the most. And even us, the citizens who are encouraging this vote buying, we are doing ourselves, and that's the truth.
Someone will enter power to renew us and give us hope. Not that if Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is a very blessed country. Matter of fact, we are blessed in mineral resources. We are blessed in talents, athletics, music, movies, name it. But the only problem we have is our leaders. The mineral resources we have is more than enough to make millions for our country. But the question is, do we have those who can manage these resources? It seems like there is no hope. But the God we serve says that there is always hope. So please, and please, wherever you are around this world, this Nigeria, let us stand up. It is our right to vote and be voted for. Please and please, let us do our best to vote for who is right.
That's the thing that we need mostly. The thing I look forward to seeing the most in this election is a government that will genuinely care for the people and genuinely care about the concerns of our country. I believe that in this election, the people that need to come are like people that are genuinely, like that genuinely care about us, and like they'll think about things like our transport fares, our education, how things are costly, how this country is slowly degrading, because everybody now wants to leave Nigeria, and the more people want to leave Nigeria, the more like our country keeps going down, because skilled labor, the people that are meant to be our skilled labor, are going to other countries and making other countries better rather than focusing on our country. I believe strongly as a young Nigerian that I would like to stay in Nigeria, not because of anything, but I just believe that this country will get better, and I believe that to do that we need somebody that is genuinely ready for that job. We need somebody that is ready to help us. Because me, I want to stay in Nigeria. I like what Nigeria offers, but not presently. I think I'm a patriotic person, so I actually like my country.
I would love every presidential candidate aspiring to reduce or minimize the school fees of federal universities, because in Nigeria, federal universities are likely to take higher than other universities compared to state universities, even likewise as private universities. The president or the presidential candidates or their co-workers, they should stop lobbying. Yeah, because lobbying, it refers to the persuasion of public officials or other people to act in a decision which will favor them, not other people. They don't check, they don't consider other people's opinions. They just want to.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where sunrise begins with love, delightfulness, and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Kenna Choma. Welcome and thanks for joining us this morning.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. Thank you for joining us this morning, and it's time to go grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy this ride. As always, the sunrise is set sail.
The sunrise is set sail, and it's a pity that in the world of music and entertainment, the pattern has gone to rest. It's something very sad, and being a legend who had to, give a lot of crooners, like the coat of many colors. Ochoma this morning was playing all the songs, and I was so sad. Of course, I also saw in the news that she kept her latest recorded album, the CD. She locked it in a vault. That when she's 100, she'll release it and she'll bring it out to be played. But unfortunately, life has to come at her so fast. So, I mean, Miss Uche, I'm sure you played that song when you were growing up a lot. I'm
surprised that you young chaps are talking about this in this way, but it now tells you the advancements we've made in terms of technology that, while she wasn't inactive, that you could appreciate good music. Yes, coats of many colors adorned, my, what they call it, the Walkman, and I enjoyed, her renditions, the artistry in those creative arts. This were when music were music. I'm not, whittling down what we have today, but we did enjoy. It was part of the experience growing up as well. I'm surprised that Choma even had to know some of the song. I'm so surprised.
I mean, when I found out this morning actually that she died, and it just something. I wouldn't say something died, because when Don Williams died a couple of years ago, I was like, okay, we still have one more country, not like there are not people who sing country music now, but those people, if you listen to Don Williams, if you listen to now Dolly Parton, there was something about their music. There was this, it's not loud, it's smooth, and it just hits. And then realizing that they are finally dead, I mean, you just wonder. So now when you listen to their songs, you listen to them in reminiscence that they are
but the
dead.
sweet thing is that their work lives on.
Definitely. Just that when you now hear of their songs, like, exactly, Jim Reeves. So when you now hear of their songs, the only thing that comes to mind, these people are dead. And you now wonder what becomes of the new generation. Are we going to have people who would be able to create things that these people have created? And because the thing about legacies is the more it lives on, the more it's hard to break such legacies that these people have created. I know
we'll still have time to talk about her and the legacies they're leaving behind.
Yes.
But when that time comes, we'll talk about it. But it's indeed, I'm amazed that, you young chaps are talking about this in this way, because we think that this generation doesn't appreciate good music. That was one of the things when rest comes on show, those one of the things we can talk about, that we enjoyed good music, country music. I don't know if they still make music in that way again.
All right.
Well, they still do, but
we're going to really talk about that. Let's go over to the quotes of the day. That's the inspiration segment on this edition of Aneke TV Sunrise, where we have change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones who've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. This quote is from the great Barack Obama. You know why I added the great Barack Obama? Barack Obama was one of the U.S. presidents, one of the first black U.S. presidents, and one of the men, when they speak, the whole world shuts down. They have great oratory skills, and it's something that we really appreciate. We appreciate that skill. Whenever he speaks, he can stand to speak for a while, and he really brings in the words out of where it's locked up. It brings the word out of the vault. This one is saying change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. This is very timely. You are the one we are waiting for. You are the one that is waiting for yourself. Don't wait for someone else to come from somewhere to change. You are the one to make the change. You're the one to carry it on, and you are the one to shoot if you need to shoot. You are the one to retreat if you need to retreat. You're the one to take up more hands, to do more things if you need to. So the change will not come neither from heaven nor from the hell. It comes with the men here on the earth. So you should be an agent of change. And this morning we're inspiring you to be an agent of change.
You're the one to make that contribution that you seek. It's not about, having ideas in your head and waiting for someone else to do it. If you keep waiting for someone else, I can't do it, let the next person get the initiative. Yes, someone else might pick it up, but the person will not be able to carry out in the capacity and in the, picture frame that you had. Let's say it's a business idea, and then because you feel like you're limited, or you are shy, or you don't want people to know much of you, and then you kill an idea that you've had, or you let water down ideas or opinions that you've had that could institute change. Someone else might get it because, of course, the world abhors vacuum. So if you get something and you don't use on it, someone else picks it up. But then it's quite disappointing that when you feel that you have something you can offer and you fail to do, you're failing yourself, you're failing your community, you're failing the universe that has given you such privilege. So there is no need to wait for anyone. If you have something and you understand that you have the backing, even if you don't have the support, financial support that you think you need, start off. The first thing is to start and let people see that, okay, this person is trying to do something. Then you see the support, then you see the admonitions or corrections. Do it like this, do it this way. But then let it be that you started. The first step, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just one step.
Wise words from Barack Obama, the 44th president of God's own country, the United States of America. In his wisdom, he's telling us that change will not come if we wait for other persons or some other time. In a world where people want to extinguish change agents, there are few of them, but we shouldn't be deterred. Just be the change that you desire from where you are, from where you stand. Just be that change. Make it happen. It's possible. And like Wally say, it's that time again where we are called upon to begin to make that change that we want other people to bring about. It's upon us to effect that change.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you the weather updates across the major southeast today. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
You're welcome back. I'm sure by now you know what the weather conditions are like in your vicinity and do well to take the necessary cautions and precautions. We'll be moving straight to our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. We shall be reading out major stories on these headlines, on these newspapers. From the Punch this morning, 19 oil block licenses to expire this year. 19 oil block licenses to expire this year. That's the cover story on the Punch newspaper. Moving over to The Guardian, FG, federal government hastens police reform to douse self-help plots in communities. Federal government hastens police reform to douse self-help plots in communities. Rather, Masiri rift splits Katsina APC. It's cover story on the Daily Trust. Rather, Masari's rift splits Katsina APC. On the Nation newspaper, confusion rocks Atiku's fuel subsidy return campaign. Confusion rocks Atiku's fuel subsidy return campaign. Highways of horror, that's the cover story on the Vanguard. Highways of horror, motorists wail, spend 4 days on Benin Asaba Road. Motorists wail, spend 4 days on Benin Asaba Road. And that's the story we have this morning on the newspaper headlines.
And joining us this morning is a man with deep insights on these news issues, one who has written about them and is speaking about them. Welcome, Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Aro. Res, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having me today.
You're welcome. Before we go into the conversation proper, I know we'll still have time to, discuss that. How do you feel the news about the demise of the legend, the icon, Dolly Parton?
Well, I feel very bad because I had thought that she was going to make life longer, up to 100 years. But unfortunately, she died at 80, just a few months after the husband's death, on 25th March 2025. That's when her husband died. They were married for at least 60 years of marriage. He's my icon, he's my role model. She is the princess or the queen of country music. We have the king of country. It could be said to be Kenny Rogers, and then being followed by others like Tim Reeves, Don Williams, and the rest, Alabama, and so on and so forth. There are so many of them. But you see, a few days back, I listened to a song, a duet she did with Kenny Rogers. When I am gone, don't cry for me too long.
All right, Mr. When we get to that point, you have all the time you need to talk about it. I don't know if I should be sending my condolence to you right now, but it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise Royce.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're starting the conversation this morning from the Guardian headline. Federal government hastens police reform to douse self-help plot in communities. Prompted by escalating insecurity and a dangerous surge in citizens resorting to self-help security measures, the federal government is fast-tracking comprehensive police reforms to establish a dual state and federal policing framework. To achieve this, the presidential working group chaired by Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila has been given a strict 7-week timetable to deliver an implementation-ready draft bill, while stakeholders strongly support decentralization to better protect Nigeria's population of over 200 million. Experts emphasize the necessity of robust institutional safeguards and independent oversight to prevent political abuse.
Hey, Mr. Ress, we're still on this conversation about state police.
Yes, and you see, as we are talking about the state police, a kind of a duet, a dual police policing in Nigeria between the federal and the state government. The bill or the framework is being put in place. But now they're trying to hasten up. You know why they're hastening up? people are tired of the spread of insecurity in our nation. The communities are now beginning to think about an alternative. And what is the alternative for them? For them, the communities to begin to now bear arms, so that if the insecurity people, if the people that involve in insecurity arrangement comes, the communities will also rise to the occasion and, you know, defend themselves. And federal government is, you know, afraid that that could bring about anarchy in Nigeria. So they are now hastening up, trying to give Bajabiamila, who is sitting at the presidential committee, the working group for the framework, 7 weeks to finish whatever he has to do and bring it so that it could be pushed to the National Assembly for enactment, and so that the people will not take laws into their hands. Because what self-help means people taking laws into their hands. And if it is allowed to happen, you know, based on the level of insecurity in Nigeria, then it might go beyond that. The people might take over power. There will be anarchy. The people may not even recognize the government any longer. They will become police to themselves. The Nigerians, the whole Nigerians will become police people. So it is not a very good thing if government want to have a hold on the activities in Nigeria. If government want to actually be in charge, because if people are allowed to take over, then it means the government has failed. It means they can sack the government. They can sack anybody. That is exactly what without thinking about going through legitimate means to do that. So federal government is actually working very hard. That's why they gave an ultimatum of 7 weeks, a month, 3 weeks for Bajabiamila committee to do that. They have also made a few appointments in the advisory committee to help them, a professor from the University of Ibadan, also a professor. So to help them come in with ideas on how this framework must be such that will not be used by politicians to intimidate others. That is important, especially the state police. The state police has to function in such a way that it will not become an instrument to be used by the state governors or whoever becomes in charge of directing the affairs of the state police, so that it will not be an instrument of intimidation for anybody.
Well, we're back to, I'm glad that the conversation for state police is still on the table, because for some time now, for a couple of weeks now, we've not heard, you know, we've not had any conversation, we've not heard anything. So this is just further proof that they are still working on it. And to the issue of abuse and, you know, people taking laws into their hands is something that has been prevalent in the Nigerian society. People do no longer trust the system or trust the police to handle issues, and then you see the jungle justice pattern and people resolving to prosecute criminals or vices on their own. So if the working committee has been given, or as they're given 7 weeks to structure these policing, maybe I'm sure with other conversations and plenaries that has been going on in view of establishing a state police concurrently with the federal police, maybe we would have a structure this time that will cater to these needs and further reduce the, as against, you know, having a state police system, also reduce the amount at which people take laws into their hands, because having this law enforcement or this police enforcement closer to them, it will further reduce the rate at which people in rural communities, in local spaces, take laws into their hands to prosecute and to, you know, judge people with the jungle justice method.
This is something that has to be as a result of the Niger State, you know, kidnapping that happened last week. You know, seeing that some armed gunmen, they went to a mosque during prayer by 2 p.m. had to kidnap about 60 worshippers. Some who wanted to flee were shot, they sustained gunshots, and is raising the issue again on the importance of state policing. Now we are seeing that in the architecture of the security, there are still loopholes while this state policing is being discussed. We're also not seeing the fact that if citizens want to take laws into their hands, even if you hasten this, it will still be against the citizens as well. So what it means is at the end of the day, we're going to find a middle ground to balance everything, where the latest appointments, where the latest appointment of someone who will oversee the state policing bill, and also the people. I'm sure that right now, like I said, it's lingering, the security issues are lingering, and there's a need for the people to rise. The people are rising, but if there's nothing that is being done to take care of this, it can escalate. Not to talk about arms being given to individuals, because some people were protesting if arms could be given to individuals so that they can protect themselves, since the government cannot protect them, since what the government promised, there's been a lot of insecurity because of what the government has promised. It has raised a lot of questions, it has raised a lot of issues, which we have seen so far that it can never work unless there's a middle ground. So this is where we are in the state police.
All right. The conversation on state police continues. However, I want to ask one pertinent question. Are we going to sacrifice the technicalities to realize an institution that will not be, a replica of the decays and anomalies we have with the current federal policing? Are we sacrificing time for meticulous planning on the altar of political correctness, so that we'll have something to go to the town hall with and tell people that we have implemented state police? Are we speeding up the process for the sake of security challenges or on the altar of political exigencies? We are giving Femi Gbajabiamila 7 weeks. I understand that he has no security background. He chairs the committee from a legal perspective on his position as chief aide to Mr. President. But let's interrogate these issues. And I remember quite well the former IGP of police, Ebetokun, Kaide Ebetokun. I remember his submissions on state police. He held so strong to these views, and I think those were one of the issues upon which he was sent home. He said Nigeria was not prepared and ready for state-controlled police. He said it will create tension, ethnic division, amongst other issues, and advice that will strengthen the Nigerian civil defense and other paramilitary forces that we will have. Now that we are speeding up the process, what are the roadmap in place apart from passing a law and then rhetorics that we will put safeguards or guardrails against abuse? Remember, under Ebetokun, he did submit that state police would be realized at the expiration of the second tenure of this administration, should they be able to secure a second term in office. And I ask, yes, people will cite security situation, the need for us to have a handle on our security, but 7 weeks, people, let's interrogate these issues. Are we going to just arm people, replicate the inefficiencies of the current system, so that we will say that we've hands off, or that we've given people the needed state police? No. My position is that, yes, while there are strong arguments for the need for decentralization of the federal policing as of today, we need to be meticulous in planning. We need to be meticulous in execution. And I submit that 7 weeks seems to be so much in a hurry for people who wants to have something to table at the town hall. We shouldn't arm ill-prepared, ill-equipped civilians, because I doubt, except we are being told that legislation will be passed, then every state at the subnational now decides when they are ready. And I do understand that some may be ready before others. That some states are already way ahead, in some areas even ahead of the federal government, and I'm sorry to submit, because I understand that in Enugu State you have a command and control center upon which you could look through the interiors, the road networks, and see everything that's happening within the states. And they've gone a step further to establish a DNA forensic center in Enugu State. How many does Nigeria have as a nation? So while I understand that some may be prepared than others, I think, and I submit strongly, that we shouldn't, on the altar of political correctness or under political exigency, hasten this action. Because if no way checked, if the needed guardrails are not in place, you begin to see another level of abuse. Those who are in authority today, wanting to give people something as an achievable or deliverable, should note that time would come. They may not be able to step back into those offices that protest them, and they become like common people that will bear the brunt of inefficient, ill-prepared, ill-equipped, sped-up process of instituting a state police. This shouldn't be the conversation. The conversation at this time should be, how do we make the process seamlessly to create a state police that will be better than what we have at the central.
Okay, our next story is on the Nation newspaper, but before we get right into that, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters, and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Now moving straight into the second issue we have this morning on the Nation newspaper, and it reads, "Confusion rocks Atiku's subsidy return campaign." Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's 2027 presidential campaign has faced severe internal confusion following his policy U-turn, pledging to reintroduce fuel subsidies. This chaos intensified after his spokespersons Paul Ibe and Frank Shaibu offered contradictory explanations over whether he intended to restore traditional subsidies or implement a targeted domestic crude pricing intervention. Subsequently, the erratic messaging has drawn sharp criticism from the federal government and political opponents, who warn the proposal is an economically reckless reversal of market deregulation.
All right, Mr. Ress, the conversation continues. Subsidy removal or not? Now, at least the candidates are talking. Atiku taking a reverse gear on this issue. Let's get your perspective.
You know, sometime when we started this conversation here in the studio, I said Atiku has made a somersault, you know, which of course is referred to by this writer as a U-turn. It was a somersault, given the fact that Atiku was campaigning with the removal of subsidy in 2022 pre to 2023 election. And eventually now, after the subsidy has been removed by Ahmed Bola Tinubu, the president who won election through the APC, he is now making a somersault to now go back to the subsidy regime. But when he said about this, he couldn't actually give an insight on what economic policy he's coming with. So, and his spokespersons, Philip Shaibu and Paul Ibe, started making defense.
All right, sorry to cut in there. Let's just pause a bit and take a look at the videos making round on these issues, starting from Atiku himself.
Your Excellency, wasu 'yan Najeriya suna yawan kukan cewa kamar watakila cire tallafin mai da jam'iyyar APC ta yi bayan zaben 2023, wasu suna zargin cewa kamar shine ya tsundama mafi yawan 'yan Najeriya cikin kuncin rayuwa. Mecece matsayinka game da tallafin man fetur ɗin idan kai nasara a zaben 2027?
Ni ban yi musu ga wannan cire tallafi ba, amma ina kudin su, ina suke. Ai da ya kamata a ce ai kudaden da aka samu an yi maganin talauci, an yi maganin rashin zuwa makaranta da sauransu, amma ina kudaden ai sace su ake yi.
To da kidan kai nasara za ka mayar?
Mayar shi tallafa, kuma duk wani wanda ya sace kudi zai mayar.
Trajectory of the history. I saw one of my opponents now say he will go back to subsidy. I read it. That is demonstration of a serious ignorance on governance and economy. Before I came here, 27 states are unable to pay salaries. Not to even talk of pensioners, salary of workers. in your state. I know a man that raised, whose nickname half salary. They come to the federal, cap in hand, unable to do anything. The salary you pay feeds families. Where are the local governments? They are in the states. Where are the concentration of population? They are in the states. Take out the president. Regard every other person as common men. They have families to feed. The infrastructure you embark upon, on the road network, housing, school rehabilitation, hospital, healthcare pronouncements, resuscitation of healthcare, training of teachers, training of F workers to protect our vulnerable families is part of your responsibility.
Who said in 2022 that he's going to remove the fuel subsidy in his first 100 days of office, came out to say that if elected, he's going to restore the fuel subsidy. As an advocate, a leading advocate of Mr. President, what will you say to that?
I agree with you that this is one of the leading candidates. I disagree with you. We have only one leading candidate, and that's the Tinubu. I have told people this will be the easiest election. Why that's so? And this will be because you have no position. This is not merely because parties have presented their candidates. No position is united to say, really, we want to move to something like power. And so, for me, I see that there was no position in 2009. And that's why I say that 2027 is gone. It's gone because you don't have any position that want to wrestle power from the government. Now let me also tell you, and that's why we need to ask ourselves, the integrity and consistency of leadership. For Atiku, who is confused, who are like a good economist, Atiku will say anything just to be president. This was a man in 2022 that he was going to remove the fuel subsidy because it was a fraud. Now in 2026, he was not going to remove the fuel subsidy. He's still going back to the fraud, which he analyzed that fuel subsidy was. You know, we should be able to be consistent in what we send to our people. We should know what leadership is all about. Leadership is not you coming and you say one thing now in the morning, in the afternoon, you say a different thing. In the night, you're talking about a different thing. That's not it. If I don't should be fair. Today, under the Petroleum Act, under the Petroleum Act, NNPC can be fully commercialized. It's now a limited liability company. It's no longer the sole importer or producer of fuel. It's not. Unlike what it used to be. Is it going to give fuel subsidy in the fire?
Yeah, Mr. Rez, also the conversation there from Atiku himself, the president calling him a voodoo economist, and then he also the, should I use the word in quotes, outspoken, let me know is the one who questions, you know, FCT minister, you know, saying that he could say anything to get himself into the presidential seat. And you were talking about these issues. So having this conversation now brings everything into clearer perspective.
Okay, like I was saying, the Paul Ibe and Frank Shuaibu, the spokesperson of Atiku Abubakar, we are trying to create a soft landing for the former vice president.
where they started making explanations as whether he is actually going to bring back the traditional subsidy, or he will intervene in the area of crude sales and all that. You see, it's a mark of serious inconsistency on the part of Abubakar Atiku and his group, because they are no longer, members of the group are no longer sure of what their principal Atiku Abubakar actually mean to sell to Nigerians. So when they make such mistakes, inconsistent mistakes, then they come to now begin to defend him. Well, that's a beautiful one. They are image makers, they are spokespersons, they are supposed to defend him. But I want to actually say that, let's say it is, I think it's Wike that called it voodoo economists. So in an economic background which has no bearing to economic policies, economic fundamentals, because there are basic economic fundamentals. When you're talking about coming back to subsidy regime, it means you're going to crash almost everything that has to be, based on the economic situation in Nigeria. You are crashing everything. And that is exactly why the presidency were criticizing. That he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't even know where to start from. Because if you do that, by the time you stay your 4 years, you are unable to even set up the economy in a way that it will work for Nigeria.
Okay, Mr. Peterobi said at the NBA, conference that it's not about returning the subsidy. It's about, having an analysis of what these monies were used for, and find a way to refocus this money into benefiting the citizens and the country. So it's not about, this is just, going back to the literal, you vomit and then you go back to it. Because if you in your last campaign said you wanted to remove it, and somebody went ahead to remove it, and then probably you thought that, okay, removing it was not, a good idea, you want to return it, the effect it had on the economy. So there's no need suggesting putting it back. You should have provided, even if you want to bring it back, tell us what you aim or you plan to achieve and the reasons why you want to put it, but not just giving us a holistic, statement or bold statement on your desire to return the fuel subsidy when you were elected.
This is something that has been going on, the debate, the back and forth within the political arena, and returning fuel subsidy has been just one of the things that has made so much, that has raised so much dust so far. Just like Ochoma said, it is a framework of what are you going to do. We've said it before, that when you eventually get into the office, this should be removed. Now, coming back again to turn the world upside down, it's really not giving that stability, integrity. And just from what the principal, the assistant, let me just use the word the assistant, that Rotimi Amechi said during the MBA panel they had, that all they want to do is to put money in the hands of Nigerians. And how do you intend to do all those things? The question is all about how. Everyone there shouted how. So fuel subsidy or no fuel subsidy, Nigeria should have a framework. The presidential candidates, wherever, they should have framework of how things will work out. Let the economy bounce back. Just like Mr. Ray said, it may not take a lot of time. You will now start to see the resurgence of what has the economy will take another downside, and you're wondering what again are you going to do as a nation?
All right. My only takeaway from this conversation is that we're beginning to talk. The only thing I want Atiku to clear here, and I don't understand clearly, is the fact that he would return subsidy only to, phase it out later. That part I don't understand. Why, give us a semblance of succor and then come back to re-implement what you're telling us is confusion. Yeah. So we need clarity on that. And like you rightfully submitted, Frank Shaibu and Paul Ibe shouldn't be the speakers at this moment. Let's hear the man's clarity of thought on these issues. And if he is, in the words of Mr. President, a voodoo economist or a confused economist, in the words of Wike, then we would understand and be able to make informed choices. Add the fact that the present administration are celebrating, the fact that they removed subsidies gone on May 2019, 2023, the fact remains that we are not fully informed to understand how the 15.8 trillion, according to the finance minister, that has been saved from the subsidy removal. What have you achieved with it? The Hungarian crisis in Nigeria, or the Middle Belt crisis in local balance, has it been solved? What I'm saying is, the common man on the streets, have they felt the impact of the 15.8 trillion savings? Let me leave it at that for now.
All right, let's take a look at the story on the Vanguard headline, which says, Highways of horror, motorists will spend 4 days on Benin-Asaba Road. Still on the motorist issue, motorists are tracked for up to 4 days on the failing Benin-Asaba Highway, prompting works. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, to indict concessionaire for mishandling the project and deploy emergency intervention contractors. In response, the federal government has apologized, initiated reviews of 4 road concessions, and coordinated with the NDDC and Edo State Governor Monday Owolo to restore traffic flow.
All right. Before we start the conversation, let's take a look at the gridlock on this highway.
Governor Edo State, see your road, see your road. This is Benin bypass. A lot of people are there, stuck on the road. We spent 3 days on this road. Make I tell you my experience for this road. This is when I was going to park from Lagos State. This is Oshodu, going to Oshodu Park. This is when we left in the night, and this is when our motor got stuck on the road. And this is where everything just happened. All the whole road blocked, and our motor still stuck on the road without moving. Then we now call another motor to come and help us and pull it. This is a shame. You now see the motor now. You see how they go take pull our motor come out from that place that we stuck for almost 3 hours. See, they don't pull them. We are begging the federal government of Nigeria, Tinubu, Obeboro, Dave Umahi, Minister of Works, to come and help us. Make una see the road is not terrible. People are still stuck on this road. 3 days, 4 days, people are still there. But thank God I managed to reach on the head bridge. Immediately I see this head bridge, I just do a sign of cross. Finally, I don't reach home. No place like home. When I see when we enter Onitsha. My brother, my sister, if you are planning to travel to Lagos or to East, think twice. The road is...
All right, while we apologize for that clip that didn't actually capture the whole situation on ground, I have seen much more other video clips that shows people who are stranded. Some say they've been there for upwards of 2-3 days, and unfortunately for me, was to see an ambulance carrying a coffin, for burial, being stuck in that, gridlock for more than 2 days. And I was wondering how the driver and the people will be, feeling and faring at that point. It's so bad. Mr. Rez, let's have this conversation.
It is quite disheartening that we have such a problem. It is a very serious problem for the government of Nigeria, because it has crashed a lot of businesses as a result. A lot of issues have suffered as a result of the gridlock that has lasted for over 4 days along the Asaba-Benin Expressway. So, you see, the government of the country have started making apologies. The Minister of Work has started making apologies. But then the apologies, will the apologies return what has been lost? Is the apology enough to assuage the feelings of the people who have suffered, greatly on staying in that place? You rightly said, a corpse in a coffin on the way to their home has been there for a couple of days. I wonder if one is not sure of how the morticians handled it, he would have started decomposing and, you know, making a nuisance of the entire environment. It's unfortunate. So you see, we have concessioned the roads to some people, and we have seen most of these construction areas not well packaged, not well done. The roads collapse in less than time. We build a road. This is the Asaba Benin bypass. You build a road, it will not stay up to 2 years, and the whole thing will cave in. So how a country, a nation, ordinarily, because there are no soil sample tests, people just lay, some things and lay asphalt on top. The moment water penetrates, it caves in, because there's no, environmental assessment on those roads. So, but thank God there's an intervention has been given, and they're bringing in contractors to start clearing the road and making alternative ways of passing through the place for then the other long-term repair of such situation. It is there in Agbo, it is there in the bypass is at Etako, where again it is there. There are several other places where you have the roads caved in, and this is the period, the highest period of the rain between July to August. So you find out that these roads must have failed in very many places in Nigeria. So government should go back. We know David Umahi believes in a very solid kind of job. That is the Umahi I know. So let him go back and begin to do all our roads very well.
After 6 days, after 4 days, that's when there's the intervention. That's the question. After 4 days, it's not a good thing.
We're not even proactive. That is why it has to come after, because if because by the time it must have started caving in. That is where government should come in.
Like it's been days, and yesterday I was watching one of the videos where someone that had the business, catfish business, the person was saying it has stayed there for some days and all the fishes are dead. So imagine that kind of scenario where someone's business is affecting someone's business. Imagine there are staple foods there that needs to reach to the destinations it should reach, and everything is dead. If someone else had to write again about when he was trying to transport chicks, the small chicks, about 5,000 of the birds died just because of this same issue. So we have seen this over, and Nigeria, we need to be proactive as a nation. Of course, the intervention is coming, but I could say it came very late.
Just like I said yesterday when we talked about a similar headline, and I asked, as against calculating the manpower that is lost, what about the mental health status of these people? I was just casually going through one of the videos on X, and I'm seeing that some people had to pass through villages. How a road gets blocked and then you're looking for alternatives. Even the alternatives that connects you back to the main road is blocked. So at all points where you think there's an alternative, every part of these roads, both through the corners, both through the bushes, for everything is blocked. How does anyone? This is really sad, because it doesn't speak well of a state at all on any level. It doesn't speak well of a country that it took you 4 days. What happened? And the beautiful thing about Nigeria is we are very proactive in posting, and I'm sure these stories started trending in the first 6 hours, first 12 hours, and the way people work, you post a video, you are tagging officials, you're tagging governments, and I'm sure they got all these tags. Why did it have to take 6 days later for conversations to start coming. And then I'm sure that this conversation and this commission that has been done will not take another month. Oh, let's wait, let them clear. Let us start looking for people, the contractor, let us start signing documents, let us start getting equipment, and then it will take another month or a longer time before this road gets fixed. And in that time, something else might happen to this road. This road further gets bad, and the cost it will take to fix it now, it will take double to fix it when it further deteriorates.
Sorry, is that place in Nigeria?
It's in Edo Delta Road.
No,
it's Nigeria.
That should be Cameroon.
It cannot be. It's Nigeria.
It's Nigeria.
It's Benin.
I mean, if people come to, and the thing about X, things trend, and then when you come to trending stories in Nigeria, that's what you see.
Cannot be in Nigeria.
That's what you see. When you,
cannot be Nigeria.
It's top on trending stories on X.
Is Nigeria still giant of Africa?
Did
we save 15.8 trillion from subsidy removal?
Yes.
Did we budget an unknown cost for coastal highway?
And
the super highway?
Another one has been commissioned.
And the super highway? All right. Let me start by thanking Mr. President for responding swiftly to mandate the ever-working Minister of Works, whom you've praised, Dave Umahi, to see to it that something is done. But more kudos and more thanks to citizen reporters. Without them, maybe it could be 14 days.
Or more.
Let's put it in proper perspective. He did say that we're not proactive. But beyond being proactive, which is why we should have town hall meetings and interrogate our leaders. One thing that has endeared me to the candidates of the NDC, though I'm not a politician, is his ability to traverse the length and breadth of this nation. And I suppose he must have first-hand information and knowledge of this road. Comparing that to other contestants, I don't know how many of them might have used that road, but I'm not campaigning for anybody. The point remains that on the author of being proactive, this same road, remember, was the same road upon which we use semantics and grammar to speak away the funds that were earmarked by the Obasanjo administration. Remember, the decay, the deterioration did not start today. When can we begin to tell people who have mismanaged our resources to return it? Or do we continue on the altar of political correctness and let them be so that we can gain, to win second time in office? I remember quite well the comment by Jerry Ghana when Tony Anini, may God rest his soul, was the Minister of Transportation and Works. And the controversy came up about what happened to around 33 billion earmarked for road reconstruction. The press were writing and calling for his head. There was serious conversation even at the National Assembly because of this same highway that's now in a sorry to say sorry mess, which is even an understatement. For a nation that prides itself as the giants of Africa, a nation that is bold to say that they saved 15.8 trillion from subsidy removal, that could not maintain a road that is a linkway between, a connection between the west and the south, linking the north if you do not want to bypass through the dead road of Kaba, which in itself is another death trap for kidnappers, and then bad road as well. That road, in economic terms, cannot be quantified. How much Nigeria is losing, like Good Hope did point out. Telling you, when you talk about being proactive, have we ever taken stock of how much man hour we lose and the resources that we lose in traffic congestions? Talk about Third Mainland Bridge. I've been on Third Mainland Bridge for more than 8 hours. Do we take account, stock of these things? People have been there for more than 3 days, 4 days, and then we are celebrating Ray that Mr. President has given order. What should the order have been in the first place? And Jerry Ghana did explain and said that what has happened was not misappropriation of fund, but misapplication of fund. And that issue rested till today. But the 3 billion never resurrected. And today, look at the situation. We awarded coastal highway, super highway. This should have been the super, after the super highway, what else should we have? The mega super highway. And we left it in ruins. I'm not campaigning for any candidate, but it's high time that Nigerians should interrogate those who aspire to leadership, and which is why I am celebrating citizen reporters. Because if we have waited for mainstream media and print media to highlight this issue, maybe it will be when my son will contest for the president of Nigeria that we'll begin to talk about making this road.
Okay, let's just quickly look at this deal. We briefly mentioned it earlier, the death of the country music legend who dies at 80. Legendary American country music icon, actress and philanthropist Dolly Parton passed away at the age of 80 following health challenges and a brief battle with cancer. Beyond her massive musical legacy and substantial fortune, she leaves behind an enduring philanthropic footprint highlighted by her Imagination Library Literacy Program and lifetime charitable contributions exceeding $600 million.
Mr. Ress, my condolences. Let's start this conversation with you so you can have the opportunity to, pour out your heart. That way you could feel better.
Well, it has happened. For those of us who are feeling the way I am feeling, I want to talk to everyone to take it in good faith, because death, they say, is a necessary end and will come when it will come. I expected Dolly was still going to, they would be making it up to 100 years. So that it's not as if one will be excited when one dies, even if the person is 200. But at least it would have been better if she had made it up to 100. We are talking about Dolly Parton, the queen of country music. When you say the king of country music, you talk about Kenny Rogers, and he died about 4 years ago. Of course, the Williams, all dead. Most of them in country music are all gone. Not just in country music. We know those legendary musicians, almost all are gone. We have seen George Benson, we've seen the king of reggae, Bob Marley, we've seen the king of pop, Michael Jackson, and a whole lot. If we begin to reel out the names of these legends, I think we are. I don't know if we are going to reinvent music again, because these people actually came out with what has been there, and it never goes out. Most of them are even coming up to the ladder again, So, like Dolly Parton is a woman I so much revere. I hold her to high esteem. She started playing at 20, and then in her music career, in her acting career, because she was also involved in acting, in philanthropy. She has always donated and a lot of money. At a point, there was a time he donated $1 million, through the Dollywood, the Dollywood, what do you call the foundation? Yes, Dollywood Foundation. So Dolly has paid her dues, has done so many things, and take a look at somebody who came from a very humble background. Their place, the father, the mother, they were living in a 2-room wood apartment in Tennessee. from Tennessee. That's where she came out with a song, My Tennessee Mountain Home. You see, and most of our songs, she wrote over 3,000 songs. So most of our songs are, most of them are leaned on her experience in life. If you look at the Code of Many Colors, it's a kind of experience for her, because the mother, they had no money. It was within a beach place that their house is, and from there, the father, finally had to now own a farm. Finally, he was able to make up a farm. But initially, they were just doing that. And so many things. But Dolly Parton, had to work very hard. If you remember the Applejack music, where she goes to Applejack's house, bring down banjo and then play. And you say, every time I'm playing, I still remember Applejack. You see, so I think she's a legend. Remember, Donald Trump had to ask that the American flag has to be lowered for 6 days. And to just give honor to. In fact, if you go through Trump's statement on his X, he said she's great and never will be anybody. That is, Trump revered her. Trump believed in her. Trump has so much respect for Dolly Parton. Now, though there are so many other musicians in the United States, but the way Trump actually give her this honor has shown that Dolly is one of the greatest. She's one of the greatest. And in the music industry, she's also one of the greatest. She has won about 11 Grammy Awards, and so on and so forth. We cannot finish reeling out her credentials about who.
Let me just put it in perspective for this younger generation so they can appreciate. Before you say anything, she had 3 Emmys, 11 Grammys, 1 Tony Award, 6 Golden Globes, 2 Academy Award nomination, a humanitarian honorary Oscar, 60 years career, and 50 albums.
Amazing. Amazing. 50 albums.
This is an icon and a legend. This was when this was when they didn't just make music, they cook music.
The kind of song she did was the kind of song that could outlast a generation. She had to tap into that.
Music.
She had to tap into that. Not the songs that we're having now. Seriously, there's nobody in the architecture of music I'm looking around that could make such a music. Everyone is trying to do what's trending. She had to look into the future and see what is going to outlive a generation. That's someone we should celebrate.
Well, the song she did
that you listened to this morning,
Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, all my days.
And Kenny Rogers was singing, "When I'm gone, don't cry for me too long." That's when I'm gone. And that same song she did with Dolly Parton. So it means even Dolly Parton is saying the same thing. And most of them, Dolly, Kenny, within the 80s. All gone within the 80s. And even the last outing with Kenny Rogers, Dolly was like, "Papa, take it easy. We are going to celebrate you." It was a good celebration because it was so long that they had that outing that Kenny Rogers died.
All right, let's let the younger generation say something.
Well, I may not be able to compete with the musical knowledge and prowess of my elders, but one thing I want to point out with her death is the reoccurring cause of death amongst humans. Now we are having this epidemic of people dying from cancers, and it's something that should be talked about. Most recently, a Nigerian actor who, as of last week or 2 weeks ago, was hale and hearty, and then in less than a week he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and then a couple of days later he died. And this morning we are learning that Dolly Parton died from cancer. So probably the thing, it might be that she has been healthy this entire time, but the way cancer eats into the body, it just takes you unaware, and before you are able to rally around even with the money, because I'm sure it's if at some point she was diagnosed early enough and was to take, you know, treatment, I'm sure she had enough money to do whatever medication, whatever therapy, but sicknesses that kill the body are things that you cannot handle. So I send my condolence. My heart goes out to the family and all that related and loved her music. May that God grants all of you solace and peace.
Thank you. Even though we're out of time, maybe some other time we'll have time to talk about that in her life. The decision with the husband not to have a baby, and she did take care of family at that as well. That's quite important to note as well. She made country before country became hip. She was a queen, and I say good night to Dolly Patron and to Mr. Reyes. Just take heart. You know, I know you're a devoted fan, and I understand what you feel, because music are no longer being cooked these days. But with that said, I think this is where we'll drop it for now. Some other time we'll have the time to continue the conversation.
All right. Before we go, do well to get copies of your newspaper and grab all the full details as it appears on the papers that we've analyzed this morning. Till we come your way again tomorrow, I am Princess Keno Choma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure.
Res Aro, it's always a pleasure having this conversation with you.
Thank you for having me. And for you, viewer, please keep watching Aneke TV. We'll give you the best.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a crazy love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. Golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a crazy love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Eastern Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to this special edition of The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today we'll take a look at a critical issue, media rights and responsibility. And we are joined here in the studio by Leo Udondata, Advocacy and Communication Officer, Access to Good Health Initiative, and Chinedu Ndufechi, Program Manager, Access to Good Health Initiative. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you on this special edition of The Insight.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Today, we examine a sensitive national conversation at the intersection of human rights, culture, law, and media responsibility. Every Nigerian deserves dignity, safety, and protection from violence, abuse, harassment, and injustice. At the same time, debates around gender-based rights and relationships raise profound legal, moral, religious, and cultural questions within Nigeria. For the media, the responsibility is clear: to report every issue accurately, fairly, and responsibly, while respecting the laws, values, culture, and sensibilities of the nation and its people. But how can the media create room for informed public dialogue without promoting conduct prohibited by law or disregard deeply held cultural and religious beliefs? How should civil society organizations pursue justice and protection for vulnerable persons while recognizing Nigeria's legal framework and national sovereignty? Today, we ask, can the media uphold freedom of expression, protect human dignity and public interest, while remaining faithful to the laws, culture, and collective values of the Nigerian people? Gentlemen, the conversation starts here. Let's dig deep into this conversation. And we are talking about the media, rights and responsibility. Let me get your perspective on issues of rights. I know you are into advocacy, promoting the rights of every individual in the nation to be heard, respected. And I'm asking you, let me get your perspective on where we are as a people on these issues. Let me start from you, Mr. Dondata.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so speaking about the media and, rights, responsibility, the very first thing that comes to mind, this is a personal opinion, when I think of the media, I think of truth. I think of objectivity. I think of the media as the voice of the people. And if the media is truly the voice of the people, and if the media is truly objective, I believe the media should be able to present, facts the way they are, present the lives of the people the way they are, without any biases, without any sentiments. And I believe also that, the media could be everybody's way or everybody's means to be heard, So, yeah, I know we are just delving into the conversation, but when we talk about the media, rights, responsibilities, or responsibility, yeah, what comes to mind is that, we are talking about fundamental human rights.
Fundamental human rights.
Yes. We are talking about the rights of everyone, you, me, every one of us out here. So the media should be able to present human rights the way it is, as, everybody's fundamental entitlement. Everybody is entitled to their own rights to be and let others be, you understand? And then when we talk about responsibility, we are talking about the media reporting, presenting human rights objectively without endangering people, putting people's lives at risk and all that, saying what needs to be said without fear or favor. So,
saying what needs to be said without fear or favor.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Chinedu, let me get your perspective. I suppose it doesn't differ from his, but let me still hear from you on this.
Okay, for me, when it comes to the issue of rights and then relating it to the media, I believe that the media have the responsibility of presenting issues that are factual and also verifying, the things that they are doing. Every profession have their ethics, and then they have the things that guide them. So I believe that medias also have the things that guide them as their ethics and the responsibilities that they owe to members of the society. And that is why we are asking that media persons should be conscious of the kind of information they pass. Check, is this information factual? Am I talking to the right person about what is happening? How would this be perceived, and what impact does my story have on the society? And this is what we are talking about when we talk about right-based reporting by the media people. Thank you.
All right. As you were speaking, I take away the issue of objectivity in the conversation and being factual in reporting. But as we go into this conversation, I'm asking again, where should the media be able to draw the line between public right to know and individuals' right to privacy in this regard? The right for the people to know and the right to privacy. Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I believe that the right to privacy is a fundamental human right. And then while I understand that the media would also try to get information that they want to use for their stories, but the issue of confidentiality should be addressed. And respecting people's privacy and their confidentiality is one of the most important things when it comes to human rights. So I believe that even though media people want to get stories, however, I believe that they should consider the issue of confidentiality and giving consent. Because if someone does not give a consent to tell their stories in a way that does not represent them properly, it is going to affect that person. And we know the media is widespread. You can say something on television and then it lives on. The media never forgets. So we encourage media people to respect people's privacy, go for confidentiality and best practices when it comes to reporting issues.
All right. Gentlemen, let's be able to differentiate between these issues. You talk about people's right to privacy, confidentiality, and being objective while we're reporting. The media, you have to be factual as well. So how do we reconcile these issues? Because there seems to be a conflict here. When you want to be factual in your reporting, and you owe it to the people to tell the truth, irrespective of whose oath is God. And then we're talking about individuals' right to privacy and consent to hear the truth.
Okay, let me take this from the perspective of, in fact, from where, from our work.
Yes.
You understand? So remember when I spoke, besides mentioning objectivity, I also mentioned not endangering people's lives. So in the aspect of our work, we have, various areas of work. We have the healthcare, very sensitive areas of healthcare, HIV and other issues. And then we have human rights, where we are advocating for marginalized persons across Nigeria. So if we are talking about HIV, for instance, nobody wants their HIV status, whether they are positive or negative, wants their HIV status to be a topic of discussion on the media, or even away from the media. Nobody wants, anybody to be talking about their HIV status, or, whatever health challenges they might be having. So something like healthcare is very sensitive. But moving away from healthcare, we are talking about people's everyday lives. We see, part of the work we do, we advocate for, when I talk about marginalized populations, women, children, sexual and gender minorities, you understand? And then we see people, these are areas of life where people would not, or which people would not want to, just put out there in the public. So when the media is reporting the truth, I feel like, or not just feel like, I believe that an important virtue for media practitioners is prudence. Prudence is knowing where to stand in between telling the truth and violating another person's right to privacy. Now, yes, maybe someone committed a crime and all that. We are not expecting you to come and start, shielding the truth, masking the truth. I don't know, twisting the truth somehow. But when it has to do with just people living their lives, being themselves, exercising their rights to, you know, private life. That is also enshrined in the Constitution also. So just people being themselves and not infringing on any other person's, you know, rights or anything. I believe that, you know, people should be allowed to be, and the media should respect that. You understand?
Media should respect that.
Yes.
Okay. I may agree with you to an extent. Okay. But to the extent where there is a crime here, for example, I'm just citing an example. Okay. You know, hypothetically, where there seems to be a crime, the media should be able to report without care of privacy in this regard. I suppose you agree with me as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but Mr. Chinelu, I've had conversations with you in the past about the work you do.
Yes.
Let's be factual a bit. Are there instances where you feel that the media are overreaching their bounds in reporting these issues, or the manner in which they report it, you see it as not being the right method in reporting this issue? Because I understand in the past you've conducted trainings for the media on how to report these issues.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So there has been many instances where we've recorded that media have, you know, said things that they're not supposed to say, and also in the manner and way that they presented it. So let's say, for instance, that maybe something happened in Abakba. There is an elderly man that had sex with a small boy, and then the media will come and say a homosexual man is, you know, having sexual intercourse or defiling a younger person. But that is actually not what is happening, right? What is happening is someone that is a pedophile, and then the person is going after small children. If the person happened to be attracted to women, they will still go to small girls to have sex with them. And then this is why we are feeling that it is very, very important for media persons to be very, very aware of how they should report issues, the right terminologies to use when it comes to reporting these issues, how to present these issues, and the best practices to present them. Now, moving from the issue about human rights, let us talk about health. When HIV came out initially, the media was reporting it as an infection that people get from sex, and then people that have HIV, they are skinny people, they are people that are going to die in the you know, very soon and all that. And this has made people to have high level of stigmatization against HIV. No matter the amount of you know, sensitization that is coming towards HIV, that mindset that the media has helped to build in the beginning, that is the mindset that everybody have. And that is one of the major issues that we are facing in HIV prevention and control in Nigeria. Because when you can't even come out to tell your family members that you're HIV positive, how are you going to, you know, live fully and then help to preserve yourself, take care of yourself and other things? You have daily pills to take, you're hiding it because you know your family will see you as someone that got HIV from having sex. Meanwhile, there are many ways that people can get HIV, right? When bunch of men are arrested, the media may not even verify this, but maybe because they have seen a boy that is on weave-on, or a boy that is wearing some feminine clothes, and then they will conclude that a bunch of homosexuals were arrested. So we are pleading with the media persons to know how to accurately report issues in a way that reflects what actually happened and the voices of the persons that are involved. Imagine having an issue that relates to maybe young girls, and then you're inviting an older person to talk about it. The right community, the affected community, are the right people that should be invited to talk about their issues. Because as someone that does not work at the hospital, I don't know the challenges of people that work at the hospital, you know. And then as someone that is not a sex worker, I don't know the issues that sex workers face. And then it is very, very bad that you invite someone that is not a sex worker to talk about sex work issue, right? So we are pleading with the media to be very, very, you know, careful and very factual in trying to report this issue by involving the communities that are affected by what is happening.
If I understand you correctly, the issue here is not that the media is reporting these issues, but you are talking about terminologies used.
Yes.
You know, but let's be factual here. We're in the media space. You are reporting within a society, and you have to operate within the ambience of the law. The law in itself, for example, has, you know, given some words to the media to use. And when you are reporting based on legally protected, framed, you know, terminologies, the media shouldn't be held accountable to that. Don't you agree with me?
I do not totally understand the terminologies that you mean.
No, while you were speaking, you understand, you talked about using the right terminologies on reporting on issues. You cited an example of an adult male, you know, involving in issues, right, using the right terminologies. Now, in Nigeria, for example, Nigerian law states, you know, in these issues where the society stands on it, And if media are involved in reporting such situation, then they should be able to report by the law, which has not told them that there should be no boundaries in reporting. That's the question I'm asking.
All right, so I think I understand what you're trying to ask. And then when there is a term for everything that happens, so I don't think the terminology thing just is in Nigeria, or maybe people in the US have their own terms and terminologies that they use. So a pedophile is a pedophile, a homosexual is a homosexual, a sex worker is a sex worker.
Is there a way to differentiate between a pedophile and a homosexual?
A pedophile is someone that is attracted to a very young person, right?
When that has to do with same sex.
That has to do with same sex. But when you are presenting it that a homosexual man have done this, and then it is because probably he's a homosexual, that is what he has done. Also recognizing the fact that another person who is also an older man can still defile a younger girl, right? So what we are asking is not that you go out of your way to misrepresent things the way they are, but reporting things without feelings and reporting things that actually happened. So that is what we are asking.
All right.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, if I may. Yeah. So remember when one of my responses, I talked about, of course, we've circled back to objectivity a few times.
Yes.
And I would like to add to that, one of the principles in the medical field is the do no harm principle. And I would like to believe that that applies also in the media world. Do no harm. Do no harm in what sense? If you are reporting, nobody is asking the media to, paint the truth as what it is not. Like everything we've said so far is just saying, in your reporting of the truth, do not be sensational. Do not add sentiments and all that. Like Chinedu said, a pedophile could be we are contrasting a pedophile with a homosexual. A pedophile could be a heterosexual, could be a homosexual. Or a sexual orientation has nothing to do with pedophilia. But you get someone abusing a minor, and then you are like, oh, a homosexual man abuses or initiates a young boy into a homosexual cult. Or, you understand, issue framing. You are trying to present the truth, but you start adding things that are not relevant. And then the do no harm principle also goes to the extent of not, dehumanizing anybody. If someone has committed a crime, present it as a crime, not, tampering with that person's dignity as a human being, as a person.
But would that not be the media in this instance, an infringement on the rights of media to freedom of expression, of stating things the way and manner they are and they occur?
The media is free to, that's exactly what I'm saying, say what has happened, yes, exactly the way it happened, without, that is the clause now, without adding irrelevant things, or without, if it is, when I talk of irrelevant things, not just things that do harm, irrelevant things. You're
just saying that the media should be cautious of sensationalism.
Exactly.
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me now that this is a big challenge for the community, this society.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
There are times we see issues, things are being reported, like, we've talked about, we are reporting an issue of pedophilia, and then you're making reference to sexual orientation. There are other times also, maybe you are reporting, I'm trying to, show the extent to which sensationalism can go. Maybe someone is caught stealing, and you are saying a Christian or a churchgoer, or, that person's religious status has nothing to do with the fact that he stole. Someone was caught stealing. So if you are presenting the fact that this person stole, present the fact that somebody stole, not a Christian from this part of the world, or a Christian from, the brother of this person or sister of this person was caught stealing. That is just what we are saying.
Okay.
Yes.
No. I know that there have been instances that informed your advocacy towards this challenge.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's start with the issue on HIV cases, for example. Has this in any way impeded on the rights of these individuals to receive proper care, treatment?
Yes, it has. The way the media frames issues has affected how everybody sees issues, or the perception that people have, because we understand that everybody at one point in time is listening to, one thing or the other, and whatever you listen to also informs the way that you feel about a particular thing. And then the people listening to the media are the same people that are working in the hospital. They are the people that HIV positive patients are working with at their workplace. They are the people that they have as families and others. So this has also affected them, because when you report issues the way they are not, and then you go on to paint something black, but it's not really black, and then people are seeing it as a very, very black thing, and it's very dangerous. So when I tell you, or when you discover that this is what I am, then you begin to look at me in one particular way, and it's also going to affect the confidence that I have within myself to come to the hospital to access care. It's also going to affect the confidence I have to try to do something better with my life and to live a better life. So I believe that that has also affected in many ways.
All right. But instead of the media, shouldn't we look at the legislations as a way of strengthening, the conversation, the reportage on issues?
There is that.
We're speaking about HIV, for example. Yeah. If there's, let's say, a law, against being able to talk about an infected person without, being discriminatory against such individuals,
yes.
Don't you think it will have helped in stabilizing or making a stronger argument, in the conversation, especially from the media perspective on reportage on, issues that may affect people living with HIV?
Well, there is a law which is called the HIV anti-discrimination law. Okay. At the federal level, we have one, and then at the state levels, they are free to adapt that or make something for themselves. So just like here in Enugu, we have anti-discrimination law that is dated back to 2007. I think I'm correct. So these laws are, laws that prohibit people from discriminating, and then, other things that may also be in the law. But at the end of the day, it is not just what the law says, it is how people feel about these things, right? We can make a law that says, Nigeria is maybe something or the other one, but when people do not accept those laws, or when people are not even going to in any way abide by those laws are not really there. So we have to start by community sensitization, people being aware of how people should be treated, even though they are HIV positive or maybe they are members of sexual minority, right? So during my SS1, when we are talking about the process of making laws, we are also looking at how the society is going to accept these laws, right? So when you go to a church and then you publicly announce that you have HIV, even though you're a very churchy person and others, people are going to discriminate against you. Why? Because of the institutional knowledge that they have about HIV. So it's not just about the law. The law is there to protect you, but how many people that are HIV positive even knows that there is a law to protect them? So at the end of the day, it still boils down to what people are fed on their social media, on their traditional medias and other places, and then we are expecting that the media has a very huge role to play in these regards to help sensitize people, build that kind of knowledge that people need without adding sentiments, without going overboard to present issues that are not actually factual, or making things just to get headlines. Nigerians like things that are very, very flashy. When you say, just like Leo mentioned, that I don't know the way you put it in, maybe okay, a man is trying to initiate a younger person into gay cults. When you put that kind of headline, people will listen to it, and the many media houses, they use that to get engagement, and then people click on it to read, to see, oh, this is what is happening, and they also share to others because this is the sentiments that they have. You understand? So we believe that that is also there, but the law is not just enough. Everybody's responsibility. So we are coming to the media today to tell them that they should report things actually the way they happen.
All right, thank you very much. You want to add to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just before we pass that, so before we go, we talk about what the law should do or what legislation should be put in place. You asked initially, what workplace instances may have prompted, this. So I remember growing up, in the early 2000s, where you would hear radio jingles or on television and all that, where HIV was presented in the worst way possible. Now that served a good purpose and a bad purpose, because on the positive side, it helped to deter people from unprotected sex or maybe other risky behaviors like piercings and stuff like that, and the bad, on the flip side, I think with, you know, advancements in science and all that, researches, we have reached that point where people can actually take their medication up to the point where they are undetectable and untransmittable. You know, they cannot transmit the HIV sexually, but HIV can still be contracted through other means. Now, we don't really see the media saying that, okay, science has advanced to the point where there are medications, and even in recent times there is injectable PrEP and all that, you know. So we hardly ever see the media saying, okay, this is how far we have come in our, you know, in our journey with HIV. You know, you can actually get to the point where you cannot transmit this infection or sexually, or you can get to the point where, you know, the test shows that you are undetectable. You understand? And you can live a healthy life, a long and healthy life. But that initial stigma that, you know, shrouded the reportage of, you know, concerning HIV and all that, while it deterred people, it is still there. You understand? People still see HIV as a death sentence. So the media has done good by helping people shape their lives when it comes to, you know, things that could, or behaviors that could make them get HIV. But also it is a media's responsibility to keep us updated. Let's put it that way. That, okay, this is where we stand with HIV. So while you live your life, be careful. But also, if you find yourself in this situation, it is not the end of the road for you. You understand? And I feel like that could also help reduce the stigma surrounding HIV, and you know, also shape the way people living with HIV are seen.
All right. If I understand correctly, would we say that the media, rather than the society or the culture, shapes, you know, the ideology and perception on these issues? That the media operate in a society and is a reflection of the society. You know, why you made that analogy, I could remember in the early 80s to, you know, early 90s, you would see that, yes, the reportage on HIV is all about the deadliness of the virus. Exactly. But there are, you know, later information on improvements, and you could see that that has whittled down, which is why I am asking, don't you think that the media is a reflection of the society in which they operate? That it could be people, cultural issues and sentiments that reflect on how these issues are discussed?
The media is a reflection of the society, and trust me, what we are doing, this information, this message we are giving out is not just, you know, concerning the media. We are also engaging other areas of the society.
Right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue with this conversation. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and today we are taking a look at the media rights and responsibility, and with us here in the studio is Leo Udon Ndata. Leo is an advocacy and communication officer, Access to Good Health Initiative, and here also is Chinedu Ndufuechi, program manager, Access to Good Health Initiative. Gentlemen, it's been an illuminating conversation so far. All right. You know, while we're talking about this issue, we keep talking about the society, we keep circling around the media and the society, and I do appreciate your advocacy, you know, speaking to people's rights. The other time we had a conversation around gender-based violence and what you do. So let me ask, how are you engaging the society? The media is just an arm of the society. Let's start with religious institution. What are you doing to, you know, create awareness on how we talk about these issues?
All right, thank you. There has been many initiatives that we have raised to promote awareness within the religious context and also within the traditional context. For instance, earlier this year we held a narrative change workshop with the media houses and also
a narrative
change workshop. Yeah, with media houses, religious bodies, and also cultural institutions to talk about how they can change the narrative they have, because we understand that these are people that are community leaders. Religious people are community leaders, cultural people are also community leaders, and they go a long way to shape how the people that follow them understand things, what they say when they are preaching, how they behave, and then their ideologies are also things that people may want to emulate. So we held a training to educate them, to tell them about these rights, and then how to basically understand human sexuality and what to say and what not to say. We have also interacted with traditional rulers in the past. Last year we did a program with them where we called traditional rulers in Enugu and then educated them on the rights of persons, as we see them as people that are first aid responders to human rights violations that are happening. Because when a husband beats a wife, it is probably coming first to the traditional ruler, or when someone is caught doing something in the community, the traditional ruler, and also the safety protocols, that is the security personnel in the community, are the people that will get first knowledge of these things. And then we deemed it fit to call them together to tell them about these issues, how they should react, and the best practices that they should take. So these are some of the things that we have done in the past. We have also continued to sensitize people on our social media, on YouTube, on X, Instagram, and Facebook, and others, for people to fully understand, where they stand in terms of these things.
All right. Leo, are you engaging government as well? Because they are important parts of this conversation.
Sure, we are. So, yeah, thank you, Chinedu, for mentioning that. So, one thing we need to realize, or we need to understand, is that we cannot achieve everything at once. So what we do, like he said, we take it a step at a time. We have engaged traditional rulers, we've engaged religious rulers, and not every one of them across the entire region, or just a few of them at a time, and then we monitor the progress. So moving beyond these people, we have also engaged government officials, and earlier this year, I think that was in May, yeah.
Yes,
early May. Yeah, so we paid an advocacy visit to the Attorney General of Enugu State, and these are some of the issues that we discussed with him, and all these are, of course, evidence based, and being that he is at the head of the administration of justice within the state, so we presented these to him. This is what we want. We had specific advocacy asks from him. So we presented these to him, and he not just lauded us for the work that we have done so far, but also pledged his support as much as possible. So beyond the Attorney General, we have also engaged with other government officials. We present these issues to them, tell them there are various angles to approach this from, from the angle of human rights, from the angle of health, from, family life, and many other angles. So we present how violations generally could be, or not just could be, are detrimental to the well-being of not just the person, but the community at large. So we are actively engaging government officials, because they are the head of policy now. Yeah. So if we have them change policy for us, change legislations for us, I think
that will change the narrative as well.
Yes.
All right, Chinedu, let's talk about the challenges you encounter in this advocacy and sensitization, especially when it comes to the media and reporting these issues.
All right, there has been some of the challenges that we faced. And then in the past, sometimes, the media people, they are not willing to actually make the change that we are hoping that they would make. And then this has also become a very big issue for us. But at the end of the day, it boils down to how resilient we have become, because we continue to talk about of our issues, we continue to represent the community that we serve, and then we continue to do the things that we do in the best possible way. So have we gotten, resistance in the past? Yes. And then have we also received some things that we thought we would not? Yes. But at the end of the day, it just boils down to how we are able to overcome these challenges.
All right. The word is resilient. You've become resilient in how you handle these issues.
Yes.
All right. That's quite encouraging. However, let me, take a detour a bit. Over time, when we talk about issues, especially in reporting, in conversation, and we agree that both the media and everyone is usually a reflection of the society, and the argument always has been that, there is foreign influence wanting to change how we talk, have conversation on these issues. And I'm asking, don't you think that such influence, deters from what the cultural norm is, where one calls a spade a spade? If one, for example, should be said to be sick, you have communal effort by accepting that this individual is sick and everyone offers help, rather than, the issue of privacy.
Okay, so if I'm getting you correct, you're saying that maybe HIV people should be reported as sick people, or maybe sexual minorities should be reported as...
I'm talking about the cultural difference. From when you take about Western influence, for example, and I'm speaking because it has to do with media, while I agree in your efforts, all right, a number of times, the resistance is that this is, for example, Western influence on how we have conversation, that being Africans, we call a spade, that this is what it is.
Yes, exactly. As African, we should call a spade, and that is what we are asking that people should do. You see something that happened, you say it exactly the way it is, not by adding a little pinch of salt, a little bit of pepper, so that people would accept it more. If it is bland, you serve it as bland. So we are expecting that media people should adapt to the African culture of calling a spade, and just like the way you've presented it. And then talking about the media the West influencing the media, I also believe that the West people also have the mindset that the West have this agenda of incorporating LGBTQ into most of the things that we are doing, but the media is actually doing the opposite of that. They are representing the LGBTQ people badly, and that is just like an opposite of what the Western people are being accused of doing. So I don't know if that is what you're asking.
All right, while Leo was speaking, he did mention these issues, but one thing we agree on is that the media is a reflection of the society, and you are engaging the media. Hopefully that will present results, But again, let me take another detour. We are in political season, where campaigns, we are just flagged off today. And you understand with me that we can't have this conversation and make meanings if we don't influence, the who occupies what position and all that. And I'm asking, the Access to Good Health Initiative, are you interested in what's happening, and which candidate will represent your advocacy very well moving forward?
Well, that is a very tricky question. Coming to politics as an organization, I would say that we are non-partisan, so everybody is actually free to support whoever they want within the organization. But for us, we are looking for a society where hunger is not the issue. We are looking for a society where poverty is not the issue on a daily basis. Because we believe that when people overcome the issue of hunger, the issue of power supply, and every other basic issue that people should have as a human being, it is going to at least make people to start going to school. Because most of the things that are happening is out of ignorance. If you don't know that HIV is this and then HIV is that, or that there is what we call SOGIES, understanding sexual orientation, gender identity and expression and others, people would not address things the way they are. So we have a society that many persons are not educated. We have a society that many persons are not going to school. People are striving to look for what to eat. People are striving to survive on a daily basis. If we have a candidate that is going to make the country very favorable and very free for people to interact, I believe that most of the issues that we are looking for a way to solve is actually going to be solved. So for us, we are not actually having a candidate in mind, but we hope that the best man wins.
All right. But Leo, you have expectations this season?
I have expectations, but that doesn't mean I have to impose my expectation or my candidates on anybody. Yes.
But there are things you want to see people talk about in these campaigns. These issues we are discussing, are they part of issue-based campaign you expect in this period?
Yes, but at the same time, we must acknowledge that, these issues are not issues that people just wake up and talk about. So we are, like I said, taking a step at a time.
A step at a time.
Yes, but it would be nice to actually see a candidate who is keen on, talking about human rights, talking about the protection of lives, talking about the protection of human dignity, and of course other issues that we've talked about, healthcare, HIV and stuff like that. So, and just to digress a little bit, something came to mind when you asked Chinedu about this being a Western import. I feel like you were asking him to contrast. There are two words that I play with sometimes, the African communalism and then the Western individualism. If you ask me, yes. In Africa, we mind each other's business. So you are sick, you are not sick alone. So I have to know that you are sick. I'll be bringing you maybe medication. Some other person is bringing you food, and there is that. Now, this, to some extent, opens some avenue where people would probe into your life, and you understand. But at the same time, we are saying, even when the African society is characterized by everybody being there for each other, this is an individual.
We'll have to respect that right to privacy.
Exactly.
All right. Just in 1 minute, Mr. Chinedu, let me hear what you have to say concerning your efforts, Access to Good Health Initiative. Just as we round up.
All right, so for us in Access to Good Health Initiative, we work with minority groups, and then we try to represent them in the best way that we can. Some of the things we do is in terms of rights, human rights, psychosocial counseling and others. So we believe that people should be free to be who they are. People should not be violated in terms of their rights and every other things. So some of the things that we do is that we have paralegals that are intervening on human rights violation cases for gender minorities. We also have a psychosocial counselor who counsels people that maybe have suffered as a result of human rights abuse that they received in the community or every other place. So these are the efforts that we have put in. We are also doing advocacy, just like you mentioned, to the government. We visited the Attorney General earlier, and then we talked about rights, and then he said that he's willing to collaborate with us in many ways. We also, this week, I think on Monday, we visited NSCDC, that is the Enugu State Agency for the Control of AIDS, where the Executive Secretary, Dr. Rita. So Dr. Rita welcomed us, and then we told her about some of the work that we have done, and then how we needed the law to be reviewed in terms of HIV anti-discrimination law, considering that the law has been old, and then there are things that should be added in the law, and then there are things that are already obsolete that should be removed in the law. So these are some of the things that we are doing, and then also trying to engage the media, the traditional rulers, and the religious leaders in many, many ways to help us have a very concrete intervention in the society.
All right. Just quite interesting what you just said, but lest I forget, I still track back to the last conversation I had with you sometime here in the studio, and that has to do with gender-based violence. I understand and I remember quite well the conversation, and I want to ask, has there been, on your data, the data you collate, has there been improvements on this issue? Is it reducing, or is it on the increase? What results are you getting based on the efforts so far?
Well, for us, this year we had a very huge spike in yes, in human rights violation cases. So there has been a lot of agendas that has been moving lately, and we've received numerous.
A lot of agendas that's been moving lately.
Yes, concerning members of gender minority, and then some of these issues are coming in terms of landlord evicting people because I feel that this person is a gay man, landlord evicting people because I feel that this person is a lesbian, or even the issue in discrimination in access to service. People, someone can come to a facility and then they will say, oh, I don't think I can treat you because whatever it is that you have, you got it from maybe having sex with your fellow man or your fellow woman and all those kind of issues. So these are some of the things that we are facing, and then to tell you the truth, the rate at which human rights are violated has not reduced. It has just been, there has been an increase, and then there has been an overwhelming amount of cases that we have received recently.
That means your work is being cut out for you. There's more effort needed.
Yes, there is more effort.
All right. I would have wanted to probe further on issues, as we have this conversation, we'll keep, scratching this surface of these issues, but we're almost out of time. But if I may, I think the efforts this time around should be geared towards legislation, which is why I navigated towards the current season of politics and all that, because you may see that the Nigerian law may not be so favorable to some of these issues that we'll talk about.
Yeah, I feel like you are right. Yes, legislation, having laws in place to ensure human rights are protected is necessary. And while we advocate for that, where the media could come in, to assist us, it is not just enough to have these laws in place, but if the media is, creating the awareness that these laws deserve, you might have a law that says if you kill someone, you go to jail for life. People do not know that laws like this exist and that they can seek redress for violations, or that, okay, laws like this exist to deter people from, actually violating others, stuff like that. So while we carry out our own advocacy, around the legislation and all that, I feel like when these legislations have also been put in place, the media could also help us publicize, create awareness around them, let the public know that there is a law that says that you cannot call out someone for being HIV positive.
All right. Yes. That's quite interesting. But gentlemen, that's our time today on The Insight. I look forward to having you come in, and then we'll have this conversation. So we're so grateful for your coming in. Leo and Chinedu, it's been a pleasure having this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Leo Udondata is the Advocacy and Communication Officer, Access to Good Health Initiative. And with him here also is Chinedu Ndufuechi, Program Manager, Access to Good Health Initiative. And as always, this conversation continues beyond the studios. Let us know what you think about this conversation by reaching us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as the art.
Lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, but recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not.
To keep up, you don't just need news. Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, the people of Enugu. Good afternoon, everyone, wherever you're watching from. This is the entertainment segment here on Aneke TV, where we're bringing you live what's happening across the world of entertainment. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Commissioner of Enjoyment. I am a man of many parts. You can call me a man of many parts. Anything you call me, I will answer, because we are live here to bring you the gist and latest information in the world of entertainment. Of course, you know that I'm not here alone. I'm here with my co-host Gift, and Gift this morning seems to be a kind of shruggy, because she is girls thing, what girls actually teen. Let me leave it at that. Hello Gift, how you doing?
I'm good.
You look very good, and you look so glowing. Yeah, you look glowing. Apart from the fact that you look glowing, you look so mowing. all right, how's your day going, man?
Actually, my day is somehow slightly rough, but good.
But good, yeah, good. In all things we do what? Give thanks, yeah.
To God.
Give thanks, yeah. Because some gift thanks. So we're gonna go with you for Thanksgiving tomorrow. So we kind of gift thanks. All right, we're gonna just dive right into the information we have, just the entertainment side, but unfortunately we are just so sad about the news of Dolly Parton leaving this world after a memorable career. Oh my God, I really would not have wanted this woman to go without meeting her, because she's one of the people I wanted to meet before I set out in my career. But right now Dolly Parton is no more, and it's a pity. The world of music, the world of country, and the world of every type of music are mourning him.
These two people for me are people that when we lose them, it's gonna be a great loss for the industry, especially the international and global world. Dolly Parton and Celine Dion.
Yeah, Celine Dion is another person that I am telling you right now.
At the verge of.
I don't know if you
have you seen her last state? She was not looking good.
I think Celine Dion's issue was actually, but we're not going to talk about her. But I think her issue was, all those people that sing a lot. She sang. She had this wonderful voice, and look at Dolly Parton, the Dollywood is gone. Oh my days, Dollywood is gone. While we're having the picture, let me read a little bit of her profile, and bringing you what she has been when she was alive. Let me read her profile. We're having someone who has taken away everything that is good, just to herself. And we have Dolly Parton was one of the most recognizable entertainers in the world. Her career stretched across country and pop music, songwriting, film, television, publishing, business, and philanthropy. She was born Dolly Rebecca Parton on January 19th, 1946 in Locust Ridge, Tennessee, in the Great Smoky Mountains. She was the fourth of 12 children born to Robert Lee Parton Sr. and Avi Lee Owens Parton. Her family was extremely poor, living in a small mountain cabin without electricity, indoor plumbing, or an access road. Her childhood, Dolly's father worked various jobs, including farming and construction, to support the family. Her mother was deeply musical and introduced Dolly to traditional mountain music, church songs, and old folk ballads. Music became part of Dolly's life very early. She began writing songs as a child, and her uncle Bill Owens played an important role in encouraging her musical ambitions. He helped her get a guitar and supported her early performances.
At around age 10, Dolly was already appearing on radio and television programs in Knoxville. At 13, she made her first appearance at the legendary Grand Ole Opry in Nashville. Her poverty actually became one of the greatest sources of inspiration for her songwriting. For example, Coat of Many Colors was based on her childhood experience of wearing a homemade coat that made her classmates mocked because her family could not afford expensive clothes. Dolly's major breakthrough came in 1967 when she joined the Porter Wagoner show. Porter Wagoner was already a major country music personality and Dolly became his duet partner. Their partnership made Dolly nationally famous. She also signed with RCA Records and continued developing her solo career. Eventually, however, Dolly wanted to establish herself independently. Her departure from Wagoner's show became one of the most important turning points of her career. And she wrote a song about it, I Will Always Love You. The song was Dolly's farewell to Wagoner and became one of the most famous songs in music history. Her greatest music career was during the 1970s. Dolly became one of the country music's biggest stars. One of the most famous songs include Jolene, I Will Always Love You, 9 to 5. This 9 to 5 is a song I want to play. I want to play it to myself. Coat of Many Colors, Island in the Stream, Love is Like a Butterfly, Yudi, Why Do You Come In Here Looking Like That, 2 Doors Down, Applejack, The Bargain Store. Her songs often dealt with love, heartbreak, poverty, family, ambition, jealousy, and ordinary people's struggles. That emotional honesty became one of the defining characteristics of her songwriting. The Country Music Hall of Fame notes that her 1970s work helped make her both a major country star and eventually a crossover pop star. Jolene, one of the most Dolly's famous songs, which is Jolene actually, the song tells the story of a woman desperately asking another woman not to take her lover. I Will Always Love You is actually Dolly's original song, wrote and recorded in 1973. It was written about saying goodbye to Porter Wagoner professionally. Years later, Whitney Houston recorded a dramatically different version for the movie The Bodyguard. Crossing into Hollywood, Dolly didn't remain a country singer. She moved successfully into acting. Her breakthrough film role came in 9 to 5 alongside Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin. The film became a major success, and Dolly also wrote and performed the hit song 9 to 5. I want this song to be performed to me. The film became a major success, and Dolly also wrote and performed the hit song 9 to 5. She subsequently appeared in films including The Best Little War House in Texas, Rhinestone, Steel Magnolias, Straight Talk, The Beverly Hillbillies, Joyful Noise, Her Marriage to Carl Dean. This is about her marriage career. Dolly married Carl Thomas Dean on May 30th, 1966. Their marriage lasted almost 60 years, making it one of the longest celebrity marriages. Guys, kudos and congratulations to that marriage. And we are having Carl was famously private and rarely appeared publicly with Dolly. While Dolly lived much of her life in the spotlight, Carl preferred to stay away from celebrity culture. The couple did not have biological children. Dolly has nevertheless maintained extremely close relationships with her nieces, nephews, and younger family members. She has also famously described Miley Cyrus as her goddaughter. Carlin died in March 2025, ending their nearly 6-decade marriage. Dolly wasn't only a musician, she became a remarkably successful businesswoman. One of her biggest achievements was Dollywood, the theme park located near her hometown in Tennessee. One of the biggest achievements was Dollywood. Yes, and Dollywood became a major tourist attraction and helped transform the economy of the region. Her business interests have extended into theme parks, music, film and television, publishing, merchandise, hospitality, food and beverages, entertainment, family attractions. She also established her own record label, Dolly Records, in 2007. Her greatest humanitarian achievement, Imagination Library. Perhaps the most important part of Dolly's legacy isn't music at all. It is Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. She launched the program in 1995 to provide free books to children in her home country of Sevier County, Tennessee. Now, the idea was actually simple, and the Dollywood Foundation, which was created by Dolly Parton, and in 1988, its early work focused on education and reducing high school dropout rate in her home county. One initiative promises students financial support if they graduated from high school. The program helped dramatically reduce the dropout rate among participating students. Her award and recognition, Dolly's career has produced an extraordinary list of honors. She has been inducted into Country Music Hall of Fame, Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, Songwriters Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Country Music Hall of Fame inducted her in 1999. Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum she received multiple Grammy Awards, Country Music Association Awards, Academy of Country Music Awards, National Medal of Arts, Kennedy Center Honors, Library of Congress, Living Legend Award, Recording Academy Lifetime Achievement Award. She was also nominated for major awards across music, film, and theater, including the Emmys, Grammys, Oscars, and Tonys.
Dolly Parton's death, this is more important because it's very recent. Dolly Parton died on August 25, 2026 at the age of 80. According to the report published following the announcement, AP News, her death came after a period of health problem. Her husband, Carl Dean, had died the previous year in March 2025. Tributes quickly come from major entertainers, politicians, and public figures around the world, reflecting the extraordinary breadth of her influence. While Dolly Parton's life is very remarkable, Dolly's story can essentially be described as a poor girl from the Tennessee's mountain, songwriter, country star, pop crossover artist, Hollywood actress, entrepreneur, philanthropist, global cultural icon. She came from a family with very little money, but she had three things that repeatedly changed the direction of her life: talent, determination, and business intelligence. She didn't abandon her applicant roots when she became famous. Instead, she turned these roots into one of the strongest part of her brand. Dolly Parton's legacy. Dolly leaves behind much more than hit songs. She leaves music, generations of unforgettable songs, film, memory, performance, and soundtracks. Dollywood, a major entertainment destination, imagination library, hundreds of millions of free children's. Business, one of the entertainment's strongest personal brand. Philanthropy, decades of charitable work. Songwriting, a catalog that has been recorded by artists across the generation. Cultural influence, an image and personality recognized around the world. That is Dolly Parton for you.
Yeah, that's Dolly Parton, and it's so sad to lose her on this.
A strong icon.
A strong icon, a strong musical icon. I don't know any of her songs you really could remember.
So, Coat of Many Colors.
Okay, Coat of Many Colors.
Yeah.
Let me, do you know how to sing the song? Do you know any? No. You see the problem. But it's fine. Now, talking about Coat of Many Colors, that was the song that really introduced me to her. And that country song is amazing. I play country songs a lot. I play a lot of country songs. I play a lot of it. Jim Reeves, Never Grow Old. The gospel side, you're now talking about
Trevor
Elvis
song.
Presley. No,
Trevor, Aristotle. Trevor.
Okay. Still talking about there's this Morgan Road.
I play more of Celine Dion. Yeah.
You play more of Celine. Okay, how many of Celine Dion songs do you know?
Like three. Three.
Okay, what are the songs?
I don't know. You said that she's.
Is that Celine Dion that sang it?
I don't like you. I personally don't like you here. Like, yes, I don't like you.
But really, talking about Dolly Parton.
Are you teasing me right now?
But mention two of Celine Dion songs you know. That's not the song. But when I was growing up, I listened to a lot of them. A lot of Dolly Parton, a lot of Celine Dion. I listened to a lot of, Jim Reeves, Kenny Rogers. I really loved those songs. And I was so inspired. Just that at some time about that's why I
excuse me, you were so inspired by what exactly?
By their songs and the way they, because I don't like.
What is that? Like, I'm sorry, it's not like I'm attacking you anyhow.
You are.
But at this point, when you say you got inspired by someone, and at some point they should be a directional focus in your life, then people will be like, yes, I'm seeing the influence of.
Okay, you mean there's no influence of their song in my life?
Yes, now.
Don't worry, you will see it now. I'm cooking.
You're still cooking from your childhood to now. You're still cooking.
Seriously,
actually, you're supposed to be done with the food. I don't know if.
Okay. I actually want to, find the lyrics of what's that song of Dolly Parton's Coat of Many Colors. Just find the lyrics. Let's find the lyrics so we can sing it together.
Coat of Many Colors.
No, that's not how it sang. Please, no, that's not how it sang. That's not how it sung. That's not how it sang, please.
Sang it now. Sang it.
You see the problem we are facing in the economy. All right, let me find it. Dolly Parton, Coat of Many Colors.
Yeah.
Dolly Parton, Coat of Many Colors, and we are just Coat of Many Colors. All right, can you bring me that suggestion of many colors? I'm typing many, and the thing is saying money. All right, so now we have her songs, and she actually lived a lot of good life, and I would really want to understand how this whole thing is working. I won't just say it's not just about the music, it's also about what is going on. Now let me just give us just a little lyrics of that song that inspired me, and I started looking for Coat of Many Colors. I forgot that it's not just talking about the coat of many colors in the Bible, it's also talking about a song, something that happened, really happened. And before I give you this song, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to dive right into all this. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. You're welcome back, and we're about to give you the lyrics of Coat of Many Colors, something you could just reminisce on the day as we are mourning Dolly Parton. Unfortunately, we are not on black. But before we get into right there, we have one of our own joining us this afternoon to make this a memorable event and a downturn in the world of entertainment. And I'm telling you right now that Ma has joined. Ma, you're welcome.
How?
Did I just hear Mma?
No, Ma, you're welcome. Ma, you're welcome. Ma, you're welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good.
What's on your throat?
Professor, I want to ask
you guys.
What's all these glitters on your neck?
Because I'm good. All glitters are
all that
yes,
glitters.
All that glitters are good.
Oh,
yes,
really?
Now me be all that glitters.
Now you be gold.
Now me be the gold.
Now you be gold. Now you be glitter.
Yes, now me the glitter. All of them.
So I feel that there was an exchange of something. You were glittering just 2 days. Mma had to take over. Mma, thank you very much for taking over. You are now the latest.
Give me my crown.
I tried to say that.
Give me my crown.
Her spark or her glitter.
Give me my
crown.
crown.
You glitter this week. Yesterday were you glittering? No.
I always glitter.
No.
I glitter always.
It's like she's coming out from somewhere.
Okay, you are going there. All right, let's go down to what we have today.
I'm not getting your time.
And it's important for us to understand that, first of all, before I talk about those things, we lost Dolly Parton.
Yeah,
and
the beautiful woman with the golden voice.
Yeah.
But the most recognized.
For me, Celine Dion takes the part.
No, we're not here to talk about that. Sorry.
John has her own.
Sorry, we're not here to talk about
uniqueness.
that. We're here to talk about Dolly Parton, please.
Yeah. She has her own uniqueness, and Dolly Parton also has her own uniqueness. They all are
just
amazing.
like me. I have
amazing ladies. Like these are people when they talk about celebrities. These are people that we should look up to. These are people that we should emulate in terms of personality. These are people that we should actually say that they are the celebrity we talk about.
Let me tell you something. After I finished listening to her songs, I feel
you
like
changed your ways.
I know. I developed another new talent.
Yeah.
Singing.
Please don't tell us the talent you developed because
she's a good singer.
I know she's a wonderful singer. So
you guys, I've been testing Don Jazzy to sign her up. Don Jazzy.
I don't like this.
I don't like it.
I don't like this one. This joke is too far. It's too far.
Just do a little bit of a freestyle. I'll post it the way Arista's friend posted her, and she's where she is right now.
Yummy.
So just.
All right. The thing is that when you look at this, you will see someone who's, we're going to spend much of our time talking about her, so pay that respect. You see someone who in your words, you say she is the right celebrity, someone to celebrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dolly Parton has been amazing, seeing the songs. But you know that song, Coat of Many Colors? Can you sing it?
I've heard a little bit of it, but I cannot sing it, to be honest with you.
Okay, let me ask you this song. And we always love you.
This song was sung by
Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Whitney Houston sang it 10 years after she is the original owner of the song.
Are you serious?
She was, yeah. She sang it in 1973.
Dolly Parton is the original owner of the song.
Yeah, she's the original owner of the song. Yeah, so Whitney Houston.
And we all thought it was.
Whitney Houston actually did she sang her own
version.
Her own version for a movie soundtrack.
Okay.
And the name of the movie is The Bodyguard.
Okay.
So she sang a movie. She sang it just as the replacement of a movie soundtrack, and it was as though she's the owner, right?
Yeah.
Because Whitney Houston, she is talented. She was talented, of course. She's gone and she's nowhere. Just seeing how the legends in the world of music are going.
She died and her daughter died at the same way.
Gift. What are you guys doing?
Whose daughter died?
Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Whitney Houston, the same way. So now looking at Dolly Parton, you see she has really influenced the world, and I really feel for her, and feel for her fans. All of us, we are
we are in that mood mourning. There's a song we sang many years ago. It's from Fighting Temptations. It says the church is a mourning. That voice.
That voice.
I listened to Don
Which freestyle I should do? No, that's the song they sang many years ago. So now, her fans are really mourning. What can you draw out from this? What are you telling? Is there anybody in Nigeria we can compare with her profile?
Any female, or is it female?
Female celebrity, you can say, okay, there is even half or quarter of her.
Yeah, I know. Asha,
right?
Yeah,
Asha, right?
Asha, was that? Yeah, the black lady.
Yeah, the black lady.
With whiskey.
Stop calling me a
prisoner. Or we can stop calling me a prisoner. Let's hear the Thursday beautiful.
Be the first to cast the stone, Mr. J.
Oh, Mr. J.
No. You see, someone you say that knows the music.
Wait, another person to compare how it should be. Oh, Onyeka Onwenu.
Yeah.
And Jerry is Nelly. Chinedu Abi, what's her name?
Yeah.
A lady I just came across her the other day.
Is she alive?
She's late.
Okay, it's Christy Ibokwe.
Yeah.
Late Christy Ibokwe.
Yeah, there's another one I saw. Her name starts with Nelly something. Nelly Uchendu. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I just came across her the other day, and I think she did an amazing. Just that people don't really recognize them.
I think
this generation.
The only person that
knows them is Marvel.
No. The only person that, like I would say, has a little bit same track record is Onyeka Onwenu, because she is an actress.
Yeah.
She is a songwriter. She's a singer.
Love lead us together. And the lady that sang the light is green. Is green.
That's Tuai Bello. See, look at gift. Just put yourself on chain. It's about to fly.
Yeah.
If I did not, call you back right now. But looking at this, Tuai Bello has been someone who has given us that hope, and we're thinking she will continue singing all those songs of hope.
Yeah.
Just like we have in the male, we have Timida Kolo. Men who sing songs that can inspire you, inspire love, real love, inspire something nice. Johnny Drew. So we're not coming to money.
Yes, Chike.
No, Chike. Apart from Chike, apart from the book, we're talking about people. Their songs that can motivate you to love. The AG,
that means Chike should be there as well.
So that we can remove Chike. All right. Now, what we're saying is, let's go back a little. It's looking at Fela Ejiofor.
Fela's own song was
he actually is someone that actually tells a story. Why singing? Because Coat of Many Colors is about the story is about how the mother made a fabric for her.
That's Coat of Many.
Yeah, a fabric that contains so many colors, the love, the shade, even when there was nothing. Do you understand? Yeah. She actually had to find something to get a combination, different materials, because she didn't have money to get the full materials. So she actually got one. She just wanted to express that love. So she actually had to get so many fabric joined together to make such a wonderful one for her. So she actually was telling the story about her mom and the journey and some other things. So
mothers are blessings.
Some mothers. Today happens to my mom's birthday.
Your mom's birthday. Happy birthday to your mom.
So I can make cake one of enugu.
Oh my God.
Happy birthday to her. But still talking about what we are seeing here. We have seen, while we're still looking at the music, we have gone into the headies.
Yeah.
Now the headies are setting up, and we have some profiles. And as it's rolling out, we could be checking the categories of people who has really done so much in Nigeria. I'm so surprised that in the names of people who have had a recurrent nomination in Nigeria, there's no Burna Boy is not among the names of people that have had recurrent nominations.
When the Burna Boy have never been there.
No, but no. I mean, people have had recurrent nominations. Yeah, and, you know, Burna Boy have. It's not that Burna Boy is not there actually, but let's just take a look at this name. Those who their name have been on the headies. We are talking about from the Rookie of the Year. We are looking at the Rookie of the Year. Who is the Rookie of the Year to you? Who is actually the Rookie of the Year to you? Now you're asking the question, what is Rookie of the Year? Now you can check your phone. What's the Rookie of the Year? You're free to check what you want to check. The Rookie of the Year.
Rookie should be one of those new upcoming artists.
Yeah, of course, an upcoming artist, someone that, you know, someone that is
young
coming
ones.
up, you know, talking about names like Blood Civilian, and you've seen First Class. Then you also seen you know, this Priest. You know, Priest is actually there too. Talking about Priest is there. Yeah, Dan Papa GTA is there. Then Kid Kada is there. Number 11 is there. Priest is there. OG Abba is there. Now, I want to tell you guys something about number 11. How many of you have listened to? I say how many of you? Sorry. Have you listened to Davido's album?
Yeah.
The reality album. You will see this is Priest. Let me talk about Priest first. Priest is the guy who has been. Please, can you get back to Priest? Priest is the guy who has really shown, you know, that song. He has not released a major project. That's what it means. He has not released a major project that makes him a full-blown artist, but there are potential from the features he has had just from someone that is doing something on Instagram, someone that can, you know, put a song out there and people can vibe to it. If you remember this song, you remember I go cut my coat, I go wear oversized, I can't do this year. You remember that song?
Okay, that song.
Yeah,
it trended earlier this year, something like that.
Earlier this year. That's Priest. He sings a lot of trap into rap, and also mixes it with Afro pop and Afrobeat. He's very good with what he sings. He's very good with who he is. That's then number 11. Talking about number 11 is that guy. He has a song with Davido, and I really like his verse. Number 11 on Oriade album of Davido's Oriade album. You know,
I think Davido takes his time to you know, select his collabos.
Why do you say so?
Because if you check the track record of people that he actually sings with, you see that there's this kind of harmonized, you know, entry to the song, and the way it's kind of balancing, just like the way he sang with this person last that trended, this song that trended with Omale. Do you understand? So he sang with so many people, and they actually know how to fuse different things. You know,
of course, it's your work. Okay, it's something that you're good at.
I think he actually will listen to different people sing before he selects this song.
I want to get out that song, number 11. That's the song number 11. The video featuring number 11. The name of the song, yes. Because when I listened to that song, I was like, whoa, give me that thing. Yeah, that's the song. Give me that thing. It's on his Oriade album. In fact, it's lately I discovered that Oriade is the video's local government.
Are you serious?
So he sang that song. He released that album concerning the election that was coming up. So you see, that guy is so intentional and
very smart.
To be intentional, because he knows that the election is coming and he's there already.
And then there was nothing he sang in the song that was about the election. That was smart. And now that give me that thing, that song, the way this number 11. In fact, Priest and number 11 is really good. They are very good.
Davido is very smart. If you see, when during the period of the election, he was not going back, hitting he was just telling them the peace record of his mind. He was not hitting them, insulting them. No, he was just, you know, hitting the major things. And you know, you see them after the election, all of them are just together, you know, jolly.
As it should be.
Yeah, as it should be.
Because you not be there.
Yeah, of course, it is what it is. Now let's take a look at the best recording of the year. You're talking about the best recording of the year, where you are having on Malay's project. Or Malay's there. You can see the likes of you know, even the songwriter. But let's just take a category that's most outstanding recorded song released under the year in review. You have on Malay Cooking Mechanism featuring Elma. Then you have Kumi Arike. Kumi Arike is
you have Rema Baby.
Yes, you have Davido on featuring on Malay with you. Then you have Fola You. This Fola is good, but you have Davido featuring on Malay with you. Is it not that song that?
But Malay is coming out alone, no, on Copy Mechanism.
Copy Mechanism. Now, looking at the best recording, Baby Is It a Crime? That's Rema. How Do You Do? Ameya. But the best in this category, that's the nomination. We're talking about this Davido With You featuring on.
No, I think it's Fola. You.
No, the best. I'm telling you, the best that will be voted is Davido featuring With You. What song trended last day than With You? He's getting
Fola.
Cold outside, double sweater. That's the song that trended more last day. Sweet Fanta Diallo.
Wait, so is David also coming out as a rookie?
Is it?
No,
this is your best one. Okay. If I speak English, you no work. He used Mazi Chimezi, Bright Chimezi's song. He had to, extrapolate his song.
Yeah.
That was why he now later, after the song, he paid him. He called him to pay. He paid him a visit and then gifted him a lot of gifts. I'm talking about the gift Davido gave to Mazi Chimezi Bright, and that his song then that song many years ago. Hey, gift, hold yourself. It's not like you know the song to sing. It's not actually that song. I just led you on. You start singing. It's not that song really. It's not that song really, but it's Bright Chimezi. It's one of Bright Chimezi's song. Onyenkuzi. That's the song really. So I don't know where you are going. You are rushing. Alright, we're gonna take a short break. When we return, we delve right into more of this Headies Award and more. Just wherever you are, stay right here. I hope you're getting entertained. I hope you're getting informed. I hope you're catching your breath. Yes, we're gonna come back. Stay where you are. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We're back again, doing what best we know how to do. Yes, I'm not here with Worldwide, I'm here with my guys. I'm here with another set of guys who wasn't making me happy and who we have been praising this afternoon together. Let's go down to the songwriter of the year. We're talking about the songwriter of the year. Who has written the best song of the year? Now in this category there's a Adekunle Gold. Many people. Many people. If you know the song, this song was actually the song that had to show the class that, I don't know how to put it, but looking at Adekunle Gold's songwriter of the year, many people, this song was featured on EA Sports 2026 football. FC 2026. This song was one of the songs that was nominated. If you know that, if you're a gamer or someone who loves to play football, you could really check this song. Now we're talking about How Do You Do? That's the song. How do you, songwriter of the year. And we still have on that cough syrup with BNXN, talking about Anthony Ebuka Victor. Look at the way they are driving the names home. Anthony Ebuka Victor. Then we have Time Traveler, and also we have Oluwabukomi Ariyibi Peter Kunmi. That's a Ricky songwriter of the year. Then we have Odunlami Afolarin Temi Oluwa. Yeah, Fola. All this your long name. You have to summarize it. Are you AI? Your name, use AI to summarize your name. Fola. Even Ameya, what's your name? Ameya, wherever I see, I call you Chidemma. Chidemma, how are you? Because you are not just Ameya, you are Chidemma, and I will call your full name. How do you do? So this song, have you listened to Fola's song? How many of you know Fola's song? The kind of vibe she plays.
Yeah, I do know Fola's song.
Okay.
But you can't sing it.
Oh, you don't
start shouting.
I feel
I'm not.
Yeah, but Fola, listening to the song where he did, the song that he has Davido on it, and and Mayokun, their song that they just released before. It was a good song. It's actually a good song. Yeah, the one thing I grade about music, because I'm not more about lyrics alone. I listen to lyrics. I don't listen to vulgar, okay? But I listen to, why I'm listening to those songs is because of the sound. I want to hear quality production. I know what having a good sound does. Yeah. Okay. I'm in the department where we control sound, so I want to hear what having a good sound. I want to hear what the instrumentalist played, what the studio manager mixed, how the song came out. And let me tell you something. There's one of the most quality songs I've heard in my life. A song ever produced or that has Larry Gaga on it.
Larry Gaga,
yeah. You guys can. Larry Gaga has. There's a way his beat used to be like. His beat used to be so fine-tuned and solid. Larry Gaga, you see Larry Gaga, you know, featuring Flavor. My best. You know that song.
He actually played. He actually did a lot of music with this lady, this old woman. Teresa, no, her. Not only that, a lot.
Okay, that's not the question I'm asking you. Alright, so that was the song.
I can sing this one very well.
No, please hold on. No, please hold on. We're not singing right now. So we're looking at.
Why do you despise my talent?
I'm not despising your talent. What you have is talent. There's no T there. It's talent you get. I believe Uma can sing a little.
Oh my God. Okay. Now you finish you.
No, it's not still finished.
No, it's still finished. That's just the reason why this guy said this. It hurts me. You have to apologize. You just hurt me.
The way you speak like someone who can even manage to give a tune, the right tune. So when I tune you with the keyboard or when I tune you with the guitar, you will give me the right tune, not someone that does not cannot try. Well, this is an entertainment show, so it's not a personal opinion box. But let's move over to the best R&B. All of my days, how many of you listen to R&B? I so much enjoy music.
I don't like it.
I don't like it because it gets you. Now, looking at that saying, Ameya, what are you doing in this song? I'm going to play this song.
No, she's like, you in every category.
She's really good. That means
she's good.
Chidinma, you are very good. Chidinma, one name. You are very good. Now, I love you. Best R&B.
I don't think she's
not really Guardian. No, not really Guardian. Then we have
Lafia.
Yes, we have Layefa 635.
Lafia.
Yeah, we have Layefa 635. Best R&B. Then we have Thames. What you need?
I don't know why Thames is here.
Why? Is she not meant to be here?
No.
Why?
I don't even understand Thames.
Well, you don't understand them because you do not listen to good music.
Let's talk about
against what? No, at this point I don't like it.
Let's talk about magic.
No, sorry, I think I messed up. No bites.
Let's talk about Magic's Winter and Summer. Now, Tiwa Savage, you for me, best singer and
is Tiwa Savage receiving an award?
Why not? She deserves every award. She's
supposed to be like the one giving the award. Like
okay. Now let's go back to the best rap single. Let's check a look. Let's check the best rap single. I mean, the best rap single where we have the one who has been trending.
Odumodu Black and Black Bones. Did you see this thing?
Odumodu is there.
This people that organize this award, they are looking for trouble.
Yeah, and Black Bone is there, right?
Yeah, that's the second person.
This babe went for them.
That's the second person. Just imagine. If after they finish calling out these people and they come with their team, and they maybe one of them just won the award, the other one they will be fine though.
We're gonna see
that one's gonna be hated about. But
let's see the Odumodu song that's at 2:02 p.m. in London. That song. If you listen to that song, you will. Yeah. If you listen to that song, you will.
Chai, I know this guy should be here.
Tough King.
Tough King should be here.
Best pop single. What's that? Black sheep, are you feeling good? You know that song?
Are you feeling good?
Are you feeling good?
I swear, blah blah blah. Sheep.
Are you feeling good? Now we have
this guy is amazing.
Zeus, Joe, John Wick, and we have Dremo, Man to Man. Dremo, are you still singing? I didn't even know you're still singing.
He still sings.
Wow.
Now you know when I listen to Dremo, my boyfriend.
Dremo, I'm talking about Dremo.
Yes, now Dremo.
Oh, wonderful, Dremo! Congratulations to you. You have been nominated.
But it seems like he's no longer with Davido them. Yeah, he's no longer.
Well, let's take a look at the next category where we have Best Alternative Song. Alte, they call it Alte, ALTE, Best Alternative Song in the category of the right, where we have Lua MP4 featuring Jaleel. Yes, Jaleel. CYK Body. Yeah. CYK Body, that is the song, Best Alternative Song, and these are not Nigerians, basically.
Yeah, Jaleel is a Nigerian guy.
No, I'm saying some of these guys are not Nigerian.
Okay, right.
Some of them Jaleel is a Nigerian guy.
Whiskey Chan is a Nigerian.
Wizard Chan
is not Nigerian, or is he a Nigerian?
He's a Nigerian guy,
but he's looking like all these Kenyan, Rasta,
all these Jamaican.
Yeah.
No, he's a Nigerian breed. I think he's a Port Harcourt breed.
Okay. Wow. We have Blondie,
Omo too sexy.
Yeah. Then we have Brother, Wave Star, Prada Baby. Then we have.
These are not Nigerian artists.
Obom, they are Nigerians. Of these ones are Nigerian. Obom Jaya, Sweet Danger.
Oh.
Summer Adena. That's Summer Adena. There's no Summer. Talking about Chief Priest featuring Boy P and Zoro Swag Bag.
Yeah,
that's Summer Adena. That's the song that I've even made.
Do you know how to sing that song?
No.
Summer Adena make shop. I enjoy summer.
That's actually a good song, of course. It's a song, an alternative song that can give you the say Chief Priest. Chief Priest have been nominated. Where's Burna Boy?
Did you see his kid in that nomination?
No, these people are not in this category. Now let's see Best Vocal Performance Female. Best Vocal Performance Female, we have Laye Fasis 35. And then we have Ameya, How Do You? This song, I'm going to listen to this song.
How do you do? Yeah.
How do you? Now we have Sewa, Lagos Loving, and then we have King Madi, Squangbag. Then we have Leah, Skin to Skin. And then we have Tiwa Savage, You For Me. This is in the female category. Let's go back to the male. Best Vocal Performance. Adekunle Gold, I'm not done. Adekunle Gold said, I'm not done. I'm not done. Adekunle Gold said what? I'm not done.
But Mr. P say I'm done. I got you there.
At least you are actually coming.
Now looking at Adekunle Gold, I'm not done. There we have a Flavor Orente. You know the song Orente?
Yeah.
It's Flavor Best Vocal Performance. Then we have
Magic, Winter,
and Summer. Going down, you have Ordeal, Patience.
I don't understand this guy.
I don't understand.
Give me that.
Hold up. We have Love Mugomo. We have bring back that stay a Bad Belle. Now we have Love Mugomo by Siemka. You know, Love Mugomo, baby.
You man, I love the Mugomo.
That's Chike's brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Chike's younger brother. Be elder brother.
Chike's younger brother.
Elder brother. That is.
Why don't you like my voice?
Please don't please don't be talking. Are you done talking? Please let me continue where I stopped. No, you don't.
You go make cash. You no go give us cake again.
Well, I won't. But talking about CMK, how many of you have used that song to play something?
Yes,
I using Heaven Baby. How many of you have used Heaven Baby?
I used it yesterday. Heaven Baby.
No, I use Heaven Baby for my baby yesterday.
For your baby, right? Beautiful. So have you used Heaven Baby?
Yeah. I used it yesterday
for your promotion of business.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you trying to imply? I use it for useful something. I'm using it for.
Well, let's take a look at the best R&B album, guys. There's a lot of music to listen to. Best R&B album, we have Kumi, Before We Became Strangers. That's the best R&B album.
Yeah.
Then we have Fola, Catharsis by Fola, and we're having King Madi, I Am the Blueprint.
Yeah.
And then Thames, Love is a Kingdom. Oh my days, that's a good song. Seeing the title is a good song. Now we have Taiwa, yes, Taiwa. You have reflection station. Then we have to accept it. This one is personal. Actually, I've listened to this one. It's personal.
I like that song.
Really, really personal. Let's go back to the producer of the year.
Okay.
Producer of the year, Majestic's Jogodo by Asake and Whiskey and Real Volume 1 by Asake and Whiskey. Talking about producer of the year. Then we're also looking at P Prime. You know P Prime?
Yeah, I know P Prime.
Okay. Now we have MMS by Asake and Whiskey. Baby, Is It a Crime by Rema. Billionaire Slop. Oh, you know Billionaire Slop by Olamide and Daco.
Wow,
Whiskey. Yeah, Billionaire Slop. Then we have Raji, Hot Body by Ira Star. And who's that? This guy will win.
Who's that?
This guy would may win.
Ira Star, right?
Yeah.
She should win, I bet.
No, I'm talking about the producer of the year. Someone that produced. Who's that song? Is amazing. But Rema outdid him. So now I'm looking at this Tempo with You by David. Oh my God, that was another mighty competition. Who is that girl? Hot Body. Look what nobody can do. There you have P Prime. P Prime is there too. And you're having SARS. Oh my God, SARS is there too. SARS is there too. Getting Paid by SARS, Asake Whiskey, and Skill Bean, and Oh Yeah by Asake, and Common Loop by SARS featuring Asake. Then you have Tempo. That's the last on the release. But let's take a look at this before we wrap up the show. Talking about the music video of the year. Let's take a look at the music video of the year. Director Pink. The video 10 Kilo. Davido. Orobo 10 Kilo. Let me leave it at that. Because the video sings one kind of melody that people have not really, related to. He has a melodious kind of. I really like people that write for him at times. I like people that produce him. They put some melody. Like you can play the video song on the keys and not lose anything. That's why you see Aye is the greatest of the video song. Aye is the greatest. There's no other song that the video will do that will pass Aye. Omosi Gobe, that's the greatest song. Aye and Omosi Gobe. All these ones they are singing it's not even there. But let's take a look at 10 Kilo, Davido. That's the song. Now let's go over to TG Omori. Now, remember yesterday we were talking about Director Pink. Director Pink, we were talking about her being those who have been the greatest producers. Now, Director Pink is the one. She was the one who who had to shoot the 10 Kilo video with Davido. She shot the video. Now we're talking
that Director Pink. We were just talking about her yesterday, and I was telling you that I was comparing her with TG Omori, but
you can't compare her with TG Omori. TG Omori.
I think TG
Omori is way more expensive.
I know.
You know TG Omori.
Wait, calm down. I think there should be a male and female category here, right?
Okay, that's what you think, but let's see what they think. TG Omori, Afro Culture. How many of you have watched Afro Culture?
Yeah, I have.
Flavor featuring Baba Mao, music video of the year. That's the song. Now we have DK Bondo by Bondo, and that's Burna Boy, music video of the year. The DK Bondo by Bondo. Now we have Judah Jala Kai Olamide featuring Whiskey, and we have Meji Alabi. This song too. Have you watched Who's That Girl video?
Yeah.
Have you watched that song? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's popping? That song.
Ira
Star. It was shot in the Arabians, and it's one of the classiest songs I've seen in 2026. I'm not kidding you.
The video actually came out as I suspected of it.
As expected of the song, like even what Roma sang, everything was on point.
The dance, everything
was together, man. It was a class.
The outfits, it really.
Then look at Dami Twitch. That's the problem now. Dami Twitch with you, Davido. Dami Twitch with you, Davido featuring on Malay. I'm not sure this is gonna go anywhere, but we are talking about. Okay, of course it can. It can really.
Do you also know that Dami Twitch and Clarence shot it? Clarence, they're all big. They are bigger than Omori and Tichi, right?
Go to the song of the year.
Okay.
Song of the year. Arike by Kumini.
Okay.
And we have Pokoli, Shadow Boy, Shadow Day, and Hey Jago. We have Yasta Hot Body. We have the video featuring Omale. We have With You, and then we have Fido. Joy Is Coming. Well, then we have Ashake Whiskey, MMS, and then we have the last Olamide featuring Young John, Ashake, Sheyi Vibes, and the Call Me. That's 99.
Okay, that 99 is the best song of the year because I'm gonna party like 99.
Everybody would.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what 99 is? I'm gonna party like 99. Do you know what that song is?
Yes, it means like he wants to party like.
Do you know what the song? That's Hot Body No Richard. Hot Body is song for all these upcoming sleeping. Okay. It's not a song for. Do you know what I'm gonna party like?
You are judging it based on what you think.
You don't like. This is probably if you don't like our female artists.
No, I like.
You ask. You know that when Arista dropped Tornado, people started comparing because what's his name? Shown in with a little bit of vocal there. So people were like saying, it's for last side parties.
Well, we are going to see.
Why?
Of course. Guys, we're running out of time.
No, I am not running out of time. I am here to take us the truth.
Okay, well, your truth is that we are about to wrap up the show, and here we have been doing this. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, Ma, for being part of the show, and thank you very much, Keith, for being part of the show. Until we come here same time, same station tomorrow. Tomorrow is a special edition. I want you to hang on. We're going to be talking about drugs in the entertainment industry, what it does to celebrities, and what could be the result and the effect. Until we come your way, have a wonderful afternoon. I'm Good Hope Chukwumadu, Commissioner for Enjoyment. Bye.
Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Aneke television. How I get one with the Quago and I am what you Kuku How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Emel, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Emel. Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Pukwan, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the Melo, Yamela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you
Yeah, you're welcome to another edition of our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And this is where we dissect various topics in the polity that makes a whole lot of meaning. This is where we give insight to these topics. And of course, we get very wonderful discussants who do all these dissect and throw more insight on the topics that are designed to be discussed. And today we're going to discuss on a topic, a political topic, because we are within the political period. Between now and January or February, Nigeria will be done with her general elections. And I have the topic that says APC and PDP, Rainbow Coalition. Is it real or otherwise? Real or not real? We have seen where there is a hope agenda, renewed hope agenda, which means the hope that has been there has been hope for Nigerians. And that is what the present administration is really working on. And now, for a re-election, he's coming with a renewed hope agenda. And then we have the APC, which is the ruling party upon which Bola Ahmed Tinubu flew into the presidential villa. And the PDP, the former opposition party, the former main opposition party in Nigeria, that has now decided, even with a whole lot of problems around it, making some factions of the party. One of the factions of the party have sued for a coalition with the APC, which means the leadership, which revolves around our person.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. We're sincerely sorry for that obstruction. We are talking about the Rainbow Coalition between a faction of PDP and the ruling party APC. The topic is APC and PDP Rainbow Coalition, real or otherwise. And I have a guest in the studio who is set to, of course, lend a solid voice to this topic. We are talking about a journalist, a public affairs commentator. He's as well the chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists Correspondent Chapel in Enugu State. We have Comrade, because Comrade is always a comrade. Comrade Lawrence Njoko. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much.
As we have the topic, yes. APC and PDP Rainbow Coalition, real or otherwise. We do know that you're going to come out with your best. But let me tell you about the ruling APC that had the Renew Hope agenda for 2027 election. And the campaigns started on 19th of this month. And the campaign structure has been laid out. I'm yet to see them campaigning, but I know that the President Ahmed Tinubu presidential campaign team is ready. The PDP, which was the former opposition party in Nigeria, after they lost in 2015 to Muhammadu Buhari, has been balkanized or fragmented into faction this, faction that. And then a faction led by Wike, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, have sued for a coalition with the APC. Initially, they did not want to actually present a presidential candidate. But it's like they have presented a presidential candidate that is not ready to actually run for presidency because of the Rainbow Coalition. And in Rivers State, Port Harcourt, that is exactly where they actually bank on a Rainbow Coalition, where Fubara was actually not returned. Even when he cross-carpeted to the APC, he was not given a ticket. So, the minister, Wike, said it's real as a political movement or local working alliance. That is what he defined the Rainbow Coalition as, particularly in Rivers State, and selected cross-party camps backing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2027 re-election. But the Rainbow Coalition will be fake or otherwise will not be real in terms of a legally recognized merger. The party has not merged in any way, which means that legally there is no merger, there's no coalition, because there are still independent entities, there are still legal persons staying apart, not coming together to actually merge or contract. And that is the situation. So I want to ask, what do you see from the perspective of seeing the PDP now caving in to merge with the APC, and the Minister of Federal Capital Territory still a member of the PDP? Do you not see such legally unexistent merger as an anti-party activity?
All right. Thank you very much. Just like you've pointed out, I think let me begin by talking about just a little bit about this Rainbow Coalition. Number one is the fact that the incumbent minister of FCT actually initiated this. And basically, he was, for me, a kind of a payback to whoever gave him power or whoever gave him the appointment. And that is in saying that he will continue to support the incumbent president to return to office in 2027. And then how would he want to achieve that? Decided to ensure that he used both hands and legs to hold on the PDP, which of course, like you said, the main opposition party after the 2015 general elections, which the late Buhari won. Now, let us even begin to dissect the PDP. If you look at that crisis, That crisis was so that couldn't have allowed the PDP to survive. And that is basically because the pillars of the party have refused to yield ground. You saw characters like the minister, you saw their former chairman, former this, former that, you know, who held on to their various positions. But there was a goal, and that goal was to ensure that the party did not, you know, recover to begin to now challenge the ruling party. And that was where you now see even governors, the few governors who emerged from the PDP began to now hobnob with the APC to the point of jettisoning the PDP and now declaring allegiance to the APC. Now, in order to continue to disseminate the party, you saw Wike now want to lead the coalition, what he called the Rainbow Coalition, what he calls Rainbow Coalition. When you want to talk about it in practicality, what is this Rainbow Coalition? For me, I think it is just interest. How will this Rainbow Coalition affect or benefit the PDP, which of course has become a lame duck? You discover that, number one, if we have a Rainbow Coalition, for him as the minister, it means support for the APC government. If we have a Rainbow Coalition, he as the minister has the financial muscle to pull any other person, any other remnant of PDP. Because as far as I'm concerned, they've all run away. So the few that are still remaining, they have the financial muscle, to pull them together and tell them that this is the direction to go. And nobody will say a no. So you want to, number one, protect your interest, personal interest. And then number two, to use it probably for other political gains. Now let us look at what has happened over the years or over the months since we started talking about Rainbow Coalition. What has that been able to gain for PDP? We have a situation where even the party, as we speak now, I don't think they have a presidential candidate. Unless there is somebody they are trying to put out there. But even if you say you're going to have a presidential candidate, where would that presidential candidate start campaigning? What is he going to talk about when a nucleus of those who are ordinarily are supposed to support you are inclined towards your opponent? So what are you going to talk about? Is it just just to have a figure that we can call a presidential candidate? Are we just trying to put a presidential candidate because we want to contest an election? You discover that there's nothing about it. Then look at the candidates that the PDP have lined up for these 2027 general elections. Who are they? And where are they coming from? So you discover that there is a weak link. There is an attempt to weaken every component of whatever is remaining of the party. So as to make sure that by 2027, the incumbent president returns to power. And probably after that, if we now want to have a PDP that we can call an opposition party, then we now have a PDP that we can call an opposition party. Now look at it again. Even the so-called candidates that the PDP, has been able to produce at the moment, each of them is saying almost the same thing. Everybody is either campaigning for the incumbent president or saying one thing about himself. Not just that. And I remember there was a rerun election in Rivers State a few months ago. Yeah. And we were told that PDP won the seat. One of the run elections. We were told that PDP won the seat. You remember what happened when the man was being sworn in? The senior president, had to make a caricature of the party. He now said he didn't know that PDP still exists. And you can imagine that kind of a thing. So when you ask whether this coalition or this Rumble coalition is real, whether it is just otherwise, I will continue to sound that there is no reality about what is going on.
There's no reality about any form of rainbow coalition as being claimed by Wike, who is leading a faction of the PDP. One, let me digress a little bit in terms of how PDP has hit a concrete rock, the issue of balkanization, the issue of decimation, like you said earlier. You said the PDP was the almighty PDP powerful that was ruling Nigeria. At a point they lost election. And when they lost election, it was as if they were going to rebuild themselves once more. Suddenly, they lost yet another election to the APC. But some of their governors were elected. Suddenly, some of the governors, of course, you made a point about not those who held position did not yield. Nobody actually wanted anything to be done differently. That is, all the things must be done based on their own interest. And they did not consider their own common interest any longer. So, they all left the party. A few persons that remained continued and struggled with the Wike leadership in quotes, who installed the caretaker committee and all of that. Suddenly, the governors left. We had two governors that finally, the two was standing then. That was the governor of Gombe State and the governor of Oyo State, Makinde. They were the two standing. They tried as much as possible to ensure that Wike and group are made to leave the party for them to reorganize themselves. But Wike kept getting court orders against that. And of course, they went ahead to hold a convention with the court finally nullified. Even with the Supreme Court ruling, the PDP factions are still in court. So I want to ask, who is the person or which people are responsible for the downfall of PDP? Or where you think the problem of that party came from? Where you think it may not have been in the place of either one person or the other to have killed the party, but the death or the illness that attacked the party to the extent of getting it as down as it is presently must have come from somewhere. From where?
Okay. Thank you again. I love your narrative when you came from the fact that PDP suddenly collapsed. And when you begin to look at it, look at the journey of the party, look at the way they did things, look at the fact that a lot of grievances that came up along the line were not thoroughly handled. I think the problem came from, their inability to plan well. The APC capitalized on certain loopholes, certain gaps in the party to now wreak the havoc. And then let me give you an instance. After the elections in 2015, Barry came to power. You could still see APC. You could still see PDP. Struggling. And it was like, look, in the next election, that was in 2019. Said by 2019, we will restore PDP to power. Now what happened? Why did that come to reality? It didn't come to reality because basically one, there is this zonal arrangement that was in place, or that is still in place, that actually moved power to the north. And now when you come to the north, who is that candidate? Who is that person that the people could say we trust so much? Now look at the people that surrounded the PDP. You had the former vice president. You have the even the McCarthy. You have even the former governor of Sokoto State, Tamboa. And a good number of them. They were all struggling to hold power in PDP. But there was an APC that looked at Buhari and said, take this power. So, in that attempt to continue to struggle on who gets our nomination ticket, who gets our mandate to represent us in the election, we now see a lot of gulf, some sort of divisions. This is for Tamboa, this is for McCarthy, this is for this person, in the same party. And their inability to heal those wounds actually made them to lose in 2019. Now, you come to 2023. It was actually supposed to be a time that you could say, now that this man is going out, I think PDP is supposed to now present itself as the true opposition political party. But you now discover that that same problem that arose from the ticket should be mine. I don't agree with what you did at the National Convention. I don't agree with who is the national chairman of the party. And you look at the series. If you go into history, the number of people that were there as the national chairman, who were removed, some were 6 months, some were less than 1 year, some were 1 year. And over flimsy issues. So the gulf, was increasing by the day. There was no political will to address those things. And those who felt that, look, the way things are, we may not return to power, actually moved into APC immediately. They were in PDP and working for APC. Now, take for instance, Wike was governor until 2023. I hope I'm right. Until 2023. Wike suddenly formed what he called the G5 governors. And who are these G5 governors? The same governors produced by the PDP. And instead of working for their own presidential candidate, they started working for the opposition presidential candidate. And when you have such rancor, when you have such division, when you couldn't put your house in order, I don't know the magic you expect Nigerians to perform.
Yes, when you don't have your house in order, you cannot make a magic for your house to start flourishing the way it is put. Things will not flourish again. He has summed it up in the fact that a lot of problems that was inherent in PDP, starting from nomination of candidates and all others, actually resulted in the problem that destroyed the PDP. Well, I do not know if it is fully destroyed because they are still coming for the elections. Yet, there are cases in court. Who knows what will happen? We are going to pause for a break. When we finish the break, we'll come back and then we'll continue on our topic. And our topic is still the Rainbow Coalition, real or otherwise, as being propagated by the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
We are welcome back to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are discussing a topic that is very important in our polity, more so when the election is fast approaching, just a few months away. The APC and PDP Rainbow Coalition, whether it is real or otherwise. And some people, some sections of the society say it is real, and these people that say it is real are those who are hobnobbing, who are anchoring on the Wike agenda. And then those who believe in the rule of law says there's nothing that portrays that coalition as being real, since there's no legal backing to it. And our guest here, of course, has captured that as also not real, given the fact he has done some analysis, which if you've been watching us, you may have heard from him that it is not real, and he gave instances of why it is not real. I'm still coming back to you. He's Comrade Lawrence Njoko, who is a journalist, a public affairs, and the chairman of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Correspondent Chapel, Enugu. Comrade Law, our great comrade, you have reeled out majority of the problems that resulted in PDP being the way it is presently. But I want you to just, you know, be a little more explicit on some area. You talked about the nominations, the actions and inactions of some of the PDP faithfuls, especially stakeholders, while they were preparing for some of the elections, especially the election of 2023. Before the election of 2023, you had mentioned about the G5 group. And the G5 group are governors of PDP. And these governors of PDP jettisoned the agenda of the party and then followed the agenda of another party, which in some cases could, you know, be called anti-party activities. Yet, because of how mighty they are and how mighty the gang is, a gang of 5, G5, nobody actually could call them to order. We know that the 2023 election, Abubakar Atiku was the presidential candidate of PDP. And when it was time to pick a running mate from the south, Nyesom Wike had, before then, done a whole lot of work on PDP, invested a whole lot of money in PDP. Yet, he was not given. Remember, you talked about the zoning, in quotes. Nyesom had thought that the PDP, since APC has a southern presidential candidate, that the PDP will also bring out a southern presidential candidate. But when he couldn't emerge as the presidential candidate of PDP, due to sellout by some people, or alleged sellout by Tambuwa. It was alleged that Tambuwa sold out to support Atiku after all. And that was why Nyesom Wike now decided to do most of the things which he is still doing now. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back. So, and I ask, how do you view the actions of Nyesom Wike and the actions of how he was treated when he was running for presidency to become the presidential candidate, since by way of zoning, the presidency has to come down to the south? And of course, he has done so work more than anyone else in the south in PDP to actually get that ticket. But he lost.
Okay, I keep saying that politics is a game of interest. I also said that what destroyed the PDP has always been the fact that leaders held to themselves. Leaders held to their opinions. Leaders held to the fact that they are supposed to decide what happens and nothing else. Now let me go back to your question. Your question simply is asking me why the treatment that Wike got, probably before and after the convention, national convention of the party, was fair enough.
His present actions
and yes. All right, that particular convention, if I can remember, I think was held in Port Harcourt. Wike was still sitting as the governor. And like in your analysis, you also said because there was power shift, there was this zoning arrangement that should have actually bring back power to the south. And since the APC had already taken a presidential candidate from the south, there was expected of the PDP to have also chosen somebody from the south. Yes, what he said is right. That was this expectation of majority of Nigerians. And when we had that expectation, remember what happened. Remember that the likes of peterobi also had their eyes on that particular ticket. But the politics got to a level that he saw that there were some other motives behind what they were talking about that he had to now put to the Labour Party. So, but if you ask me whether what they did was in order, number one, I'm not a member of the PDP, and I'm not also a politician. But nobody could have actually, stomached what happened. Because it was actually the turn of the South. And for former president, former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, to have, maneuvered his way, to the point of,
Muslim
that ticket, shouldn't have been. And that's why I told you that because of this, struggle, that it must be my opinion, it must be my thing, that is why we are where we are. Now, what is the next action of wike? Then I said, okay, since no other person can speak or can breathe in PDP, let us destroy the party. And that is where we are today. But let me tell you something. Like I keep saying, that party is destroyed. The carcasses that they are trying to, patch up now, I don't see that working. I don't see that working because whether you like it or not, it is about the interest of the leader. It's about the interest of the leader. Who are those PDP people? Who are those members of the PDP that we are even talking about? Who are those that we're talking about? A leader that will say, okay, you are the one that will be the chairman. You are the one that will be the secretary. You are the one that will be this. You are the one that will be that. Have you ever seen that kind of arrangement work? So what if that leader is not there tomorrow? Okay, let's say for instance, assuming the minister is not a minister tomorrow. So what happens with the PDP? That's number one. Now let's say he continues to be a minister. In 2031, power will return to the north. I hope you are aware.
Yes, of course we do. We all know that.
So let's say he continues to be a minister after 2027. Is it likely that in 2031 he will relinquish that office to contest an election and win? Or is it likely that he will even in 2021, 2031 continue to be a minister? These are some of the things that we need to ask ourselves.
Yeah, but given the kind of ambition, he has had an ambition to become the president of Nigeria. And I do believe that
it was that ambition that was cautered that manifested into what we have now.
Yes, of course.
And that's why I said earlier that because we wouldn't want to yield to anybody. There were situations that could have occurred. Probably you have spent your resources, whether they were personal resources or not, that made your contacts. You have done all the groundwork, but at the end of the day, the law did not fall on you. The people that could say, okay, no problem, let us continue. Then that is on his own side. Then the other part of article, since there was a gentleman agreement that this power must rotate to this zone, why would you want to be part of it? Isn't that what is happening now?
Yes.
You want to, the power is still in the south, but you want to contest against the south, knowing that in the next 4 years the power returns to your area. So why won't you wait for that 4 years to come?
Till the time comes.
So that when you are now morally now, you can now say yes, what I am contesting is right. So that is the cross of the matter. That is what is attempting to bury the PDP.
But are you not foreseeing a situation where Nyesom Wike, or do you foresee a situation where Nyesom Wike cross carpets to the APC or still remain in PDP to run for his president?
I don't see him remaining in PDP. Now let me tell you, by after 2027, that's after next year, there won't be a PDP anywhere. Nobody will shout, nobody will talk about the umbrella again.
How? Why? Because some of them, they are running election in various
states. It does not matter. Now let me tell you what will happen. They will, whoever emerges will join the ruling party. Whoever emerges will join the ruling party. Are you aware that even the national secretary of the party now is angry to become the governor in Imo State? I hope you are aware. Yes. Simply to become the governor. And are you telling me now that the way Ayahu has carried his affairs so far, that Ayahu will do anything to challenge APC, assuming the party continues in power and emerges a governor tomorrow? It's not possible. It's not possible. With what has happened in PDP, there is nowhere, even in the courts of the land, the various courts in the land now, that anybody can come out and say that this party there is still hope in this party.
But the PDP Board of Trustees, led by Wabara, said the Supreme Court ruling favored them to be in charge, but they're supposed to have put the party together, and they formed another group, giving them the power to become the Caretaker Committee.
Now let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Hold on before you continue. Let me ask you a question. You told me that PDP has produced some candidates in the oncoming election. In the coming election. You said so?
Yeah.
Is it the PDP whose board is controlled by Wabara? Or which one?
Wabara. The Supreme Court ruling.
I'm not talking about Supreme Court. I said, which faction of PDP produced these candidates that we're talking about?
Wabara is not supposed to be in any of the faction, being the chairman of Board of Trustees. So,
are you aware that Wike has his own Board of Trustees?
I know.
Led
by Ohabunwa.
Another Abiaman. Is it not true?
Yes.
So what are we talking about?
So,
and which of those candidates has the INEC recognized?
The INEC recognized the Wike faction of the PDP.
So as
but the Supreme Court ruling recognized the Wabara faction of Board of Trustees. That is where the
don't drag me into talking about some of these rulings. I don't want to talk about some of these rulings. I don't want to talk about some of these issues in court.
Okay.
Yes, I don't want to go there because they have their own implications. I really don't want to go there.
Let's also talk about the issues in court. That's exactly why I parried it ab initio. Now, the PDP, the APC, you have said that the coalition is not real. So, why is Wike still championing the coalition? Do you foresee that he has another agenda beyond 2013?
Now let me answer you. Let me answer this way. In 2023, in 2023, we had the G5 governors working under one man, under a leader who happens to be the FCT minister. Is that not true?
True.
Today, can you say that those five governors are now ex-governors? Are they still working together? You might count one or two. Maybe those those who have become ambassadors.
I see them all working together. They have all been given, except for one or two.
There are two. The former governor in Benue, Makinde, has left PDP.
Okay.
Makinde is now the presidential candidate
of APM.
Good. All right. So, if that arrangement, that coalition that achieved a positive result collapsed along the line, or has collapsed today, so what do you think will become of this rainbow coalition? I told you that it is just to satisfy self. Wike, the way I look at him, will not do anything that will hurt anything that will hurt the APC.
The presidential candidate of APC.
I said the APC. I didn't say the presidential candidate.
The APC as a party.
The APC as a party. And that on the long run includes the presidential candidate. The fame that he enjoys today, the platform upon which he answers a minister, the platform upon which he still exercises power, was granted to him by the APC-led
government.
APC-led government. So whether you like it or not, if there was no agreement that we should bring this man into our cabinet, we should bring this man into our fold, President Tinubu may not have done otherwise. If there was no agreement, there was no, I mean, they decided to be strategic about it. This man, I think, is a strong person. He's a strong politician. We need to still have him around us. He's strong-willed. So we need to have him around us. So what do? We looked at one of the choicest agencies or portfolios and handed it over to him. And where he is, you can even see that he's even playing politics more than most members of APC.
Yeah. He is playing, Wike seem to be playing more politics than many members of APC. That is the much we can take from today's edition of our program because of want of time. But we are, of course, elected that you discuss this topic with some level of finesse and erudition. We thank you, Comrade Lawrence Njoko, the chairman of NUJ Correspondent Chapel Enugu, and of course, one man who has tried to, or who has done so many things, differently. We thank you once again.
Thank you very much
for coming.
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful.
And you, viewer, you have watched our program. That's Arena. We have discussed our topic, whether the rebel coalition is real or otherwise. And this is where we are drawing the curtain on today's edition of the program. Thank you, and God bless you.
Bye.
every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
It is with joy that we welcome you to Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program whose duty it is to place a check on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, especially the students on campuses, and all of the things they do in order to come out after examination successfully. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi, and today our focus is still on the student success in examinations, the part 3 of it. Thank you so much for being there. Permit me to introduce to you once again another set of young academic doctors who made our list for this particular show. I have by my right a lecturer from the Department of Educational Management, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Chibike Ozagu. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you, Chibike.
And again, I have another lecturer from the Industrial Chemistry Department, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Lotenna Okwesli. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right. In the previous episode, that was a part 2 of this particular topic, where we looked at basically the consequences of examination failure and what the students do they are not supposed to do in order to pass exams, and the other things they do that they are supposed to do in order to pass exams in their different campuses. And today, even that day, we looked at other aspects of it. We traced the causes of examination failure to the incompetence of the teachers, where we discussed extensively. And again, we looked at the factors that can contribute to the incompetence of teachers as well. Then when we looked at the inadequate parental support as a factor, that was where that particular episode came to an end for the exigence of time. Then today, let's begin from there. Do you think is a good factor that can militate against the student success in examination?
Is it the
inadequate parental support?
Of course, to still reinforce what we've said, if parents are not part of their students' academic journey, most times those students don't turn out well. Okay? So it is important that parents pay attention, like I said in the last session, to the trajectory of their students. You need to ask them of their words. You need to ask them questions whenever they come back. What did you learn today? You know, do you have any assignments? Do you have any issue? Even the social interaction of the child in the school, the consequences or the outcome of such interactions can militate or interfere with their studies. So as a parent, you also have to dig deep to know what's going on in their social interactions in the academic setting.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Ozago, you know that all parents are not the same. There are parents, as a matter of fact, that didn't go to school. No. Even some of those assignments they give to their children, their words, they may not be able to attend to it. What do they do in this case?
Chukwuemeka, you know, extensively the last time we met, we talked on this, and I think we had an elaborate discussion on this. However, there's no way you have everybody educated in a society. There's no way you have everybody educated in a society. But what matters is, no matter how unprofessional or how little it is, that, you know, that monitoring is very, very key. You know, people, because most of us, our parents were not graduates. Am I understood?
Okay.
Or are not. So mine, the both of them are late. So that's why I used we. So, but then they did, you know, they got involved to a reasonable extent in what went on in our studies. Then no matter how happened. But I know my mother was always, monitoring. I'm not saying she didn't, but she didn't like so, but she monitored what we were doing at school. Do you understand? To a reasonable extent. So that kind of, even if you are not educated, you can ask teachers. Teachers are not British as of today. Barely find teachers in Nigerian schools who are foreigners. So most of these things are locals. Am I understood? So you ask them.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's quickly look at these days it looks as if the society celebrates celebration of material success over academic pursuit these days. Yes, if anybody does any kind of thing and gets a big money comes, the society celebrates such person. But just like you said, I don't think your community has celebrated you for having pursued your doctorate and you got it. Yes. So how does it affect student success in examination?
Of course, it affects because if somebody like me, myself, have been celebrated, I believe those people who are coming after me would want to follow my footsteps. Okay. Getting a PhD wasn't the funny thing. In fact, you have to get your Bachelor of Science degree, get your master's, get your PhD. This is years of commitment and investment. So, but then the society pays attention more to just the certification. Nobody wants to understand the journey. For me, I prefer you celebrate the journey, not necessarily the output. Okay. And the understanding of the journey, if you understand it, it would now adds motivation. That's now what motivates people to follow you. Not necessarily the PhD now, but I would want people to understand the rigors of the process, celebrating me because I went through the rigors of the process. That will now serve as a motivation for those coming after us. So not necessarily the PhD now, but the process. Haven't followed through the process. And what does the process entail? It entails hard work, it entails tenacity, it entails commitment. So that's the point. I would want the society to come to a point where we celebrate doggedness in achieving success, not necessarily the success outcome, or the similitude of the outcome.
In most cases, it is the outcome that they see.
Yes.
Yes.
But I want the young ones to understand that the outcome is not as palatable as it looks. There's a process that led through to that. Okay. So that is what I assume.
Thank you so much. Dr. Zagi, I want you to critically look at the consequences of students' failure. In examination. Consequences.
Okay, consequences.
Yes. When students fail exams.
Yes, what they face. Number one is there are a number of factors that come with student examination failure. Number one is frustration. There's this mental distress that follows that if not well tackled may cause the student to further derail. Most people drop out of school as a result of failure, not because their parents do not have what is required to train them further. Do you understand? But because of that shock that they failed, they may not have the courage to go back again, especially when their peers must have. Assuming you are in a class of and your close allies and all this, so you are asked to drop and they move. At times it causes, do you understand? So that's one. Then there's this delay in graduation.
Okay.
Delay in graduation. So, which is, that one might appear simple because it's what we all know as the basic consequence. Am I understood? So, but then, it's a very big it might not actually look because it is something that will have become very familiar, very normal with. Am I understood? We have become used to that when you don't pass, when you fail, you may require to stay maybe an extra year, maybe 1 or 2 more years extra. So, but these things are not as common as we take them or as we see them, because one, as you are further staying, there's an economic angle.
Okay.
Because there's money. We need money the parents or the family of that person may require extra funds to continue pushing or sponsoring the person through these things. Then time is a very important resource, but Nigerians or the black Africa, I don't know, but I know that Nigerians who don't consider time as but it is a very important resource. So when you know, do you know that if I had not chased after my academics or my education the way I did, that I did not keep any particular, even 1 year throughout my my educational journey. Okay. Do you know, if not for that, it's possible I wouldn't have been where I am, or I might not have been opportune to be a lecturer by now. Am I understood? So that's there are so many other things.
Okay, thank you so much. You really made a good point. Dr. Okwesili, yes. Is there any way you think the student failure after examinations can encourage what is called special centers?
Of course. Well, these special centers you already have for mostly those people who are writing WIEC and all of that is because most times the parents already know the strength of their children. You know, when you enter, like just we're saying parental support, when you are watching your child, you can tell that this one is not really active. But parents can go the extra mile to make sure even that child scales through maybe WIEC. So they go and register in such centers. I don't know if you're getting me. And they pay whatever is supposed to be paid. Yeah. You see? So this child is weak. Instead of being motivated to read and succeed, they are now aiding you. Aiding and abetting.
Who writes the exam? Is it the same?
Of course, people, missionaries are paid. Okay. To do this.
To aid and abet.
You understand? Missionaries are paid. Sometimes some of the administrators who are in cahoots with the syndicates, they, you know, even solve some of these things for them. But most of these things are found at the secondary level. In the university level, what we see is what we call impersonation, where someone is paid to come and sit in for someone in an examination. So special center is not necessarily seen at the university level, but you see that at the WIEC, NECO, at the basic level. Whichever way, whether special center, impersonation, all of these things is what is leading the menace we are witnessing in the academic setting today. That is the bane of our system as it is.
Okay, let's quickly relate it to the increase in the unemployment. How could failure in examinations contribute to that? Is there any way you think?
Yeah, what I wouldn't know about having a direct impact or effect on the rate of unemployment that we are experiencing here in Nigeria. But I know that, you know, what results can get in most cases is that employment.
Well, let me remind you what you mentioned earlier than now, that it causes dropping out of school.
Yes.
Discouragement.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. When one drops out of school, does the person continue?
No.
Okay. And at the end, the person may not meet up with the prerequisite.
What that one causes is that, assuming there's need for manpower, then this one may cut down on that. But it's not the but it does not have direct this thing. What it has, what I know happens as a result of this is that most people may not be able to hold on to their appointments after some time, because one is what these things do is that it hands you, it gets the certificate, but these things don't keep you on the job. So you have to, assuming you want to be lucky, then you have to devote and commit to that job after everything, assuming God wants to have mercy for you. Am I understood? God have mercy on you. Then there's need for you to trash all those past lies and all the, all those type of this. Then commit to that particular job. Then to learn, condemn yourself to learning what happens on the job. That's the only way you survive. Otherwise, you see yourself being left out after a long run, because you're not the material for such.
Let me add to what he's saying.
Just make it brief.
Let me add to what he's saying.
But before you do that, thank you so much, Dr. Ozagu.
Exactly.
I want to observe just a short break. Which I will rather just this time. Avia, thank you also for being there. Just a short break. Don't go away.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you so much. We're back from the short break. It's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is still the student success in the examination, the part 3 of it. Thank you so much. I still have the youngsters here. Dr. Ozago Chibike, who is a lecturer at Department of Educational Management, Esut Enugu here. And again, I have Dr. Okwesili Lotenna, who is also a lecturer in industrial chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Esut, thank you so much. Let's continue. Before the short break, I wanted us to look at what the students do, or what students should do in order to pass exam. You know, at the first segment of this program, we've always looked at the causes of examination failure. So there are certainly what students should do in order to do what? To avoid the failure in order to pass exams. So take it off from
First and foremost, this child should start attending lectures regularly. Because
Okay.
I've said, and I keep saying, it is during the lectures that the lecturers emphasize concepts. And then, not just attending lectures, you start organizing your notes, your lecture notes from that day, and make it a point of duty. Whenever you get home, revise whatever was taught for the day. Because students wait until a week into the exam, they start doing haphazard kind of practice, and that hasn't always gone down well. So students must attend lectures regularly, cut down on entertainment, social media, distractions. We have instances where you see students have exam today or Tuesday. Monday night, you meet them in Cubana.
Procrastination.
You meet them in Cubana. They are clubbing. They are students like that. And then you have issues of procrastination and all other things that can derail them from getting to what they are supposed to achieve. So those things have to be worked on.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. I want you to lend your advice on this.
If I should add to that, what actually causes that is what they call overconfidence.
Yes.
Is a point, is a factor. It happened to it happens to us, to the adults. At times you think you are too further, or you are better at this, you are very good at this. So, but you don't know that you could be taken unawares, that a new concept might emerge. Do you understand? So when you have too much confidence, you feel like, why am I bothering myself? These exams I've been writing on the past, and I know myself. And so there's need for you to always, like my brother said, regular practice. Don't wait until, and don't rely on maybe on your, because I know I can always do this. No. Reduce yourself to even a first timer.
Okay.
Do that as though you've never done it before. Yes. Read. Then there's another one. Time management or time mismanagement. Just like he said, people continue to procrastinate. Exam is next week. It has not actually Olubensu. Sorry.
No problem.
So it has not actually gone. Do you understand? Come close or that. So by the time it gets, maybe after 2 days, before 2 days to that, I will begin to read. If you do that, it might not really go down well with you. Then another one is reading habits. Reading habits. Most people don't understand their system. So there are times you think reading at night works very perfectly for you, because you hear people just like those that stay in boarding. You see them every night. People go for prep. It's not, but not everybody that learns something through that means. Understand yourself first. There are some who sleep from the moment they get to that place till the end of that prep. Am I understood? Because the night is actually meant for sleep or sleeping. So know whether your body goes with that more, or Are you supposed to be reading in the daytime? Then you carve out time to read during the daytimes. Forget about those. Don't compete. Let it not be a trendy thing because my friends are going for night classes, then I must be seen going with them. No. Am I understood? Okay. So understand your system. Not when once you open your book, you start sleeping and you are counted as having gone for the night class. And that doesn't make you smarter than any other person.
Exactly. Okay, thank you so much. We have really dealt with what students should do in order to pass examinations. But you can believe me that there are other things students do in order to pass that are abnormal.
Of course.
There are other abnormal things students do in order to pass exams. Of course. Please take it up.
We've had instances, like I said, of the students paying other students who are ahead of them impersonation to come and sit in for them. We have had instances where some people are paid to, get the exam question before the time. It's leaking of exam question. They call it expo. And then we also have instances where students can even go to the extra mile of threatening the lecturer. Yes, we have court instances and all that, threatening the lecturer that if students fail, you will do this and do that. So there are a whole lot of issues around that. You understand?
Okay.
There's a whole lot of
Okay, Dr. Zago, do you have something to tell us from that
examination, because we are now treating towards examination malpractice from what my colleague just said. Examination malpractice is not something that is new. It's not new in Nigeria because it began sometime in the year 1914. When there was leakage in Cambridge examination and all that. So, but that's not the issue. What continues to become new is the dimensions it has taken over the years. Am I understood? The one he point, those ones he mentioned are part of them. Then we have things as what do you call it? Omokrekere. Even when they did not bring people into the thing, then you see them, writing something and smuggling that thing into the we call that microchips. We have this thing, what do you call modern, what do you call this thing? Smartphones, or the smart wristwatches and all this. So it has taken a number of dimensions that continue to surprise us. These days there are the ones. There's one that they fix on the I don't know whether there's one that they usually put on here, and once that in, they pre-record something and they put it, you think it's just for answering calls. The thing continues to talk repeatedly, say something to them. So assuming the question falls within what was recorded, you see them writing as though they are very smart and they know what they are doing. So these things are what some go to the extent of, like he said, they bribe people.
Yes.
They bribe staff.
Yes. To go and bring out the questions ahead of time.
To go and bring out questions. And you see people. So the last time, just that I wouldn't want us to veer off or to fall off the line again, probably because of time and all this things. The last time when we were talking, at some point I became this and went off the track by saying that Nigeria should be blamed, government should be blamed for some of these anomalies. Okay. Because why would a staff of an institution condescend so low to taking money from a student or a candidate to reveal this thing, if not poverty? If not poverty. Assuming the person is being properly taken care of, such may never happen. Such may never happen.
Do you think that there will be a time people can be properly taken care of?
That's a very hard question.
Yeah.
For me, it is an issue of political will.
Yes. People be satisfied.
Political will on the part of the government. If government prioritizes the welfare of their staff,
of the people,
it has to be because of an understanding which may be divine. It has to be an inspiration. Because if we go by what we have, the welfare of the staff is never a priority for any government. But something has to administer or speak to them for them to understand that if my people are not well taken care of, the institutions will always continue to fail.
Yes.
Like this. A staff should be well taken care of. That small money and gifts. Do you know sometimes some
teachers cannot even talk somehow or to, you know, impart discipline on some students because they want to be seen as nice because those students used to dash their money.
Are you serious?
So where is the discipline? The system is going down.
Okay, what of the one called sorting?
The merchandise.
Is the same
That's the same thing we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
That's the same thing we're talking about. This shouldn't be
where students pay money to the lecturer or to a teacher for upgrading of score. That's what we call sorting. That happens most times because poverty. We are not justifying it. We are trying to say if the government will begin to pay attention to the staff welfare, pay them what is due them. I bet you in the name of God.
What of this will be curtailed or
die off naturally.
Sorry, let me create. Okay, let me just let me create a scenario just to let me paint a scenario to elucidate what we have talked about.
Just be brief.
Yeah, upon becoming a lecturer, upon my appointment, I had these people I was looking up to. So two professors, you know, from different disciplines and all that. So they told me, the both of them made certain during, should I call mentor-mentee exercises, that kind of, so interactions and all that. So one told me that when he was given a job at what's the name of that Federal College of Education at Owerri? Avanikoku, that he was given a car, an official car, that he was given money for the car, then was hired because they hadn't, what do you call, the porters, staff to contain everybody. So some of them who were not able to be housed within this thing, so they hired flats for them. The wife, because the wife equally works in the same institution, the wife at some point confirmed or confined in me. The wife at some point told me, that why she accepted to marry the man was because when the man came to their place, then at some point the man invited her, so she was allowed to go and know where the man was staying. That immediately she entered the man's apartment. She said, no, I'm not going back.
It's all right.
Then the other man said that why
Thank you so much, Chibike. Thank you so much. Let's
quickly
look at this before we run.
confided in me.
Let's quickly look at it before one. Is it true that some lecturers, you guys are lecturers, is it true that some lecturers take exchange of sex for grades to some female students on campus?
Of course, it's not it's something that is everywhere.
Everywhere? Do you do it?
Not that I do it. What I'm trying to say is that it's what is happening virtually everywhere. But that is a sign of indiscipline on the part of the lecturer.
The lecturers.
The lecturer who knows your honors. You know what you're worth. You can't belittle yourself to go and be disturbing students.
I think that is our take home for today. The lecturer should know what he
know your worth.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Chibike Ozago. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, Dr. Okwesili.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you also for being there. This is where we draw the curtain for today's event. We have discussed on the student success in examination part 3. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. We'll see you again.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Morning headlines before you step out. midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Medical lecturers to embark on 3-day warning strike over unresolved allowances and welfare issues. President Bola Tinubu commends Hausa community on contributions to national unity on World Hausa Day. Enugu state government begins public bidding for selected state-owned real estate and capital assets. Details of the news. The Nigerian Association of Medical and Dental Academics has directed all members across federal and state universities to commence a 3-day nationwide warning strike beginning September 1st. The union's leadership announced the decision following an emergency National Executive Council meeting, confirming that academic and clinical training operations will be completely suspended. Speaking through an official statement issued in Abuja, the union expressed frustration over persistent delays by the federal government in addressing critical service conditions and unpaid professional allowances. The union appealed to relevant federal ministries to initiate immediate dialogue with union representatives to prevent a prolonged disruption of medical education across the country. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Plateau State University Chapter, has declared an indefinite strike over the institution's failure to address its 6-point demands. In a statement released in Bokos by the branch chairperson Vincent Choji and Secretary Lomka Baudia, the union announced the total withdrawal of academic services following the expiration of a 14-day ultimatum. The union stated that key unresolved issues include non-implementation of the contributory pension scheme, unpaid salary arrears from January 2026, and inadequate security infrastructure around campus residential quarters. The body directed all academic staff to suspend lecture schedules and statutory duties until the state government and university management meet the established demands. Management of the Federal University of Technology, Babura Jigawa State, has approved a 100% tuition waiver for candidates admitted into core mathematics and physics degree programs. In a statement released at Babura by the University Registrar, Fatima Mohammed, the management said the scholarship covers full instruction fees for the complete duration of study. The university stated that the educational intervention aims to expand student enrollment in basic sciences and address the national shortage of qualified scientific personnel. The registrar advised interested candidates nationwide to complete institutional and course adjustments via the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAM portal to secure enrollment. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has inaugurated the newly remodeled 80-bed Obingwa General Hospital in Mboko, officially renaming the facility after late human rights activist Chima Obani. Speaking during the inauguration ceremony in Obingwa local government area, Governor Oti stated that upgrading public health infrastructure remains central to reducing maternal and infant mortality across the state. The governor said that the modern medical center features specialized surgical theaters, digital diagnostic laboratory, eye care units, and renewable energy systems to ensure uninterrupted 24-hour clinical operations. Governor Oti noted that naming the facility after Chima Obani honors his historical contributions to pro-democracy advocacy while charging the people to safeguard the health infrastructure against vandalism. The presidency has attributed the severe traffic gridlock along the Benin-Abo-Asaba Expressway to delays by contractors executing the project. Speaking on a national television program, the special advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Mr. Sunday Dari, stated that localized road failures during the rainy season do not reflect broader federal infrastructure efforts. The clarification follows an on-the-spot assessment by Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, who personally offered a public apology to stranded commuters along the Edo State corridor. The presidency reaffirmed the federal supervisory teams have been deployed to enforce compliance and ensure contractors expedite remedial paving work along the affected transport route. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Hausa ethnic group as vital contributors to national integration, economic growth, and in cultural preservation across Nigeria. In a statement issued in Abuja to mark World Hausa Day, President Tinubu highlighted the historic role of the Hausa language as a dominant medium of regional commerce and international communication. The president noted that the annual global celebration, hosted alongside traditional festivities in Daura, Katsina State, underscored the enduring cultural heritage of the Hausa people. President Tinubu urged cultural custodians and youth across the country to leverage indigenous languages to promote national cohesion and socio-economic development. The German embassy in Nigeria has issued an advisory warning visa applicants against engaging unauthorized third-party agents for consular documentation processing. In a statement released in Abuja, the embassy clarified that it maintains no official affiliation with private visa consultants or external administrative agencies. The embassy warned that reliance on third-party intermediaries exposes prospective travelers to financial extortion, fraudulent documentation, and inaccurate migration guidance. The consular activities advised citizens to access official immigration protocols directly without cost through the embassy's verified online platforms. 3 civilian security operatives were killed following a midnight attack by unidentified gunmen on a local guard post in Gwarim community, Riyom local government area of Plateau State. A community representative, Damba Dang, said in Jos that the armed assailants launched assault around 2 a.m. today while residents were asleep. Community leaders reported that the deceased vigilance members were conducting neighborhood surveillance when the armed perpetrators opened fire on the security post. Residents of Riyom Council area have appealed to the Plateau State Police Command and military tactical units to deploy tactical patrols to track down the assailants. Operatives of the Oyo State Police Command have intercepted an international vehicle theft syndicate operating along the Ibadan-Ilorin highway corridor. The command's public relations officer announced in Ibadan that tactical officers arrested 2 suspects, Adewala Abiola and Kabiru Abubarin, following intelligence regarding a stolen luxury SUV. He said that the intercepted vehicle was snatched at gunpoint in Ilorin Forest State, with officers recovering stolen electronic devices and personal belongings during the arrest. According to him, preliminary interrogation showed that the suspects were transporting the vehicle towards international boundary post to secure fraudulent transit documentation for cross-border resale. Traders in Onitsha have submitted a petition to the Anambra State Commissioner of Police regarding alleged unauthorized late-night shot break-ins by rogue police personnel. Speaking on behalf of the affected merchants in Onitsha, market representatives Nunyalugu Elias stated that police units allegedly breached commercial premises without valid search warrants. The market leaders cited an August 9th incident where officers allegedly broke into a pharmaceutical shop in the building materials market and confiscated commercial inventory valued at 50 million naira. The traders appealed to the state police command to investigate the allegations, identify the involved officers, and restore confidence across the trading hub. Former Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has called for reforms within Nigeria's legal system to prioritize public access to justice and protect low-income citizens. Delivering an address through Representative Ade Ibaye at the Nigerian Bar Association Annual General Conference in Port Harcourt, Professor Osinbajo urged legal practitioners to expand pro bono legal aid. The conference featured policy debates on national judicial independence alongside presentations by tax authorities advocating transparent tax administration and statutory protection for small enterprises. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Medical lecturers to embark on 3-day warning strike over unresolved allowances and welfare issues. President Tinubu commends the Hausa community on contributions to national unity on World Hausa Day. Coming up shortly, Enugu State Government commences public disposal of selected state-owned assets. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Welcome back. The Ogun State government has unveiled a public housing initiative structured around a rent-to-own financial model to increase affordable home ownership across the state. Speaking during a media briefing in Abeokuta, the Housing Commissioner Jamiu Omoniyi stated that the program addresses rising construction costs and high initial capital demands on prospective buyers. The commissioner said that the state government partnered with Gateway Mortgage Bank to allow long-term payments for units at the Prince Court Estate, Kobape Phase 14. He added that the direct labor construction strategy has engaged over 5,000 local artisans, lowering overall project expenditures while advancing urban renewal initiatives. The Enugu State government has advertised the public disposal of selected real estate assets and equipment located in Enugu and Lagos states. In a notice issued in Enugu, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development said that the auction complies with statutory provisions under the Enugu State Public Procurement Law 2021. The ministry listed affected state properties to include capital assets owned by the Enugu State Water Corporation, Enugu State Broadcasting Service, Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, and the Lagos Liaison Office. The ministry instructed prospective bidders to submit sealed financial proposals ahead of the public bid opening ceremony in Enugu. The senator representing the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Mrs. Ireti King Gibe, has alleged that official records show external loans were obtained for the federal capital without requisite legislative authorization. Speaking on a live television news broadcast, Senator King Gibe stated that Debt Management Office records from August 2023 to March 2026 lack evidence of formal parliamentary approval for FCT borrowings. The lawmaker emphasized that constitutional provisions mandate that all public borrowing requests for the Capital Territory must receive statutory approval from the National Assembly. Senator King Gibe challenged administrative authorities to produce Senate record logs verifying that loan requests were presented and approved on the floor of the legislature. Over to sports. Nigeria's under-20 women's football team, the Falconets, has arrived in Poland to finalize preparations for the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup. Head coach Moses Aduku said in a statement that the 21-player squad completed initial physical conditioning in Abuja prior to international departure. The Falconets are scheduled to play high-profile warm-up matches against host nation Poland and South Korea before opening their tournament campaign against Spain in Group F. Now in entertainment, management representatives for Nigerian performance artist Ikuforiji Olaitan Abraman, popularly known as Pokoli, have issued a statement regarding ongoing legal proceedings in the United Kingdom. In a release issued by his legal defense team, management requested restraint and urged media organizations to avoid unverified commentary while judicial review remains active. The legal team refuted online reports claiming drug-related charges, clarifying that such allegations form no part of the official court filings in the United Kingdom. And now, to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Association of Medical and Dental Academics will initiate a 3-day nationwide warning strike on September 1st following unreserved welfare demands and unpaid allowances. President Bola Tinubu has commended the Hausa community for promoting national cohesion and economic integration during celebrations marking World Hausa Day. The Enugu state government has commenced public bidding processes under the state public procurement law for the disposal of state assets in Enugu and Lagos. That's news across the country at 3. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogo and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Elections are coming, campaign season has started. Now today we are wondering what students think. What are the expectations from the Nigerian student, a typical Nigerian student? What do you expect your presidential candidate or your governorship candidate to do for you and with you, because as we understand, elections are collective. Government is a collective effort. Now we're starting off at the University of Nigeria Enugu campus to get the opinions of students across all faculties, across all ages, across all sectors.
About the 2027 campaigns, I would say that I expect the candidates to promote youth empowerment, because basically the youth, like, they are the leaders of tomorrow, and the country, like, everything that is going to happen in the future of Nigeria depends on how skilled they are, how the kind of knowledge they have, and all that. And then the small and medium scale enterprises are the drivers of the economy. But in Nigeria, politics, the economy, neglect them, but they're actually the drivers of the economy. So if they do more in those aspects, Nigeria is going to be better. I don't know if NAFDAC is still functioning, but a lot of things are happening. They use so many harmful substances to process food, and it's actually not helping us in any way. Recently, I saw a post of people that have kidney disease in this Enugu, and they are like crying for help. Please, I don't know how they do it, but they should enforce people to check all these things. They use paracetamol to process fufu, they use carbide to process fruits, so they will ripen quickly. All those things are harmful to our health. Then I also want to encourage agriculture, because as it stands now, petroleum is the driver of our economy. We no longer engage in agriculture as we used to in the olden days, because then I know we used to have groundnut pyramids in the north, so many things to export, but now it's no longer like that. We import even what we foreigners come and mine our crude and carry it out and process. They refine it and sell it to us that have it. It's not meant to be like that, please. They should encourage exports.
We have establishment of NEL fund, and I think it would be a good thing for 2027 candidates to promote that, and give students opportunities to like collect loans and stuff like that. There's already rumored that they want to remove electricity subsidy completely, which will now just turn the country into chaos, because a lot of things need electricity. The world as we know it is going into is becoming more global. It needs like internet access. So because of that, like there has to be light to charge devices that can be able to help with things. Youths now are going more into content, and obviously you can't do content without places that have light. So that already helps the problem of unemployment. I expect, especially for state police, I think it would be a good thing if state police is implemented in Nigeria and not just headed by FCT, because it's better. Like police people, for instance, it's better when they police their states so they can understand the culture, the language is better. State police is one that I think should be really implemented for the country to move forward. There are 19 candidates coming out for the presidential election, and each of them are supposedly supposed to spend at least 190 billion for just their campaigns. I'm not even talking about the money they want to put into the country to make it better. I'm talking about just their campaigns. So when we put together the governmental candidates and presidential candidates, they're expected to spend at least 500 billion on just campaigns, which is very outrageous. And for the fact that they have this amount of money for just campaigns, that's let us know that if they actually do want to make the country better, they can. Job opportunities to youths, and everybody capable. It's not supposed to be given through connections, because people have actually spent so much, even people that are training their own self. So I would not if I'm training myself, for instance, I'll go through the entire stress. I'm a law student now, so law is 5 years, law school is 1 year, and you still have to wait after graduation additional 1 year before I now enter law school. So that's 7 years I have to wait. And if I graduate with something like first class, I wouldn't want to not have a job to somebody who's probably second class lower just because he had the connections and I didn't. Another great issue is vote buying. Our candidates are, they're looking for inside men, even people in rural areas. They can just take something they can bring something small like food, they'll share food, just vote for me. There are so many, people are really bent on survival. So imagine someone bribing me with just food for that moment, for suffering that will come forward for 4 years, which is not actually that. The candidates should come by themselves, talk. If they really think they have the capacity, like the citizens will be able to see. You don't need to buy my vote for me to know that you're capable of doing something. You buying my vote means that you're not even sure of yourself, and you know you're not sure of yourself, and they are not feeling it because they are the ones in higher power. Us at the grassroots, we are feeling it the most, and even us the citizens who are encouraging this vote buying, we are doing ourselves, and that's the truth.
Someone will enter power to renew us and give us hope. Not that if Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is a very blessed country. Matter of fact, we are blessed in mineral resources. We are blessed in talents, athletics, music, movies, name it. But the only problem we have is our leaders. The mineral resources we have is more than enough to make millions for our country. But the question is, do we have those who can manage these resources? It seems like there is no hope. But the God we serve says that there is always hope. So please, and please, wherever you are, around this world, this Nigeria, let us stand up. It is our right to vote and be voted for. Please and please, let us do our best to vote for who is right.
That's the thing that we need mostly. The thing I look forward to seeing the most in this election is a government that will genuinely care for the people and genuinely care about the concerns of our country. I believe that in this election, the people that need to come are like people that are genuinely, that genuinely care about us, and like they'll think about things like our transport fares, our education, how things are costly, how this country is slowly degrading, because everybody now wants to leave Nigeria, and the more people want to leave Nigeria, the more like our country keeps going down, because skilled labor, the people that are meant to be our skilled labor, are going to other countries and making other countries better rather than focusing on our country. I believe strongly as a young Nigerian that I would like to stay in Nigeria, not because of anything, but I just believe that this country will get better, and I believe that to do that we need somebody that is genuinely ready for that job. We need somebody that is ready to help us. Because me, I want to stay in Nigeria. I like what Nigeria offers, but not presently. I think I'm a patriotic person, so I actually like my country.
I would love every presidential candidate aspiring to reduce or minimize the school fees of federal universities, because in Nigeria, federal universities are likely to take higher than other universities compared to state universities, even likewise as private universities. The president or the presidential candidates or their co-workers, they should stop lobbying. Yeah, because lobbying, it refers to the persuasion of public officials or other people to act in a decision which will favor them, not other people. They don't check, they don't consider other people's opinions. They just want to persuade them to do what is going to be in their favor, and which is not good. Most times, they buy their votes. They will give them little palliatives, which are going to tell them, vote for this, vote for me, vote for this. And those things are just for the meantime. They're not going to it's not going to keep us till your tenure.
And stuff like that. Our classroom facilities are not all that conducive for students to learn, because we are students, we learn from things around us, not from what the lecturer says alone. Because when the lecturer teaches and the chair is not comfortable for us to sit, we can easily get distracted by it. So we need a conducive learning environment. Even the toilet facilities are not even conducive for students at all, because you can be in a classroom and you are pressed, you need to use the toilet, and you know that you don't have a good toilet in the school. People cannot afford to feed comfortably. They cannot afford a comfortable housing and all that. Even water, we cannot afford good water. There's no a sustainable water supply. Even electricity, the electricity that our present president has promised us that there'll be constant electricity, but still up till today, there are days that we go without electricity, and we need electricity for the daily activities we do in our everyday lives and all. We need a conducive government or a fair government that allows the youth to vote, or the citizen in general to vote, and know that their vote is well counted, that it is well attended to, and there is no partiality in it and all that.
I expect them to talk more about the educational sector, a whole lot of students find it difficult to get admission into schools, and then the fees are alarming. And then you hear them saying, oh, they owe us, the governments are not really paying us, this, that. So they really need to improve in the academic sector. They need to make school fees something payable for parents, and they should make getting admission into schools easier so that our youths will not keep loitering about after their wike exams or their NECO. I'm a medical student, and then I see get a whole lot of patients who maybe had road traffic accidents because the roads are bad, and most of them, when they are sick, they go for cheaper medications. Because they don't have the money. Government should do something about it, because it reduces the lifespan of most patients because they cannot afford it. The house rents are really alarming, and a whole lot of students, because we're also having issues inside school with getting hostels, there are not enough hostels. Then students that now decide to live off campus, you see that the house rents are alarming. They're calling $1 million for you, over 500,000 for just a room. So the government should really look into this because it is a lot. Then our government should think about strategies to empower our youths, because a whole lot of them keep roaming jobless. They need to empower our youth so that if academics doesn't work, maybe business can work. Then for businesses, you see the government chasing businesswomen, say, oh, you cannot stay here, you can't sell here, or taxing them. For people that just make less than 10,000 a month and you're taxing them over 50,000, it's not right. They should consider businesses. They should consider people who have small businesses, and they should even maybe give loans and, grants, all these things that will help people to be, developed.
The Nigerian youth, we want a departure from campaign that does not solely discuss issue of, that does not talk about issue-based politics. This time around, the youth want to hear the issues being fiercely argued and debated by the principal aspirants, not on the basis of rhetorics and character assassination and the rest. So we are more particular these days about issue-based politics so that the issues bearing our country with respect to insecurity, unemployment, as well as the lackluster situation of our educational system should be the focal point for the aspirants, so that we will know what they want to bring to the table and the alternatives available for the youth in order to give us an informed decision on what to expect. In the consistent improvement in our educational sector, where there won't be a distortion that leads to inec being also being on strike, so that someone we know his calendar and we'll be able to plan. Basically, what I'm talking about is stability in our educational sector, and the issues of ASU and their remuneration and allowances and their research grants should be adequately attended to. Within the state level, we want to see more of accountability. The president in the opt-in time have always said about how the states are now having increased revenue from the FAC allocation. So we want to see accountability where these monies are going, if it's the area of infrastructure, agriculture, digital economy, AI. AI is the new deal in town. So we want to see how they are proactive in their disruptive developmental strides. So we want to see it so that it will enable us to interrogate what they are doing with these increased FAC allocations to the state.
The youth, as we know, are the future of our generation. The youth, we know, are the future of our society. And if we must get one thing correct and one thing right in this coming administration, it is that we must acknowledge the interest of the youth and young people across Nigeria. Now, we've listened and heard students speak, and you can see the interest, the passion in which they hope and pray for a better Nigeria. As we go into these elections and go into these campaigns, we hope that these candidates and parties acknowledge primarily the interest of Nigerians and at large involve every demographic, the women, the men, the children and youth into plans and cohesiveness to further move the interest of our great country Nigeria forward. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
The Almighty God created everything, visible and invisible. And he told man to conquer, to rule the world. And then with me, in my hand today, you have offer. Somebody will ask, what are you doing? But we have offer. Offer, normally in Igbo land, you talk of offer, no go. But this is offer. From the offer tree, you have this offer branch. It's always handed from generation to generation, from generation to generation, from generation to generation. But today we want to look at this offer. Because many people don't understand it, and it's good that maybe, I don't know what I have to put, but let me put it on the table so that maybe younger ones may look at it and maybe learn and see, this is an offer. An offer. It has its own hand, it has its own everything that is important for the use. But whatever it is, I know that we have a Mazi, Nemeka, and who is also Gabriel. He's here today with Reverend Oma Kalo. Am I right?
Exactly. Uche Kalo.
Reverend Uche Kalo. We'll get used to this Uche. I don't know why I'm always talking of Oma. Reverend Uche Kalo. I know it is you. Reverend Uche Kalo. Reverend Uche Kalo is in charge of bringing up younger ones, children's ministry, which is a very, very important thing because that is the future. That's the future. So we have Mazi, Gabriel, Anichukwu, and
Prof, thank you.
Reverend Uche Kalo.
Yeah,
we are here to look at this offer. Yeah. To the Igbos, it's something very, very serious. And I want to start with Mazi, who is also an NC. This offer, what is an offer? What does it mean? How is it? I mean, all this is about offer. Because the young ones are all over the world. The young ones they want to understand what we are doing. I'm holding my hands very seriously. I'm not playing with
From the Igbo cultural understanding,
yes,
or traditional understanding, offer, this is a metaphoric representation of offer. The spiritual.
Okay.
Has spiritual symbolism.
Okay.
Or this is gotten from the offer tree.
Okay.
It is regarded as a sacred and mystical instrument.
Okay.
It has more spiritual functions to play than biological functions.
Okay.
It signifies, this offer signifies truth, justice, equity, honesty, clean heart, pure heart, clean hands, pure heart. It is a moral compass of the society. So far as Igbo traditional society is concerned, it's the moral compass.
Is it traditional society or Igbo society?
Igbo society, yes, is a moral compass. And this is also a link or a connector to the Chukwokika Abiyama, the sacred deities and the holy ancestors of Igbo land, whereby the living community, that is the living community, are linked to the spring deity, which is that is God Almighty. The living community is linked to the ancestors and the sacred deities of our land. So whoever talks about doing things in tandem with the golden rule, whereby you do unto others as you should do unto you. What you hold offer, you will be ready to do unto others as you would like others to do unto you. And you cannot go with this and continue in your sincerity. Once you continue in your sincerity and your falsehood, you are just playing with your life, your destiny, because the sacred energy inhabiting in the offer is the apogee of spirituality, of the power of God Almighty, and whole deities and ancestors are the incorruptible agents of God the Almighty. Okay. So it's not something we should toy with. Okay. It's something you have to give its preeminence. So that's why in various families, the head of the Obu, the chief priest of the Obu hosts this offer. And all these chief priests of deities, revered traditional rulers, not as I revered traditional rulers, because we now have ego of autonomous communities, which are mostly created for political reasons. When we talk of communities, we have our traditional societies, communities, but most of the Igwes now are mostly. When we talk of Igwe Nathaniel Obu, when we talk of Igwe Mwafo Riso, talk of Igwe of Ostagun of Enugu, Ankoto, Igwe Nachi, Ankoto. When Igwe talks, what we say in his palace, if Tinubu, if President of Nigeria comes, the president will go and visit him first before if he likes to come and honor the invitation going to the president. When the governor comes, the governor will come and visit him first and pay homage so that the governor or president will get his blessings. I'm not saying they're paying respect to political heads and all, but I'm saying that by the authorities of those who hold this offer, they are greater than the political leaders, because the spiritual controls the physical.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So that's listen. So Reverend, you have had him.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your own perspectives to this offer? Because I wouldn't want you to hold it, because I asked you to hold one, but if I tell you to hold it now, I don't know.
All right. In human management and leadership, yes, there is always a modus operandi of discharging duties and responsibility. And before the advent of Christianity, people traditionally and culturally has their background context where they anchor leadership and the administration. And I am of the opinion that Ofo, which is an emblem for leadership and authority for leadership, was there to help leaders discharge moral responsibilities. And you see, God, in his own creative ability, his own creative authenticity, endowed certain powers certain control, certain reverence on things he created. And one of those things he created is this tree of four, because not until Christianity came into place that we now can contend and say the name of the Lord is above all things, and at the name of Jesus every knee shall bow. Before the advent of Christianity, the offer that is used as an emblem of authority, emblem of truth, in fact, it stands to define moral sincerity and authority, in the sense that whoever is holding it, whatever he says is what stands to be. There is no compromise. And also, in the aspect of the serenity, it is a sacred tree. Just like we mentioned the other day, Ogirishi, yes. Ofo is also a sacred tree. But as long as Christianity is concerned, there is no parallelism between Ofo and the Word of God. The Word of God is where, as a Christian, we stand it to operate. That's why if you give it to me, I will tell you it's an image. It's an emblem, that I don't need it. But in the traditional aspect of life, I think it is an apex. Okay. Yes, in the traditional aspect of life, it's an apex. Okay. And
what do you call an apogee? That I was talking.
Yes, any leader that is standing on moral decency does not play with Ofo. Yes, and you know Ofo, they say Ofo no ugu. He has a twin in the sense that Ofo stands for truth. The other one is for justice. But even when you are holding Ofo alone without Ogu, you still operate on truth and justice.
Good. So I want to thank you because you just said something. You said that this is an image. Why do you call it an image? Why do you call this Ofo now? This Ofo branch.
Yes, it's a created thing now. It's a created thing.
Okay.
It's a created thing. God created everything under the earth, under the heaven. God created them. So whatever that is created by God is an image.
Okay. So
even if it is created by man himself, is an image.
Beautiful.
That is it. So there are reverence you don't give to created thing or created being above the authority of the creator.
Yeah, because
you understand it.
I'm coming here now because I want to get back to you, because you mentioned that this Ofo is an image, sure, and that the Bible is a different thing. With the coming of Christianity, is the Bible an image?
Metaphorically, the Bible is an image,
okay,
containing the, according to Christian understanding, containing the ways of God.
Okay.
Because I, as Nnemeka, if I make a statement, if I speak some words now, and it's recorded, and that words are in tandem with the intentions of God, it could be included in later Bible of this word. That Nnemeka verse chapter 8, verse 27.
That is serious.
Yes,
I'm listening.
So far as that word I speak is in tandem with the Spirit, or the Spirit of God in me, and Holy Spirit will agree that this word is in line with the word of God. So, like Paul gospel is more of a scholastic message to Christianity. It's not an authority. Paul is not an authority. Paul is just reviewing the Old Testament, linking it, just supposing it. You get me? So what I'm saying is, call it Bible is an image, though containing supposed word of God Almighty, according to Christian faith. So, Ofo also is an image, but Ofo contains, in this Ofo, it contains the prophets and the law.
Okay.
And as it contains the prophets and the law, Christ Jesus said he has not come to destroy Ofo, but to make the efficacy of Ofo to be stronger. So when you tell me that the advent of Christianity has nullified the spiritual potency of Ofo, it's a great mistake. It's It's an error. Because this offer, in this offer lies the Christocentric philosophy of the golden rule. Do unto others as you wish others do unto you. Like Ogu. In Ogu is a twin force that complements offer. Offer represents justice. Ogu represents innocence. Have you seen it? And before you handle offer perfectly for it to work, you must possess Ogu. Ogu means clean hands and a pure heart to enable you handle. Because if you are not with the truth, that offer if you are not with truth, you cannot handle justice. So in Ogu, you have the power. You be nature like Holy Spirit. Christ said, when I go, and the Holy Spirit comes upon you, cannot speak like Jesus Christ. So when Ogu comes, then he who has offer can pronounce, and it will come to pass. Okay. And he who has offer will not hold it unto his reign. Like in the Catholic, in the other Christian faiths, he said, this is holy communion. If you take the Holy Communion without keeping your hands clean for your fellow human being, you are bringing a curse upon yourself. So likewise, if you hold offer or you proclaim something with offer without having Ogu, you are bringing curse upon yourself. So Bible is offer. Bible is image. Offer is image. Holy man is image. Apron is image. Curse is image. In fact, most of the things we do in Christianity is image, but they paganize it. And when they talk of, they say this symbol of paganism. What do you mean paganism? What is paganism? Paganism is a derogatory reference to those by Christians and Islamists, for those who don't worship Jehovah, who call God their own God Jehovah or Allah. So it does not mean that those who worship other gods, what they regard him as supreme deity, are not efficacious and correct and since holy gods. Okay. But whenever you don't call Jesus, a Christian will tell you are a pagan. When you don't call Allah, and both of them say you are infidel, you are good to be wiped away. Have you seen it? So offer is image, Bible is image. Okay. I've answered the question.
Fine. So now, but back to Reverend. He made a point that with the coming of Christianity, you now have we can call it the retreat. Offer is not retreating in some sense, but we still have traditional setting. We still have traditional rulers, and they make use of all these things, whether we like it or not, because we have traditional rulers. Yes, we have the governor like he mentioned, we have the president like he mentioned, but we have traditional rulers, and they have their own ways and emblems and so on, like the ones you mentioned. So why would you, or how would you think now that an Igwe that runs his community would run without offer? Because I was told by somebody, because I got this offer from a compound at Emene. I went there and I saw the tree and I said, please, I need the offer. Then he told me no, that to touch the offer, there are processes. One, that you must be clean. That you don't just go to the restroom and come out and hold the offer. You must clean up yourself. And you must be ready for whatever follows. Because he who must come before equity, according to the man, must come with clean hands. So these are the issues. And then from what you said, because when you said the word, I had to go back to him to look at the word image, because that concept of image, is one thing that is unclear. Totally, like from our discussion the last time, we said that when Joshua came into the promised land, he called him and said, this tree is here. He brought stones. Then he came under the tree. He said, this is the oak of Mary or whatever. He said, this tree and all these things are going to be my witnesses. Because I think they call it incarnation. What incarnation? Giving life to. Okay. Because God has given man an aspect of himself. Yeah. And that's why in the Catholic Church we say, because our own inner man is very, very important. Our spirit. With the spirit you can make proclamations and they will come to pass. Because that's what God has given us as his own children. So now I'm looking at this offer that I'm having. Like I said before, if I tell you to hold it now, you will say you are holding your own offer, which is the Bible. So what is wrong about using this offer now to continue bringing about justice and fairness and truth in our community?
Well, the truth of the matter is that in the beginning I told you,
yes.
I said in human governance, leadership,
yes.
there's always a way of discharging modus operandi. Yes. And traditionally and in culture, the Ofo plays an apex role in discharging moral decency. Yes. So I never said anything that would make somebody say it's in error.
Yes.
Now, what I'm standing on the background is that since the advent of Christianity, you cannot contend with the power of the efficacy, the authenticity with the name and the word of God.
Okay.
If you say that the Bible is an image, well, until you define it very well, because I know from the context of the biblical understanding, the word of God is God. The word of God is the Son of God. He said, in the beginning was the word. The word was with God, and the word was God. If you are quoting from that context that the Bible is an image, I may give you a percentage. But you know, the Bible is the word of God that is inspired by God. And it was written through faithful men, people that are under the influence of the Spirit of God that wrote the Bible. So if you say the Bible is an image, I can give you a percentage. But the truth of the matter is that the Bible is the authentic word of God. Now, you don't come and bring offer to a pastor, to a Christian context, and ask him or her to use it to discharge what? Woman? No. It is only for the traditionalist and the cultural inclined context that you can use offer. And I, as a person, never attacked the potency or the use of it. And I say to you that it is used to define morality. It is used to stand for truth. Anybody that is not on truth cannot use it to administer anything about morality. Then in the Bible itself, you know, it's important for us to know that even when we come to, people come to take oath, they take oath with offer, they take oath with Bible, they take oath with Quran. The one you believe in should be the one you used to take oath with. And that one works for you. The one thing that is different is that in the reign of the Bible, grace is an enclave. Grace of God operate with the Bible. I don't know about where grace comes into it. Do you understand?
I think he will explain.
Yes, I don't know where grace comes into play with that is God for you.
That question is for you. How grace comes into
play with offer.
This concept of grace in deep philosophical sagacity is an error.
Okay.
Yes. What is grace? Thou shalt reap what you sow. So because of grace, you shall not reap what you sow. So let me tell you people the truth. I said it all four signifies the complete word of God.
Okay.
Be it Islam, be it Shinto, be it Hindu, be it Christianity, it signifies, it contains the whole word of God.
Yeah, I think we're going to take it from here.
Okay.
We're going to come back so that you now expound on this issue of grace
and offer.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just take a break and then come back because we are going to look into this grace and offer.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So we want to thank our brother Mazi Gabriel Anichukwu. You know, we are at the point of you know, the Reverend Uche mentioned this issue of that he understands grace and Bible, but he doesn't understand grace and offer. So that's where we are.
Grace and Bible, it comes from the Pauline gospel. Grace is a product of Pauline gospel. That's why I said paying tithes is not from is out of the law of Jesus Christ. Because with Christ, according to Christian perspective, law ends, and tithing is part of the law.
I want to.
So let me connect what I'm saying.
No, I want to connect something. Just want to, because I'm a Catholic.
Yes.
We say, Hail Mary, full of grace. Ekene Maria, Egypt na Amara. Amara. Because that's the point. It's coming. That's Amara. It's coming from Jesus Christ. But is there? I would say that there's no Amara in Ofo.
Let me tell you the truth. Ofo comes with Ometavuli philosophy, and when Ometavulu comes as a moral compass, it means that when you sow evil, you reap evil. For your soul to be transformed, for you to come to the path of light and path of righteousness. That's why you even have purgatory in the Catholic way to heaven. Because there's a level of evil you commit. You are not perfect to move into heaven. Then you will be purged. That purgatory is purgation. You will be purged of those human frailties before you be light to ascend to heaven. So what I'm coming, so in all four, nothing like grace. The only grace that of what we give you is if you have slept with your father's wife, or if you have done any other atrocity. Because all four inhabits the spirits of the deities and ancestors. They come to strike you. They come to attack you. Then when they attack you, giving you signs. Then if you have a potent dibia or onyamuma, he tell you something you will see. Have you slept with your father's wife? Did you steal yam? Did you do spying for the enemies? While your town is fighting, you are spying to your town against for the enemies, giving the information from your town to the enemies. So in that aspect, Ofo cannot give you the grace that you will go free. Ofo, because the spirit of ancestors and deities will they are striking you, you will be moved to go and sayasasa.
Okay.
When you sayasasa, they will hit you very well. Because this grace is an opening ground, it's a vacuum whereby we abuse the righteousness of God. So when they hit you, you go and do what they call ekpoalo. Then you'll be cleansed and you pay all the sanctions, certain sanctions, because nothing is free in life. Yes. So nothing like grace and Ofo. Ofo goes with works potent. That's why he that holds this Ofo, let me tell you the truth. If we are using this to swear for our political office holders, you see that the 80% of the political office holders will vacate the seats. Because most of them will not hold this, they cannot go with it because they will be punished severely. In this offer, no grace, no mercy of blood of Jesus. It is Ometagene Bulu. And that's why I'm even advocating for African trado method of swearing in of our political leaders. Because when we do it, because this Europe, okay, this mess at the Senate, House of Reps, House of Assembly, it's a form. It's a parliament, it's a democratic offer. This mess, the one that once that mess is out of the House of Assembly or Parliament, the power, the potency of the Assembly is gone.
That's what they call emblem.
So that House of Rep or Senate mess is all for. But the other thing that one is not charged, which is not gotten from this or 4-3, and that one is not consecrated by the power of ancestors and deities. Because if it's charged, once they place it there, it will start striking. When there's no way you can even dream of embezzlement money will leave you.
You brought in an important thing now. You mentioned this mess, because in organized communities, just like Ofo, in organized communities, the mess, if there's a mess, there's one mess. And that mess has been there, like, maybe let me say, like in the American House of Reps or in the American Senate. It will be the same mess. Maybe they will be changing it, but that mess is from generation to generation to generation to generation. Just like the Ofo is from generation to generation. So, it's one is an emblem. Two,
The ancestors are there. Okay, let me finish what I'm saying about this grace of a thing. If a traditional ruler want to rule a resolution, a conflict, want to resolve conflict in his palace, if that traditional ruler can hold an offer and pray, and say this conflict between Okonkwo and Ichuku and Mgbafo Nwankwo that he about to resolve, that he will go to resolve it based on truth, justice, equity, and same morality. That whatever he said that is contrary to this, let it come upon him. But you see that he will discharge, he and the cabinet chiefs, Igwe and council, will discharge that resolution, that conflict resolution. They will do it with truth, equity, because they hold our fan logo. But you say traditional ruler, he will come, he said, in the name of Jesus Christ we pray, amen. Then he knows that if there's someone who has given him mago money for background, he will eat it, and the cabinet chiefs will eat it, nothing will happen. But because they know that he said that Jesus Christ forgives. But that lie. Whatever you sow, you must repeat. There's nothing like you pay. So what I'm saying is this the colonial masters came and tagged this paganism. That's why we dropped it. The Islam, the Christianity, they dropped it. Because if we have worked with what we have, our indigenous methods of handling issues, most of what will happen in the political terrain and all this will not happen. It was when they branded this as paganism, worship of devils. Then, as a pastor say, you don't hold off, or maybe none. Some people say you don't hold off, it's worship of demons, devils. But I'm telling you that this offer contains sanctity, more sanctified more than even Christians.
Yeah, but the problem I have, because you just...
There's nothing like grace and offer. Can you hear me? Nothing like grace and offer means metalubulu. And when metalubulu, the sinner will cease from sinning.
The truth, the way you threw up something, because I know that in the 19th century, the white man came here, and then I think either William Wilberforce or Livingstone, he told them in the British House of Commons, he said that you cannot come and teach the African anything about morality.
Okay.
That he knows that he does not sleep with his neighbor's wife.
Okay.
He knows that he should not do that. He doesn't need to. He knows he has to be honest. Yes. He knows he should not steal.
Good.
And so on and so on. So the only thing the only way we can destroy Africa is to get them to go against all those morality. Exactly. And with that, we will now destroy them. But outside,
and that's succeeded. That's succeeded.
So, but as Reverend said, he doesn't see it that way. And I want us to, for the young ones, I want them to be looking at. Not that we are going back. We're not talking of, there's in the Catholic Church now. My bishop will only be talking of what do you call it? What do they call it? These people that young men will go and tie cloth around, neo-paganism. Because neo-paganism,
pursuit of money.
Because they are not doing it from Utofo and Ogu. They are doing neo-paganism. And maybe that's why I want you to come in from that aspect. Now that we have this offer, and he mentioned the Ogu part of it, but young men are now talking of neo-paganism. What has happened to the offer in their neo-paganism?
What is born of God is born of God.
Okay.
And what is born of the flesh is of the flesh.
Okay.
When you bring offer into the sacred entity, as in religious entity, Christianity, we see it in the light of fetishism.
Okay.
And paganism, as he rightly mentioned. And the truth of the matter is this. Nobody will quarrel a traditionalist for operating with offer. Nobody will quarrel him. But you stand to be queried if you are a Christian, a pastor, a child of God, who claimed or professed to be born again, and then you use offer. That means there is an abnormal in your understanding of spiritual Christian principle.
Okay.
Forever, O Lord, your word is settled in heaven. What is that word? That you do not sleep with your father's wife is not the only sin.
Wow.
That you do not covet your neighbor's stuff is not the only sin.
True.
What about the bitterness in your heart?
Good.
What about the greed in your heart? What about the manipulations we do? I was watching a film last night. They call it Sister's Order. Then, in that film, the guy killed his two siblings to make money. And it was orchestrated by a native doctor who empowers him. And I see the offer was there.
It's a devilish.
Do you understand? So I mean the offer tree was there.
It's a devilish.
The offer tree.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is a film. This is a film.
Hollywood has spent.
What am I trying to say is that when you come to traditional transparency, they stand with offer. When you come with spiritual Christian transparency, we don't combine offer with the Bible. We stand with the Bible. They don't clash. And I don't think, personally, I can't tell anybody that is holding it, why are you holding it?
Yes.
Or say, drop it. It has to be regenerated from the spirit being for the person to say, I have come to a conviction that I don't need it. But for the person that is operating, it has his modus operandi of administrative moral justice.
Of survival.
Yes. For me, I make hold with the word of God. In the word of God, there are spiritual gifts that will grant you access to justice, to truth. That when somebody is lying, you know, by the gift of discernment, you know that he's lying. In fact, somebody will go, if you are gifted, you say, this is what you did. And that person will not argue with it because the Spirit of God has come to play. So in this one, there is justice, there is truth. In the Bible, there is justice, there is truth. You cannot compromise the two contexts. All of them are on their own. And I cannot attack this one. But I have to tell you that since the advent of Christianity, Christianity now introduces you to what we call the light. Thereby, if you are not in there, you are in the darkness. Even the Quran Muslim people call every other person what? Unbelievers, infidel, because they are not in their camp. Do you understand? So it's important that even the young ones,
yes, we
advocate that when you give your life to Jesus Christ, there are certain truths. We call it spiritual transformation. He said, be ye renewed, transformed by the renewal of your mind. Yes. The way you reason, the way you see things will be in line with the word of God. Yes. But before Christianity came, there is a way the people lived and administered their life. And when Christianity came, just like you said before, Christianity came to bring a rebranding of the Old Testament. Jesus said, I have come to do what? To rebuild. Not abolish the law, not to destroy the law, but to do what? To fulfill it. What is that fulfillment? Bringing into understanding what you never knew. What you don't know, that it operates like bringing into understanding, bringing into accomplishment what God intended with this. It's as if there is no complete knowledge in the Old Testament. There is no complete administration, but Jesus has come to do what? To bring a total fulfillment to it. That is
okay. So I want to thank you for your, because I like this perspective, because now the young men are going into this new paganism, and like you mentioned, if they offer, which we know it has its own points here, it's connected. It's a very strong element. He has already explained it, and we have already explained it. But people now, young people now make a lot of mistakes, and then go into what my Bishop Onaga calls new paganism, and it's becoming a problem. Somebody just comes to the village and ties a cloth around one tree, and all the young men are flooding to other place. It's what is called dualism.
It's hunger.
It's what is called it's dualism, and you have explained a number of things there. In that dualism, there is a lot of danger.
Yes.
But there's also something that you just made a point. You know, I always remember the time of the burial of, the Princess of Wales. I think Lady Diana, something like that. I've forgotten. I think she was the Princess of Wales, Lady Diana. I always remember that prayer. He said, "Light of the nations." Maybe you understand where I'm going to now. He said, "Light of the nations." So, and he mentioned it about once or twice. And so I just sat down. I was watching the television. Then I also know that Lucifer to some other people is their own light.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we must be very careful. I'm trying to say, so what message do you have for the people, for the people, for the young ones? Because the Lucifer, because of the way God gave him a lot of strength in those days, and that was why he made a mistake. You know what? He's still, to some people, they are light, because God doesn't take down his promise, something like that. There's the way you put it in the Bible. So what message do you have for the young ones?
The message I have for our young ones is that in Igbo traditional understanding, our indigenous understanding, Ofo represents truth, justice, equity. He that touches this Ofo must be clean in your heart and in your hands.
Okay.
So with this, no evil can prevail over you, and you shall have your way in life.
Okay. And then your message for the young ones.
Yes.
And for everybody.
It is important that we serve and obey the Creator than what is created.
Okay. Yeah. But having said that, I know, it depends on perspectives, because we all have, everybody, God has created everything. If you go to the book of Revelations, he says he has put these things as drugs, as medicine, as this, all of them have their purposes. When Jesus said, let no man eat you, the victory withered because of a lot of things.
That's his power.
Not just because of a lot of things.
The born again Christian,
he has the power.
The born again Christian manager kept Mopo, who uses to protect himself. What is it?
The born again Christian also kills somebody that does not have automatic.
We'll continue with this.
That one is free.
We'll continue with this. Next time, I want to thank Reverend Uche Kalo. I also want to thank my brother Mazi Anichukwu Gabriel for coming to the program.
Thank you.
I want to thank God for keeping us alive and hoping that we have better days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future. voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people.
And challenges shaping the southeast of Nigeria, and most importantly, what they mean within the larger Nigerian ecosystem. The southeast is a region with a remarkable history, a distinctive cultural identity, and an enterprising population and enormous human and economic resources. From business to industry to education, politics, agriculture, culture, technology, and innovation, the region has made and continues to make a significant contribution to the development of Nigeria. But there are also important questions that deserve frank and constructive conversation. How can the Southeast unlock its economic potential? What are the implications of current political developments for the region and for Nigeria? How can we preserve our cultural heritage while embracing modernity? And what can governments, businesses, communities, and citizens do differently to address the region's developmental challenges? These are some of the questions Eastern Voices will bring to the table. This program will provide a platform for diverse voices from politicians, policymakers, academics, business leaders, professionals, traditionals, leaders, and community leaders, young people as well, women to ordinary citizens, to engage in informed, balanced, and constructive conversation. Our objective here is not simply to talk about the Southeast, but to understand the region, interrogate its challenges, celebrate its achievements, and explore practical ideas that can contribute to a more prosperous Southeast and a stronger Nigeria. So whether the subject is politics, economy, culture, security, education, infrastructure, what have you, Eastern Voices will ask the difficult questions, listen to different perspectives, and hopefully contribute to the search for solution. This is Eastern Voices, the Southeast in conversation with Nigeria. Once again, welcome to the program.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
To Eastern Voices. Today, we focus on a subject generating considerable political debate. Recently, Engineer Dave Umahi, the Honorable Minister of Works, and by every standard, one of the political leaders in the Southeast, has continued to cajole the people of the Southeast region to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 presidential elections. This is against the backdrop of the long-standing aspiration for a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction, and of course, peterobi's 2027 ambition. As the 2027 election draws closer, important questions arise. How does this seemingly paradox play out in the coming electoral season? What are the political implications of supporting President Tinubu? Can such an alliance advance the interests of the Southeast? Or is Engineer Dave Umahi right in his campaign for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Or is this even just another political effort for a political appointee to satisfy his principle, as we have seen in the past? On the other hand, how does peterobi's political aspiration align with the quest for an Igbo presidency? Joining me tonight to answer some of these questions is a cerebral-minded, son of the Southeast. He's a medical doctor, a consultant and community health practitioner, and of course, the secretary of the Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, enugu, State Branch. Join me as I welcome Dr. Chikeze Obase. Doc, you're welcome to the program.
Good evening. Welcome our viewers and welcome Chief Odom.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's always a delight to see you sit back and discuss Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Now, Doc, today is a very wonderful program opportunity to have you on this program, and I believe that these are very critical issues to look at. Minister Dave Umahi had been going about, cajoling the people of the Southeast to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the forthcoming 2027 general elections. What's the assessment of this situation?
In the first instance, I think Dave Umahi, amongst all the ministers we have today, I stand to celebrate him. The ministers we have seen in the recent past, especially the Minister of Works, he has shown a whole lot of expertise in managing that ministry. I am not so close to know his relationship with workers, but when it comes to what we've seen on the streets, we could say that he has done a little bit better off than other ministers, and he is one of the star boys, star ministers of this administration. So I won't be surprised if he's doing the work he's doing. Having said that, I would say that I think I'm beginning to accept that Dave Umahi is a core member of APC. His quest for APC to get in, Southeast to get into APC didn't start today. He started when he was a governor. During his second tenure as a governor, you can say clearly that he tried as much as he could to take the Ebonyi people into the APC, into the mainstream. And they invited the Mr. President, I think twice, in his state, at the beginning of 2015 when they commissioned the fertilizer blending company. And you can equally attest that he came second time. And during his tenure, we saw, I think it's under his tenure, we saw 2 universities of Ebonyi State turn to Federal University. The first is FETA, the one named after Alex Okweme, Federal University. And then we saw David Umahi, a medical school, turned to university again, and it's not a federal institution. So you could see that, to his credit, Ebonyi actually enjoyed a whole lot. Ebonyi came back its premier flagship in terms of rice production under him. He not only revamped that, but brought federal presence, to rice production. I remember in one of the occasions as a medical doctor, we went to Ebonyi State, for a national meeting, and we were served with Ebonyi rice, and the state government was proudly, showcasing Ebonyi rice. And I can tell you clearly that he's one person that has demonstrated that you must do something practicable, So at that backdrop, I will not say he is unpopular in his state. So when he moved to APC in 2018, I was like, why is he moving? Swimming against the tide. But he has succeeded. So that's why I maintain today that I don't think he is singing the praises of his master. He believes in taking APC or taking his state or taking his own ideology or his followers to the center. And for the good number of years he had been there, I think it has been good for them.
Yeah, but Doc, you see, a lot of critics argue that, this whole thing isn't just about repositioning the Southeast, as the Honorable Minister has, continuously said. They insinuate that, all of these things we're saying is just about some kind of trying to reposition himself, possibly for the position of vice president, in 2031, when the slot is expected to probably move down to the north. Do you think this is the case?
Every politician is aspiring to go higher in politics. He has only 2 ambitions. First ambition is to be a president. Second ambition is to be a vice president. Or probably third ambition, maybe to be an ambassador. He has been a deputy governor. He has been a party chairman. He has been a senator. He is now a minister. So what is left? So his ambition is not wrong, and he must aspire within the confines of his party. So I see nothing wrong about that. So maybe people who feel there's everything wrong about that, we can flip the chart easily. Because I could say clearly that some people will say his disposition will not make it easy for probably there will be southeastern candidate, in this case peterobi, emerging victorious or without hisses. All of them would have supported the person. But again, peterobi's ambition is equally an impediment to his own ambition, assuming without considering that may be his ambition. So I don't think it's right to say that maybe he's overreaching his ambition. I think both of them are not the same political party. So he has the freedom and the liberty to aspire.
Yeah, that is very correct. But the point now is that without actually, standing or making any case for any of the candidates, but the example you cited, peterobi's case, you see him saying, look, vote for me. And but on the one of the, if actually what critics are saying is correct, then why make it look as if, the Southeast should be able to support the president now, but in the actual sense, you're trying to preach that because it will eventually pave way for you. I mean, can you really say that is fair?
In the world of politics, in the world of what's it called? Not politics. In the world of football, France is the only country that went to World Cup without French citizens. French, what would I say? French or white-skinned citizens. There's only country, in fact, I think the Italian Prime Minister, Italian ambassador, told them that they are using African team to play French, as a French team. Now, what am I trying to point out? Every person, the Africans that went there to play didn't see the other Africans when they are playing match with them. They want so many of them, right? Now, as long as you are playing politics and game, the other party A is interested in winning. If you are not winning his team, you are not a member of his team. He has no interest because it's a game of interest of who gets what, when, and how. So it's not a game of we as people. Who gets what? He's looking for his own, and he believes that he has a better ambition, So I don't see him as antagonistic. I think I see him as playing the part. Where I would have seen him as antagonistic is had he been in the same political party and begins to play anti-party politics with, with the presidential candidate of NDC, in this case peterobi. I would have been actually saying that he doesn't want an Igbo man to be a president. But in this case, both of them are not. They're not even converging anywhere. Talk more of having divergence.
Okay. Now, I mean, for instance, if the Southeast agreed to heed Minister Dave Umahi's call and eventually, vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 general elections, where does that leave the long-standing aspiration of the Southeast to produce a Nigerian president of Southeast extraction?
It will be deferred.
Till when?
Till only God knows. I will tell you this. 2018. Sorry, I may sound as if I'm against the Southeast. 2018, don't go run up to that election. As the tide went on, and the then Nscdc chairman delivered a letter in which he says he was endorsing the candidature of Atiku peterobi. And if you go back and see boldly, he said he was endorsing him because he was their son. I remember I went to one of the radio stations. I said that is a crime, political crime committed by Nscdc. And at the cost of that mistake, Igbos may not likely see the presidential seat up until 2039. So I'm not surprised. Even when you listen to peterobi, he's saying that he will only go for 4 years. Even when he's talking, because you understand the distortion in the equilibrium. Right? So I don't think Dave Umahi might have looked at the chances of peterobi winning the election, and if to him he might feel it is slim, going by what they think their calculation is. So the best bet is to defer this to 2039. That may be what is trying to do. And then the closest is to find a very good candidate, such that he will align with that candidate in 2031 for eventual, bringing Southeast closer to the presidency. That may be his own plan.
Okay. Now, another point for us to look at in this instance is that many people have also come up to say, look, Yes, the Honourable Minister may be very right in doing what he's doing. After all, he's like we have just pointed out here, he's a member of the APC, a very strong member of the APC who, as a matter of fact, in 2022, expressed his interest to run for the presidency on the platform of the APC, and also, right now he is serving in the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But what some people probably take, exception to is what they have identified as continuous demarketing of, the candidature of Mr. Peterobi. How do you react to this?
Mr. Peterobi is demarketing his own government. Remember, see, I'm speaking here as a neutral person in the whole thing. Peterobi has continuously demarketed Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which means if Bola wins, what is his name? Dave Umahi will be out of government. So he's struggling to be within the government. He's struggling to continue what he's doing as a minister. It's just unfortunate that you are seeing him demarket Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but you might not be seeing Bola Ahmed Tinubu demarketing him. For instance, when he had an altercation with Peterobi, when Peterobi snapped picture of, damaged segment of the road, he was being demarketed, right? And when he challenged Peterobi that, look, you are trying to demarket me, at least this is to make me lose my job before the president. So, but I see those two things as both of them, what they're doing as politics and marketing. For those of us who have done marketing, nobody goes to market the opponent's products. Peterobi is under a different political party with, Dave Umahi. So I'm not expecting Dave Umahi to sing praises of Peterobi. They're both competitors, so they will demarket each other. It's unfortunate, but that's the healthy competition in politics. There's no way you expect Dave Umahi. The best you can tell him is to keep quiet. Right? And that's the best you can tell him. But remember, this is politics. If the president is counting on his aides to sing his praises and cheer him to win an election, my brother, if you don't do your part, and maybe for one reason or the other reason, the president is defeated, you lose your job. And maybe for the other reason, the president went back, you still lose your job. So you expected to do your own bit. Remember, he carries the toga of a mini president within the cabinet. As long as you're a cabinet member, you are part of the presidency. I don't know if you get what I mean. So he's expected to speak as a president to his people. I cannot come to a place where people would be talking about, we are not going to vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You expect him to keep quiet because probably somebody from his end is vying for the presidency. The question, if he keeps quiet, how would he now market the works he's doing?
Yeah, but some people have also said, look, he is not the only minister in the cabinet. And he is not the only person who also has a presidential candidate of another party from his region. For instance, people have given an example with Atiku Abubakar. There are many people in the cabinet who are also from the north. So why haven't they taken up the issue of, demarketing Atiku Abubakar as much as Engineer Dave Umahi is perceived to be demarketing Peterobi? That is the question.
The question is, beyond the wike, how many of the ministers have you seen address the press like Dave Umahi? That is the man's own lifestyle. He doesn't just come out to demarket or talk for his own candidates. He equally goes to the field always. In fact, minus wike, I don't think there's any other minister that has granted interviews more than Dave Umahi. He goes to the field, he talks from the field. So he is the media type. He's like a poster boy, he likes it. So every opportunity he has to have jobs to do. Promote his boss, and then promote his ministry. He's the chief marketing officer of his ministry and the president within that ministry. And remember, among the old ministers from the north, how many of them can you say has performed better than Dave Umahi by own rating? in terms of their ministries. So you're not expecting a man who is receiving that huge amount of money, who is doing what he's doing, not to showcase the world what he's doing. The man who is entrusting that fund in him has equally entrusted him to market him. So he has a responsibility to market his boss. He's not going to market me.
Okay, Doc. You see, there are two other issues.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
If you move from Enugu towards Onitsha, something quietly is happening. Putting up street lights, remodeling of the road. And ask somebody quietly, do you understand what it means to put up street light from Enugu, 100-kilometer distance? So by 8 o'clock, if you're on air, you see an array of lights. So somebody can easily understand that you can move from Onitsha to Enugu. And you expect a person who embarked on such huge projects not to market the bus. Again, I moved from Nsukka the other day to 2-night mile to Enugu. And I saw the quantum of work going on that road. Do you expect a person who is getting that kind of huge amount of money with that trust
and support from his boss?
And support from his boss, not to market his boss? If you are that boss, what would you do? From Enugu to Ebonyi, you see the quantum of job doing their dualization?
So can we now say that is more of an appointee that wants to be show appreciation to his principal?
Whatever you want to see it from. Even if I am him, he's not even marketing him well. I will be on media every day.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I can tell you that, you know what it means that he came up with the idea of concrete pavement road. I applied from Ntezi down to Obu the other day. I can tell you the road he did over 10 years is still intact. Concrete pavements. That idea would have died with him in Ebonyi. But you saw a man who actually allowed him to nationalize his idea, giving it a trial. And if it works, do you know it will go down the annals of history? That he is the minister that actually brought about concrete pavement in Nigeria.
Yes, he has in fact, he has never minced words. He has never minced words, you know, in reminding the people of the Southeast the enormous benefits his current position, the fact that, you know, he's a son of the Southeast and occupying that position now, the enormous benefits it has brought to the Southeast. But I want you to, you know, two issues I want you to, you know, deal with before we go on break. Now, number one is, yes, the minister is asking the people of the Southeast to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, if that call is heeded, where does he leave the people of the Southeast? You know, with the quest, with the long-term quest for a president of Southeast extraction. That is number one. Knowing too well that the moment President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is re-elected into office, it takes him to, expectedly, of course, it will take him to 2031. And by 2031, going by the gentleman agreement, you know, that exists between the North and South in Nigeria, the presidency is expected to move down to the North for another 8 years. So we are talking about 2039. So where does, you know, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's second tenure, as Engineer Dave Umahi is, you know, trying to convince the people of Southeast to join the fray, where does he leave the people of the Southeast? That ambition, will it be, you know, dead on arrival, or what will happen to it? That is number one. Then number two is, now, if you look at the Southeast, people have always said the people of the Southeast, you know, have this very Republican mindset, especially when it comes to elections. And quite frankly, if you look at, I mean, since 1999, they've always voted in a particular pattern. Do you honestly think the people of the Southeast are going to change that pattern come 2027?
Let me be frank and honest with you. Since 1983, we've been voting the same pattern. What have we achieved? 1979. We're voting in that same pattern. Now, what have we achieved?
For the presidency or for the subnational election?
For the presidency. These people are today Southeast voted, what's his name, Zeke. Where did he leave us? 1999, we voted for Obasanjo. 2007, we voted for Yar'Adua. En bloc, 2015, we voted for Jonathan. 2018, we voted for Atiku. 2023, we voted for peterobi. And so if we continue voting en bloc, we should actually understand the consequences. The consequence is very clear. The greatest disservice we had was when Nyanwodo, in 2018, wrote a document that purported that you are supporting Atiku Abubakar because they nominated peterobi. For me, that singular write-up was just not necessary. We've been voting en bloc, but we need to disaggregate that vote. We need to look. That's the election. Let me explain. The Southeast gathered about 89% of the vote for peterobi. No other region in Nigeria gave their son more than 63% of the votes. Let me be economical. 65%.
Was that a mistake?
I am going to point out to you that we voted 89%. They didn't make our son a president. Those that voted 65%, did their son not win? But they disaggregated the votes. So you must be a pan-Nigerian. You cannot be seen as a bigot. Even in 2015, Jonathan gathered enough votes from the North. Go back and read history. Look at the results. So you cannot think that by the time you bring all your eggs in one basket, that's when you must win. I paused. I took a look at Osun election. I laughed. I said, the result of that Osun election simply shows that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has in his pocket 1 million votes from only Osun.
How is that possible?
Look at the result. 1,200,000 and something votes.
And you think everybody will vote for him in?
When it comes, let's not. That's not what topic for today. But we'll see it.
Okay.
That state has been a state that has been parading between 800 and 1 million votes, and they show that they can get it 1 million, with only 17,000 plus votes going to opposition. As far as I'm concerned, our court party and the APC are the same, 6.5 dozen. There's no difference between the two.
So, if
we vote,
yes,
the same pattern, we should be praying to God to help us. If we win, then that may be, a deviation from what has happened since 1979. But if we eventually lose, we know that we even struggle for 2039. If we lose, we should know that we may struggle for 2039.
So are you by any means saying that the Southeast quest for a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction should be in abeyance till 2039?
For me, as a person, I came to that painful conclusion in 2018.
How?
I told you. When it was obviously clear to all of us that Buhari was going to win the election. For the analysts, for me, it was clear. There was no doubt whether Buhari was going to win the election.
But the question is, even in 2039, what is the guarantee?
2039?
Yes.
The only guarantee is that...
the reason why I'm asking this question is this very clearly. You see, because, in fact, that is going to form the basis of the next question I wanted to ask you. Because even Engineer Dave Umahi himself and many other Southeast leaders in the APC have come out to say that, look, we shouldn't waste our votes in 2027, that we should use it to support Bola Ahmed Tinubu in anticipation of, an expected support that will also come to the Southeast when it is out. I mean, somebody like the former governor of Abia State, Senator Ojo Zakalo, they've all made this point very clearly. But my question is this. If we agree to go, if the people of the Southeast agree to go that way, what is the guarantee in 2039 that when the presidency must have traveled to the North and returned again to the South, that it will be the turn of the Southeast? Because, it has traveled around before, and when it was very obvious that the Southeast should claim that other regions should support the Southeast, other geopolitical zones should support the Southeast to get the presidency, it never happened. This much was expressed by even Dave Umahi himself, Engineer Devma himself on at Egu Square at the APC in 2022 when APC during the APC primaries. Dr. Obonoyano of blessed memory said the same thing. Emeka Majuba, then a minister, said the same thing. That look, in fact, the one of if you recall, Dr. Obonoyano was practically asking, say, where is the justice? Where is the justice?
Let me remind
the Southeast had made sacrifices.
Don't kill yourself. Politics is a game of number.
Okay.
2018.
Yes.
I'll still go back to that 2018. Remember what transpired when Buhari went to Owerri prior to that election? He pleaded that the Southeast should vote him. Remember, he pleaded. I want to believe that nobody wanted to believe Buhari. I want to believe that nobody wanted to believe Buhari. His aide then, I think, was it his chief of staff of his blessed man, Abakari? Was it Abakari? Came out to say that Igbo should support it so that 2023 it should be the turn of the Southeast. We said no. To add insult upon injury, the day he came to commission Zix Misolium, if you remember, was the day the organization Igbo went to Nike to bring out the document that why they supported Atiku Abubakar. That was February 2018. He was commissioning Zix Misolium in Onitsha. He didn't even give him the respect, even when you have every reason to say that we weren't invited and so on and so forth. You should have actually, shelved your meeting that day. But that was the day he brought out. So what were you telling him? We don't need your support to win the presidency. Having gone that way, when it was time to hand over to him, that same man remembered that the man that helped him to win the presidency. He went back to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If you remember the whole political shenanigans that happened prior between Lawan, the Malamis and so on, you understand that it was only Buhari that actually supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or actually agreed that fair play should take place. So all the agreement was reached. Now, if for any reason the Mr. President is trying to get re-election for one reason or the other, and we did not support him, and we fail in our own bid, how then do you come back to tell him that you are a friend to support you? Does it make sense?
All right. Does it make sense? If you fail to give your votes, in politics they say you make friends before you need them.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that you are keeping a tab on this particular conversation. Dr. Obase is doing a great justice to this topic, and sometimes, a lot of times, many people delve into conversations and on the street, at the newspaper stands, but it's always good to get a broader perspective to issues. Look at it from different sides. Perhaps that idea may change. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. We are still with Dr. Chikeze Obase, the medical doctor turned public affairs analyst, and a journalist, a communication expert, and a keen, follower of the events in Nigeria and the Southeast, and in fact, every other part of the world. Doc, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, we have very few minutes left on this program, but let me get your perspective. How does peterobi's ambition particularly, you know, he has said it very obviously that he's committing himself to a one tenure, just for 4 years. How does his ambition fit into the quest, you know, the long quest for, you know, president of Southeast extraction? How does the two agree?
It doesn't fit in.
How?
I'll be pragmatic. I've tried to view leadership across the globe. I don't know how much you can do in 4 years as a president of Nigeria.
Okay.
You know, people do not understand that presidency has a lot to do with strategic management of the country. It is not operational. It's not something you are going to change. You change the system of Nigeria by bringing out policy, that's running the policy, and being sure that the policy is going to work. So if you really want to have a 4-year, you know, single tenure as a president, are you ready to, you know, are you sure you are going to make it within that 4 years in radically changing the policy direction of the country? Do you think it's going to be possible? Interests are going to be far. People should be able to understand the direction you're going. I don't even know how many of the countries in the world that less than 10 years has allowed the president, you know, to change the trajectory of a country. I'll give you a typical example in Nigeria. From 1999 to 2007, we were simply gathering money. We were not owing debts. Nigeria paid off all that debt, liquidated those you can liquidate. Leeward was debt-free. From 2009, 2007 to today, we've been borrowing money. Somebody incubated that idea, brought it, ran it for 7 years, 8 years, but it couldn't be sustained by subsequent leaders. Just 7 years, it could not sustain it. And I believe there aren't any policy documents. And sometimes I keep asking people, third term agenda, is it a curse? Or would it have been a blessing?
You think it would have been a blessing?
It's a question I just say we can interrogate. We can get another guest, we interrogate it. Okay. So we can look at various dimensions of Nigeria, trajectory growth, from 1999, and then look at it thereafter, and see where we are. That's the only perspective where you could know whether it was a curse or a blessing in disguise. So, but that's for another day. So you see that when you tell me that you're going to just do 4 years and get out of the place, first you have effectively 3.5 years to run the presidency. If you finish, the first 6 months will take you understanding what is in the presidency, getting around with court.
Okay.
So it's not, for me, it's not a service to Igbo.
Okay.
And again, I feel it's the marketing strategy for him. Anybody who is telling him that, for me, it's irritating to tell the northern man that you're just going to run for 4 years.
Okay, but Doc, we just have barely 1 minute to go now. I want to ask you this question. Given the fact that today, within the Southeast geopolitical zone, there are 5 states and there are just about 4 political parties in control in the 5 states. If you were to talk to Southeast leaders today, vis-a-vis the quest for a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction, what will you be telling them as we look forward to 2027? Just very briefly.
They should market candidates they want. They shouldn't coalesce Igbos to join into one political party. I expect that at the end of the day, we'll see people will be emerging tops. But at least let the other candidates of the other political parties be able to, the president at the center, be able to get at least 20 to 25% of the votes.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you.
It's been a very delight talking to you, and I believe that these kind of conversations are going to be in the front burner as we move towards 2027. People of the Southeast and beyond, wherever you may be, whether you're in the Southeast, or in the other parts of Nigeria, even in other parts of the world, keep a tab on what is happening in Nigeria. Keep a tab on what is happening in the Southeast. We believe that as we approach the election, we'll be looking at these issues very closely, and at the end of the day, everyone will be better off. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again next time. My name is
Eastern Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
It is my joy to bring up our keynote speaker at the Delta State Economic Investment Summit 2026, the 7th Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African and the first woman to hold this office in the entire history of the WTO, previously served 2 terms as the Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, served as Managing Director of the World Bank. She led negotiations that wiped out $18 billion of Nigeria's debt and an overall external debt reduction of over $30 billion. She is recognized as one of the most influential humans alive today. She was nicknamed Okonjo Wahala because she brought Wahala to inefficiency in the economy. She brought Wahala to corruption. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this global institution in human form, role model to men and women across the globe. She was born right here in Ogwashuku, and she has not forgotten her roots. She's not here as a visiting dignitary. She is home as a daughter of the soil. Please join me as I welcome and I receive my role model, your role model, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, poetry, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anympayo Sanim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, defend your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I am your host today, Gift Obodo. My dear viewers, today we have a lot of questions for you and some explanations to give. But the major concern for me is about copyright theft. Today, what happens when your work has been copied, downloaded, or reposted by someone else? Where do your rights stand to gain? Do you stand to, make some charges against the person who actually reposted, or downloaded your work? Unto this effect, it actually led us to the topic, copyright theft, know your rights. And to this effect, joining us today to explain and to dig legal perspective on this topic is an erudite barrister with long profile, and he is well respected in the legal field. Welcome, Barrister Matthew S. Eneji. Barrister, welcome to You and the Law, today's edition of the show. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And before we continue, before we delve into the main questions and a lot of explanation today, we'll go on a commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law. Concerning our topic for today, copyright theft and know your rights. This actually leads me to my first question, and it is, what exactly is copyright and what kind of creative work does Nigerian copyright law protect?
Copyright is an aspect of intellectual property law that protects creative expressed ideas. It protects artistic work. It protects work of art, literary and otherwise. So copyright is an aspect of intellectual property that makes sure that if a person sings a song, writes a book, posts on social media, makes a computer software, these products are protected. That is what copyright is all about.
So does a person have to register his or her work to claim copyright protection?
No. In Nigeria, the Copyright Act automatically confers protection on your work as soon as it is done. So you don't have to go and register it in a particular place, to a particular agency before you do it. Immediately you are able to come up with something original that requires effort, and you fix it. Fix means it must be put in a particular state that it can be referred to, whereby you write it down, or you decide to record it, or you capture it as a picture. The protection comes on top or on it automatically. Now, this is to distinguish instantly from the fact that ideas are not protected. So, for instance, if you sit down and you have the most wonderful idea in the world and it is not fixed, you did not sit down to write it, nor did you snap it, nor did you make a video of it, there is no copyright protection for it. But immediately you put it in a fixed form, it becomes protected automatically. So
this is very interesting, because we see these people commit this particular offense every day, but I don't know. I don't know if actually I would say it's an offense. Can a content creator legally repost another person's work simply because it is already viral?
Okay, now that's an interesting question. You see, there are different angles to this thing. If, for instance, a viral work is being reshared on a social platform, and you know most of these social platforms have the option for you to reshare the person who posted to decide whether his or her work should be reshared. If this person consents to his or her work being reshared, and a person reshares a viral post, it is fine, because this person has already given his consent to share. For instance, you see Facebook, you can reshare as far as WhatsApp and vice versa to Instagram and all of that. So once it is in that form, it is fine, because this person has already given his consent for you to reshare. But if you go and download or copy or screenshot and come to reshare as if you own it, or even after acknowledging that this post was made by this person, you are still infringing on the copyright right of the person who posted it. Because even though you've acknowledged the poster as the person who owns the work, you have not sought his or her permission. And it's even worse if you are not making money from it. So if you were to share, its consent has been given by the policy of the company, the social media platform in which the person is operating on. If the person downloads it, you have infringed on that person's right. But if, for instance, you post a work that has already gone viral, and the person comes and says, see, no, I like the traffic, I want you people to give me traffic, and decide not to take it up, it is assumed that the person has consented one way or the other. And then there is one angle of law again that you need to take into consideration, is fair comment. For instance, someone makes a viral post and you repost it because you want to critique or comment on it. In that instance, the law permits you to do it, even if the person does not give you a consent to do. Or maybe you are reporting a real-life incident that is happening, like an incident going on in the news, and you are covering it, and this person decides to share and say, oh, this thing is happening at so place, life and all. The law permits it under fair comment. Aside these three instances, there's no way you can do it.
Now, sorry, I'm going to cut in short, because now, I think at a point, using this thing, the word, because I'm just saying the word repost and download. These two things are very different. But now, what happens to the app that gave consent to download and repost? Who should be held accountable? Is it the person that actually downloaded, or the app that gave consent to download?
the person who downloaded, because the mere fact that the app gives consent to download does not automatically mean you should go and download without permission.
No, you said no. There's this thin line between you created an app and you gave the choice that you can actually download. That means you are actually infringing on the original user's rights.
No, if an app permits a person to download, it means the person must have consented while signing up. You see those tiny prints they used to give that we don't usually read because I just want to be on social media, I click and go. There are so many things that are written in there that if you take our time to read it, you might realize that some of your rights have been waived by these terms and conditions that you've ticked, that you've read and agreed to. So if a particular social media permits you to download, then it means you may have consented to it. But that's not even the issue. You can download some work and use it for personal use. You can download some work and use it for educational purposes. That is even an exception to using a copyrighted work. So you can use a person's copyright without seeking the person's permission if it is meant for educational purpose.
So there's an exclusion clause there?
Yes, there are exceptions to it. So the app making it possible for you to download does not automatically mean you should download and go and post. You might download for educational purpose, you might download for research, you might download for private use. But if you download and you decide to go ahead and post so that you can now generate traffic and make money out of it, or even without generating traffic and making money, without the permission of this person, then you are infringing on their
What if you can actually show evidence that you tried to reach to the original creator, but you couldn't get through? Let me say the main creator or the original content is by a celebrity, a high personnel. You know, it's going to be very difficult to get close to them. And at this point, you just need to get the work, share for people to learn, or to get knowledge from it. Your main motive, like you said, educational purpose. Now you actually want to get that content for educational purpose, but you cannot reach the original creator, like maybe because of distance or something of he's a high class. To get to him is very difficult. What will you do at this point? And you go ahead to repost or download and repost this particular work.
Now, to answer
that educational purpose.
Yes.
Simply.
Now, to answer that question, first, I said for educational purpose, you might not need the consent or permission of the person who has produced it. I remember when we were in the university, we needed to get a particular textbook to study. Now, we could not get that textbook because it was out of print, and we needed it. As students, our lecturer told us that, see, as long as we are using this work to study in school, we can go ahead and make photocopy of it and use it, and we'll be free from infringing on the person's copyright because it is for educational purpose. So if it is for that purpose, now you don't need the consent. It's part of the exception that comes with you infringing on another person's copyright.
No, somebody can actually come with the idea, yes, it's for educational purpose, and my page already is monetized. You posting it on the page and it went viral on my page. The main purpose is for education. Now the person is maybe when the original owner of the work comes and see that this particular work has generated a lot of revenue, and the person who actually downloaded and reposted is claiming the fact, I did it solely for educational purpose, but the problem is that the page was solely monetized in the initial start. So what will happen in that case?
Exactly. I was about going into that angle first. Now, when you discover that your work is infringed, one of the first steps you usually take is you can write to that person and be like, see, take down this work. You don't have my permission. The person will be like, but see, it is doing so well, and is there a way I can compensate you? Now, most copyright issues don't get to court because most people are willing to settle. You are making money off this. It's bringing you money. And this person whom you've posted has not given you consent. and the person has come to meet you now. At first, you were trying to reach them, you could not. The person has come to you. You guys can reach an agreement. If you cannot reach an agreement and he takes you to court, he might get an order compelling you to pay him a particular percentage. And the court might agree with him. If the court does, you have to pay. If the court doesn't, and the court maybe orders you to take it down, you have to take it down. But if somehow you people can reach an agreement, you can go ahead and keep posting it. You are compensated. The major reason why you are coming to meet him in the first place is because you were not, your permission was not sought, and then you were not compensated. Now that you have all of it, what's the big deal?
What the idea is not a big deal, but actually moving over to my next question. If they give you credit, but they did not ask for permission, does the credit make the work you used legal?
No, it doesn't. See, we have two rights. When it relates to copyright, we have economic right, and then we have what's it called now, a paternity right. Paternity right means that your name must be mentioned whenever they are using your work.
That's giving you credit.
Yes, giving you credit. For instance, you cannot quote Chinua Achebe without saying Chinua Achebe, because it is his work. Now, the economic right, to add to that, the paternity right is the one that in some laws, in some countries, it can never be taken away. For instance, in Nigeria now, no matter what you do, no matter how you quote Chinua Achebe, you cannot decide to put your name, and you cannot buy it off. You must put his name. That right cannot be sold. Now, the economic right is the one where you can decide to buy it, and then the money will come to you because you've paid this person off. Or if the work falls into public domain where everybody can use it and get derivative work from it. For example, Cinderella. We have so many Cinderella movies made from the same story because the work is in the public domain now. So you can alter it whichever way you want. But no matter what you do, you must mention the first name. So if the economic right has not been satisfied, you've only complied with the paternity right, whereby you've mentioned the person's name, where you've posted this thing and you're making all the money from it, and you've not sought for the permission of this person to use the economic right, then you've infringed.
So what I'm getting here is that you actually because there are certain people that would be like, you have to meet them first or talk to them first, and they have to give the approval. But what if actually you cannot, or like there has been a barrier to reaching them, but you want to use their work to, you know, cite something for citing purpose, and then you have to cite them. Then you have to, like in your reference, you can actually cite them that this work belongs to this person. Still, does that citing them doesn't not, you know, close up the permission part?
It's not enough. You don't only have the job. If the person decides to come later and say, "CEO, you are using my work, even though you cited me, you've not given me anything from it," you compensate the person. Remember, you were trying to reach them, you could not. Now that you have, the person has come. Okay, pay me my own. This.
But what if the person is, you know, coming for the bigger share of the money?
That is where negotiation comes into place. That is where you now might say, okay, fine, I can't give you that. You can take me to court. And then I also prove to the court that I tried to reach you. I did not. And then according to my own observation and calculation, I think this is fair compared to what you're asking. The court will look at it one way or the other and decide here and there what to give to whom.
So there are certain situations where some people will just say, I just used some part of his work.
It doesn't matter.
Does it still amount to copyright infringement?
It is. Even if you use just a sentence, it is. Because that one sentence might be the major reason why you are getting a lot of traffic on your site. For instance, take Nike's slogan, "Just do it." As simple as it might seem, that has been the idea behind one of the best sales they've had. Just do it. Imagine you are thinking of spending your last card or not on a Nike shoe, and you turn around and you see, "Just do it," and you decide to spend it. And then somebody now copies it from somewhere and be like, ah, Dangote refinery, just buy it, just do it. And you are saying, no, it's just a sentence, this and that. No, it means a lot. So even if it's just a sentence, as long as you deem it important enough to copy it, you should acknowledge the person.
So someone cannot
seek the person's permission.
Can the law not, assume that someone can just think of, can just do it? It's just like I just thought it, just do it. I didn't even know. Someone can claim that like I didn't even know that slogan existed. So you're trying to say that before someone posts something, make a comment about, you should go and research and anything. You just come online, just form something, just post. You're with your head, your creative head, you just thought it out and you just post. Someone will just come and say, this slogan is from my company, this is my company trademark, you copyrighted me. It's an offense.
Yes. Now that is even taking the conversation a bit out of copyright. Now, one of the things people get wrong is we have different types of intellectual property and the different aspect of law that protect it. We have copyright that deals with literary and artistic work. We have patent that deals with innovation. We have trademark that deals with colors, font, style, and everything. We have industrial design. And now, depending on the angle you're claiming from, for instance, the just do it statement, I don't think is copyrighted. But it might be a trademark. It might be an industrial design. Now, depending on what they register it as, if you were to use it as a copyright, you may not be infringing on the person's right, depending on how the pleadings are made in court and some of these things and all. But if you were to use it the other way around as a trademark, you may be infringing. And even if it doesn't even come under patent, trademark, or you can still come under passing off. So there are different angles to this. It depends on how you look at it.
Okay, now you said something about let me say you just do it. For instance, someone has trademarked this particular word.
Yes.
And at some point you went to register it. And I think that's the only point that you will find out. Yeah.
Before the person, if the first person has registered it before you or not, I don't get.
Yeah. What if? Yes, I think that is the only point. What if you not go for registration of that trademark? You just used it, and you used it for, let me say, your brand as a trademark for your brand. I think when the person will actually find out that this word has been trademarked is when he goes to register it.
Yes.
And what if the other brand has been using it and has not registered that said trademark?
Good. Now, when it comes to trademark, there is something the law does sometimes. If a particular product has gained a lot of popularity and people know it for a particular thing, now if it is trademarked or not, the law protects it in order to protect the consumers that are using it. Take for instance now, I really can't remember now if Coca-Cola is trademarked or not. But the law knows that Coca-Cola is a very popular brand and people are using it and people know it. And then they know that some other people might be interested in copying Coca-Cola to make a particular design and all of these things to deceive the consumer into consuming something that is not Coca-Cola. The law can go ahead and protect Coca-Cola's copyright, a trademark, even though it is not registered.
Okay, let's shift a little bit to entertainment now, because I think we'll have so many DJs these days, what they do most time is to play people's music. Some people will see it, most of the celebrities that are musicians see it as a way that these DJs actually are promoting their songs. But leading to these copyright issues and all this, don't you think it's also an infringement to their rights? Because most of these songs, they go online, download it.
Now, a DJ may or may not be infringing on the rights of the artist. Now, in Nigeria, we have what we call CMO, a collective management organization. I think there are ones for music and then some other ones like that, but generally it's like an umbrella body where DJs go to pay money and get license to play some songs. So when you go to this CMO and you pay them and subscribe, it's maybe like you have your Go TV and you subscribe, permit you to, and all of that. So when they pay that money, it permits them to use songs, no matter where they are released, by anybody within Nigeria, without infringing on the person's right. Because this CMO usually goes to these musicians and have an agreement with them and be like, we are going to pay you a collective money so that our DJs can use your song to perform. Now, if a DJ does that, he or she is safe. Another thing is that that subscription is tied to a venue, a club, a party. For instance, if a particular organization owns this place as a club, and they invite a DJ to come and play a song in that place, and that club has subscribed to that CMO, whatever song the DJ plays there is covered because that subscription is tied to a venue. So if a DJ has made his own subscription, he or she can go ahead and play as many of these songs as he wants. If the venue has made that subscription, he or she can also go ahead and play. And then there are some DJs, because of who they are and how popular they've become and influential, producers and artists usually go to them and have one or two arrangements and be like, play my song, go. And might even give the DJ some commission to play their song for them. So you can never really tell whether a DJ is infringing or not until you ask the right question.
So because we see that sometimes you people, because I don't know, I think it's a battle between artists and DJs, because I think someone met me one day and was like, should I prosecute this particular DJ? And I looked at him, I'd be like, why? What did he do? He said he actually played my songs, he actually mixed it, uploaded it, and is making money out of it.
Then he or she can take that DJ to court. But to always begin with, write a letter, a deceased letter to that DJ. Ask the DJ to either take down your song or compensate you and all of that, and see if the DJ has made such subscription. If they have, then you can track it to the right place and be like, see, oh, this DJ is playing this song because he or she has subscribed to a CMO and the CMO has been paid, but it hasn't been remitted to me. Can I get my own royalty based on the song that this DJ is playing? You can track it to that point. But if you happen to find out after making your due diligence that the DJ is infringing on your right, you can go ahead and sue him to court.
Because the other DJ actually made a claim that he actually paid the app in which he downloaded the said song to be able to get a copy of it. That if the owner of the song did not want them to download it, why did he actually upload it to the site? Very fully well, it's for public consumption, and anybody can one day pay the app, get it.
Now, the big question is, did the app subscribe to a CMO, or is the app also part of a CMO? That is why you need to track these things. You need to find out. Now that the DJ has claimed to have paid a particular app, try to find out what that app is. Is it a CMO? Is it linked to a CMO? If it is, track it there and see if you can get your royalty.
Okay, what is the big difference between copyright infringement, plagiarism, and outright content theft?
Now, plagiarism could be a copyright infringement. Now, copyright is like an umbrella of it. Plagiarism, okay, as long as it's done on a literary or artistic work, is part of a copyright infringement. Now, that outright theft, I think, is just semantics. It's either the work has been infringed on or not. So whichever manner it is an infringement on your copyright.
So let's take it a little bit further. What happens when an employee creates a content as part of their job? You know, does the employee can he be sued, or can the employer sue the employee for using their product or part of their work in their company, you know, to post it or to air?
It depends on who owns this work.
The company he's actually working for.
The company owns the work. How? Who created it?
The company.
See, when you work for a company, usually for companies that gives you the opportunity to create products, ideas out there that can become really commercial, you enter into an agreement with such companies as to who owns the work. Some companies will own the economic right to that work, while you retain the paternity right to it. Other companies will give you part of the economic right to that work, while they own the part of the economic right, while you own the economic and the paternity right to it. Other companies will be like, it depends on the agreement all of you people sign. That is why it is important that you don't just begin to sign your contract agreement, your employment agreement. You have to read it to know exactly what you are getting into or not. Now, usually, the general rule of thumb is, if a company is providing the raw material with which you are using to do your research, while you are there, they've provided everything. They gave you the opportunity and all of these things, and you were able to come up with a product in the course of your employment. Most companies will own the economic right to that work totally, which means whatever money this thing generate, it comes to them and not you. But the paternity right, like I told you before, cannot be taken away. Anywhere that product is mentioned, your name must be mentioned as the person who created it. So if you own part of the right of a particular work, nothing should stop you from posting it. A very good example, which people often don't know about, is that if you give me your phone to snap you, and I snap you a really nice picture, I own the copyright to that picture, not you.
Oh, wait. You snapped me.
Yes.
Whose phone is that? Yours?
It doesn't matter whose phone. I snapped you. I own the copyright to that.
So what are you, because we have seen in some cases where celebrities actually sue some photographers who actually, you know, snapped them and posted them maybe in a public event, snapped them and posted them on their page.
Yes.
Without their consent.
Yes.
Consent.
The suing is not as to who owns copyright. It is as to consent. See, you have a right to private life. You can decide and be like, this aspect of my life is private. I don't want anybody putting it out there. Someone comes to your house or sees you on the road and snaps you when you are having a private moment and decides to go ahead and post it without your consent. You can sue them for infringing on your private life. But you cannot come and sue them to say, I own the picture. A person who snaps you owns that picture. Your photographer has the copyright to whatever picture, even though you are the one in it. So he can only permit you to use it under certain circumstances. You can't use it to make money. As long as you are using it to make money, you have to come back and seek his permission before you use it.
So what happens in a situation where actually someone creates an idea, but someone actually creates an idea, but another person actually comes to recreate that idea with a different kind of a style, you know, adding some style, but it's still similar idea, but in a different style. Now, do you say this is copyright theft?
No, it depends on how different the modification is. If you will limit people and say, see, someone has made a particular car, nobody should make a car in this world again, will be limited. The law permits that, see, you've made a car, I can come and make a different car. It's a car, but I can make a different car. So if the copying is so similar that it can confuse the consumers, where they cannot know the difference between your car and this car, then you are infringing on that person's right, intellectual property, and the person can sue you for passing off, can sue you under whichever category the infringement comes from. So if the modification you are making to a particular product that is in existence is distinct, is new, is a new way of solving a particular thing, then you should be celebrated.
Okay, and my final question for today is, what are the legal options available when persons, when people steal people's content or refuses to remove it?
Well, if a person has taken your content without your permission, you can start by writing to them. Take this content down. You did not seek my permission before putting it up. And if the person refuses, you can go ahead and take the person to court. And the court can now make the person take it down, or in addition to taking it down, make the person pay damages and all of that. So, but it's always better that you reach out to this person and see if the person might be like, oh, I did not know it's yours. I was actually looking for the person. Okay, see, I've made so money. Can we reach an agreement? What percentage do you want? And all of this before you take the matter to court.
And that's all we have for you today on You and the Law. As we come to the end of today's program, there's one thing you have to remember, that your creative idea is your property. And the first way to protect yourself and your property, your creative property, is to know the law and know where your rights stand in the society. And a very big thank you, Barrister, for that valuable insight on this copyright theft and knowing your rights as individual. And to my viewers out there, thank you for joining me today on today's program. And one thing I have to leave with you, be vigilant, be careful, be watchful, know your rights as an individual. Until next time, I am Gift Obodo. Thank you for joining me on Aneke TV. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not. I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to match them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Ni ban yi musu ga wannan cire tallafi ba, amma ina kudin su ina suke. Ai da ya kamata a ce ai kudaden da aka samu an yi maganin talauci, an yi maganin rashin zuwa makaranta da sauransu, amma ina kudaden ai sace su ake yi.
To da kidan kai nasara za ka mayar?
Mayar. Kuma duk wani wanda ya sace kudi zai mayar.
Let's look at the trajectory of the history. I saw one of my opponents now say he will go back to subsidy. I read it. That is demonstration of a serious ignorance on governance and economy. Before I came here, 27 states are unable to pay salaries. Not to even talk of pensioners, salary of workers. In your state, I know a man that raised, whose nickname half salary. They come to the federal, cap in hand, unable to do anything. The salary you pay feeds families. Where are the local governments? They are in the states. Where are the concentration of population? They are in the states. Take out the president. Regard every other person as common men. They have families to feed. The infrastructure you embark upon, on the road network, housing, school rehabilitation, hospital, healthcare pronouncements, resuscitation of healthcare, training of teachers, training of F workers to protect our vulnerable families. It's part of your responsibility.
I agree with you that I think it's one of the leading candidates. I agree with you. We have only one leading candidate, and that's the Tinubu. I have told people this will be the easiest election. Why that's it? And this should be competition for opposition. This is not merely because parties have presented their candidates. No opposition is united to say, really, we want to move to something. And so, for me, I see that there was no position in 2024 than now. And that's why I say that 2027 is gone. It's gone because you don't have any position that want to wrestle power from the government. Now, let me also tell you, and that's why we need to ask ourselves, the integrity and consistency of leadership. For Atiku, who is confused, who acts like a good economist, Atiku will say anything just to be president. This was a man in 2022 that he was going to remove the fuel subsidy because it was a fraud. Now in 2026, he was not going to remove the fuel subsidy. He's still going back to the fraud, which he has announced that fuel subsidy was. You know, we should be able to be consistent in what we send to our people. We should not want leadership is all about. The election is not you coming and you say one thing now in the morning, in the afternoon, you say a different thing. In the night, you're talking about a different thing. That's not it. If I do should be fair, today, under the Petroleum Act, under the Petroleum Industry Act, NFTC can be fully commercialized. It's now a limited liability company. It's no longer the sole importer or producer of fuel. It's not. Unlike what it used to be. Is it going to give fuel subsidy in the Dangote refinery? The fuel produced by Dangote refinery is not going to be possible. That people, they simply all I thought you would have argued. Yes, I still believe in the removal of fuel subsidy. And I think that the service made would have been utilized in this way or that way. If that case, look at that, okay, it's making a point here. Maybe government have done that, utilizing this service in this area. But to say one thing in 2022, then the next 3 years, they are saying, who is misleading who? And that's why I tell you, we Nigerians, we should stop, listening to people just as today. How can you say you want to be president of the country? You can never be consistent. You say what you want, let the people hear. Let them vote me in. I just want to be president. Whatever I cook or cook, it doesn't matter. In any case, you won't be. Because Nigerians have done the hate does not believe in the survival of this country. The policy taking that is a better to good person. And look at what you said. Look at the savings. And how the money was shared amongst the tails of the government. It might be hopes on us to go back to ask our local government, ask our states what we're able to use the funds for. But the Minister of Finance came back and
last week, the federal government told us that they've saved about 15 billion naira from the subsidies. 10 billion goes to the states and local governments. 5 billion for the trillion to the federal government. My question to you, do you support the removal of fuel subsidy? If the answer is in the affirmative, is there something wrong with the way it's being implemented? And if your answer is no, what other policy options do you propose?
Okay. We are back
and you've got 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes.
We are back to 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the issue was simple. We said no. We don't believe in the removal of subsidy at all. We said we don't believe. I think Showore of AAC doesn't believe.
So just to be clear, you don't believe in removal of fuel subsidy?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Governor Peterobi.
Well, I subscribe and I maintain that you need to remove subsidy. Mismanagement of the proceeds should not be the reason for not removing it. What we should have done is that when we remove subsidy, we would have given the people alternative usage for the subsidy. What we have today is that that removal and the attendant resources being recovered is also being mismanaged and stolen. For example, we have received, according to them, 16 trillion. We will, I said it before, go to my manifesto and say I will remove subsidy. We'll do it in an organized manner, and whatever we recover will be invested appropriately. And I just give you an example, because you have no time. Let's say you remove subsidy, and you decided number one thing a nation needs to develop is health. And today, our health is very poor, our primary health care is very poor, where we are now have more maternal and child issues than countries like India. Assuming, let me use 5%. You said they saved 15.8 trillion. So call it about 16 trillion. So 5% of that is just about 800 billion. And if you decide today, our biggest problem is issue of primary health care. If you decide to put primary health care in each ward, just each ward, in each ward, today it will cost you, from our own studies, an average of 100 million naira for one. We have 8,809 wards. Call it 10,000. I use 100 million naira for each. It will cost you 800 billion.
Okay.
If you decide today, we have issue now with kidney dialysis. We have over 25 million Nigerians have kidney issues. To build a kidney center, you need 200 million. And we need about 1,000 centers when we have less than 200. We need about 5,000 machines when we have less than 800. It costs you 200 million to do a center, and it costs you exactly 10 million to buy one machine. So you need 250 to set up a 5,000 machine center, 1,000 center, and it's only 250 million times 1,000 is 250 billion. You still have 14.7 billion. So it's what you use the money for. That is the problem.
Yeah, but
we will use the money in an organized manner.
But just to stay with
or
you.
you save it. If they have saved the money and decide to do like any other country, we would have had $10 billion added to our sovereign wealth fund, which, if you add it today, we'll be getting about $10 billion every month, which we can use for purpose. So don't say because people use the money they're supposed to utilize very well for party, and you say, no, we should bring back. What I've said is that people in government have asked Nigerians to fast.
Okay.
They cannot be feasting when Nigerians are fasting.
Yeah, but
now let me give you figures. Now, currently, we have 11.8 million vehicles. Industries are not working, so we assume that consumption of the industries are not as much as the vehicles. Where is this subsidy money going to? It's going to the private pockets of your president. I call them Alibaba and the 40 thieves. If anybody goes into office as president and allows you to continue to suffer, the person is a wicked man. It will take us 2-3 years to be able to reverse this economy to a productive economy. Anybody who tells you that is a magician. If he tells you that in 1-2-3 years he will turn the economy around, person must be lying. What Vice President Atiku is proposing is not to deviate from removal of subsidy or not. He's saying that in the first 4 years that we take back this office, we will put money in the pockets of Nigerians to be able to buy this fuel. And we're not funding. Can you listen? Can you listen?
Thank you. Please,
can you
listen to him. Thank you.
I'm coming to the how. The how is we will encourage local production. We will only subsidize local production. How is you provide cheap crude for them to refine and sell at a cheap cost. That way individuals will be able to buy fuel. Now, when they are not able to provide subsidy to provide for cheap production, what happens? You are paying more for electricity, you are paying more for transportation. Everything in the economy is running helter-skelter. We will provide you with all the necessary tools for subsidy for only local production to encourage employment, which will create jobs. Whoever says it's not possible should wait and see.
Thank you very much.
If there's anyone who has been consistent about non-removal of fuel subsidy, it has been me. And it took Amechi and his principal almost 10 years to catch up with me. They have now reversed their position on fuel subsidy. The question about subsidy is, who are you subsidizing? You are subsidizing the elite. You are subsidizing the governors. The only people who are doing well since they removed subsidy are the governors of states. And when they talk about subsidy, they make it sound like they have not removed subsidy before. I was a student in 1989, they removed subsidy. In 1990, they removed subsidy. They said Nigeria will be better. We are in 2026. they are still removing subsidy. They are robbing Peterobi to pay Bola Tinubu. That is what removal of subsidy is all about. The poor people of this country only benefit from subsidy from petrol, gasoline. There is no subsidy on kerosene. What did they build with it? There's no subsidy on A1 jet fuel. What did they build with it? Please, please, don't let these politicians lie to you. I love one thing that Amechi said. He said, apart from Showore and Adebayo, the rest of us have been in government and we have failed. They have no business coming back. Yes. It is, you guys should be apologizing to the Nigerian people. Let me say one more thing.
Stop lying.
Let me say one more thing.
Stop lying, Showore.
No.
I said, judge us by our achievements.
No, I'm adding failure to
it.
Say
So don't put.
Okay. One other thing I want to say is that when it comes to subsidy, right, transportation policy is important. We have a former governor of Rivers State here, Amechi, who built a rail line that went nowhere. If that rail line was working, subsidy would have been working for the people of Rivers State. Okay. I'm not attacking you.
Okay.
But your records are here in Rivers State.
Okay.
And we cannot ignore that those of you who have governed before, who refuse to subsidize your people. Peterobi did not subsidize education in his state. Lecturers and doctors went on strike for 13 months.
Okay.
You may like him as a person, but he did not perform as a governor. That is the truth.
Okay.
And we can't keep pretending that there's nothing wrong with Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
And those people have run Nigeria up to this point.
Thank you very much.
I will not remove subsidy.
Thank you.
Because the poor in Nigeria needs to be subsidized instead of the rich. We are already subsidizing them with waivers. We are subsidizing their lifestyles. They are driving convoys and big stars and air jets.
Thank you.
We have a duty to return power to the people and subsidize the poor. Thank you very much.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome. Now today we understand that in the past 3 years we have 4 sitting governors: Enugu, Abia, Ebonyi, and Abia State. And most recently in Anambra State, the governor that was re-elected last year. Today we're asking in the streets of Enugu, beyond campaigns, are Southeast governors delivering on development and campaign promises? We're going to the streets here on Okpara Avenue to ask citizens, ask civil servants, what their take on this is. Have our governors been able to fulfill the promises they made during their last campaigns as we prepare and walk into the next campaign season?
I would say that, you know, out of the 5 governors that we have in the Southeast, one of them have actually done a good number of their campaign promises. They fulfilled a lot of them. You know, coming to Enugu State, we can see, I'm actually a living testimony of all the infrastructural projects with the governor, Petermbah administration has been doing. So many of the things he promised, both the water supply in 180 days, the infrastructure projects, everything has been completed. And he has already promised more, which we believe that he's a second tenure, he's going to do more. And coming to Anambra State, Governor Soludo did a lot of work, which is evidence to why he was re-elected again. And then the other governors as well. You know, a lot of people give testimonies in Abia State to the work of their governor. And even Ebonyi State. You know, I was in Ebonyi a few days ago, and I was amazed at the extent of work being done. And the infrastructural development, it's actually amazing.
They are trying, but they have not done enough to the citizens. Okay. Yes, I know Oti is trying his best, but for others, they have not measured up to the standard and the promises they promised during their campaign period.
Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has vehemently fulfilled all the promises he made to the electorate during his campaign in the last election. Governor Petermbah is a man of his words. Governor Petermbah, you can see that his mantra of tomorrow is here is a fulfillment that one should understand that what he meant is that that thing we are finding far, that it has come to be with us. Look at his efforts in education. The man's mindset about education is that every youth of Enugu State must be educated. When you now give people human capital development like education, you have given that person everything that we require to live as a human being. Governor Petermbah has done that. Look at his smart schools in all the wards in Enugu State. That to make sure that people of Enugu State are educated. And that is tomorrow is here. Look at the security architecture of the governor of Enugu State, making sure that everybody in Enugu State is secured. You are seeing the skirmishes of all these kidnappers and bandits, but you have seen that it has drastically gone down here in Enugu State. Look at what they've done at Alpha recently. All the people that done that nefarious things at Alpha has been caught and have been dealt with. So, and Enugu is safe today. The hospital is building type 2 hospital in all the wards in Enugu State. The governor has done well. The only place people are talking about is his tax. Only civil servants have been paying tax in Enugu State. But now, it made people to understand that for you to live in Enugu State, you must pay your tax. It is an obligation that you have to do, so that all these dividends of democracy should be coming to us.
The governors, they are trying. Nobody is perfect. But the Bible says when the righteous is on the throne, the people rejoice. But when the wicked is on the throne, the people sigh. People will not be happy. So if you are a ruler, whatever you are, whatever you call yourself, if you're a ruler, be on the Lord's side, fear God Almighty, and do the right thing so that the people will be happy. Give to the people what is due to them. So make everybody happy. That's the way it should be. Because you're going to give account to God Almighty.
Let me just give it to Alex Oti of Abia State. Okay? Let me put that one in session. When a governor build road, the person will now use their social media influencers to promote. It's your normal duty as a governor for you to build roads. In a general, they call it infrastructure, for you to provide infrastructure. So I don't see it when a governor does what he or she is elected to do, that is doing us the best. So that is why I'm talking about Alex Oti. Okay, let's give it to Petermbah. Few years of Petermbah, 4 years. He elected them the same year, a month and year they elected Petermbah. Petermbah was able to revive this old presidential hotel. It's working. What are they calling it? This, if you are going towards Semene, what is Sunrise or from, you see all those places are still working. People are working there. So what is holding them going to revive their own? You see, so you cannot read the whole government there, but they are doing their best. Anambra, you saw what is going there. When the young man came into power, he promised us Dubai. We are not seeing that Dubai in Anambra. We have a lot of big men, rich men. To my own surprise, his former governor he have a PhD in economy. So at the end of the day, it's not what we are seeing in Anambra, is what we are seeing today. And so anybody that is trying to praise anybody, praising me as a father for putting on food on the table for my children, I don't see any praise. We should stop all this thing that we are doing, praising governors, praising this and that. In outside countries, you don't see people praising local government chairman or praising governors for doing their job, because it's what they voted in them. They voted you for you to do all those things. It's not his money. This is tax-paid money.
Their performance, have they fulfilled their campaign promises?
I have not seen the result of that. Maybe they were trying to fulfill such. So I think maybe they are planning to do so. And I think the way they were planning to do their own campaign or whatever, maybe based on the election that are coming, is still in their plan to come.
The governors are performing. Like Abia's governors, I can describe his own performance about 70 to something percent. And some other governors, some for something percent, some 50 something. So most of them are not performing well. We are not seeing anything. We are not seeing what we're supposed to see. Like some other states, but Abia State is performing well. That's, if you go to Abia, you'll be seeing it more than other governors.
For me to draw an assessment of the 7 governors, I'm not fully satisfied about the way things are going. The Enugu State Governor, for instance, petermbah, is trying, but I can see some of the job he does, especially with regards to the road, are not solid. There are some roads that have been left where they are important to be done. They didn't touch it. Where the important roads, when you talk about important roads, you talk about the road used by so many people. They are not touched. For instance, in Emene, they have done some, left some. Maybe perhaps those ones in Emene, perhaps the people who make them go there to do at all are members of the House of the Assembly, where they have much more interest. They go there and do it. But in my opinion, I thought they should do these things properly. If they can reduce the taxes imposed on people and along the streets doing business, it will be very good.
From the bustling streets of neighborhood corners to the stressful parts of offices in ministries, one thing is abundantly clear: that the conversation about development in the Southeast is as important and diverse as the people who call it home. Some believe that the campaign promises made are yet to reflect in their daily lives. Ultimately, governance is an ongoing journey, not a destination. And above all, accountability does not just end in the ballot box. It demands our active participation, scrutiny, and conversation. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochomwa, Aneke TV News.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
I got the sauce, got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? But like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Yeah, they can't get like me, rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame teams. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Yeah, they can't get like me, rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'. Country boy steppin', yeah, I'm country boy steppin'.
Catching a breeze, love moving through me. In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where sunrise begins with love, delightfulness, and purpose, bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Guto Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Welcome and thanks for joining us this morning.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. Thank you for joining us this morning, and it's time to go grab that cup of coffee or tea. Relax, enjoy this ride. As always, the sunrise is set sail.
The sunrise is set sail, and it's a pity that in the world of music and entertainment, Dolly Parton has gone to rest. It's something very sad, and being a legend who had to, give a lot of crooners, like the coat of many colors. Ochoma this morning was playing all the songs, and I was so sad. Of course, I also saw in the news that she kept her latest recorded album, the CD. She locked it in a vault. That when she's 100, she'll release it and she'll bring it out to be played. But unfortunately, life has to come at her so fast. So, I mean, Miss Uche, I'm sure you played that song when you were growing up a lot.
I'm surprised that you young chaps are talking about this in this way, but it now tells you the advancements we've made in terms of technology that, while she wasn't inactive, that you could appreciate good music. Yes, coats of many colors adorned, my, what they call it, the Walkman, and I enjoyed, her renditions, the artistry in those creative arts. This were when music were music. I'm not, whittling down what we have today, but we did enjoy. It was part of the experience growing up as well.
I'm surprised that Ochoma even had to know some of the song. I'm so surprised.
I mean, when I found out this morning actually that she died, and it just something. I wouldn't say something died, because when Don Williams died a couple of years ago, I was like, okay, we still have one more country. Not like there are not people who sing country music now, but those people. If you listen to Don Williams, if you listen to now Dolly Parton, there was something about their music. There was this, it's not loud, it's smooth, and it just hits. And then realizing that they are finally dead, I mean, you just wonder. So now when you listen to their songs, you listen to them in reminiscence that they are
but the
dead.
sweet thing is that their work lives on.
Definitely. Just that when you now hear of their songs, like, yeah, exactly, Jim Reeves. So when you now hear of their songs, the only thing that comes to mind, these people are dead. And you now wonder what becomes of the new generation. Are we going to have people who would be able to create things that these people have created? And because the thing about legacies is the more it lives on, the more it's hard to break such legacies that these people have created.
I know we'll still have time to talk about her and the legacies they're leaving behind.
Yes.
But when that time comes, we'll talk about it. But it's indeed, I'm amazed that, you young chaps are talking about this in this way, because we would think that this generation doesn't appreciate good music. That was one of the things when rest comes on show, those one of the things we can talk about, that we enjoyed good music, country music. I don't know if they still make music in that way again.
All right.
Well, they still do, but
we're going to really talk about that. Let's go over to the quotes of the day. That's the inspiration segment on this edition of Aneke TV Sunrise, where we have change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. This quote is from the great Barack Obama. You know why I added the great Barack Obama? Barack Obama was one of the U.S. presidents, one of the first black U.S. presidents, and one of the men, when they speak, the whole world shuts down. They have great oratory skills, and it's something that we really appreciate. We appreciate that skill. Whenever he speaks, he can stand to speak for a while, and he really brings in the words out of where it's locked up. It brings the word out of the vault. This one is saying change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. This is very timely. You are the one we are waiting for. You are the one that is waiting for yourself. Don't wait for someone else to come from somewhere to change. You are the one to make the change. You're the one to carry it on, and you are the one to shoot if you need to shoot. You are the one to retreat if you need to retreat. You're the one to take up more hands, to do more things if you need to. So the change will not come neither from heaven nor from the hell. It comes with the men here on the earth. So you should be an agent of change. And this morning we're inspiring you to be an agent of change.
you're the one to make that contribution that you seek. It's not about, you know, having ideas in your head and waiting for someone else to do it. If you keep waiting for someone else, oh, I can't do it, let the next person get the initiative. Yes, someone else might pick it up, but the person will not be able to carry out in the capacity and in the, you know, picture frame that you had. Let's say it's a business idea, and then because you feel like you're limited, or you are shy, or you don't want people to know much of you, and then you kill an idea that you've had, or you know, let's water down ideas or opinions that you've had that could institute change. Someone else might get it because, of course, the world abhors vacuum. So if you get something and you don't use on it, someone else picks it up. But then it's quite disappointing that when you feel that you have something you can offer and you fail to do, you're failing yourself, you're failing your community, you're failing the universe that has given you such privilege. So there is no need to wait for anyone. If you have something and you understand that you have the backing, even if you don't have the support, financial support that you think you need, start up. The first thing is to start and let people see that, okay, this person is trying to do something. Then you see the support, then you see the admonitions or corrections. Do it like this, do it this way. But then let it be that you started. The first step, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with just one step.
Wise words from Barack Obama, the 44th president of God's own country, the United States of America. In his wisdom, he's telling us that change will not come if we wait for other persons or some other time. In a world where people want to extinguish change agents, there are few of them, but we shouldn't be deterred. Just be the change that you desire from where you are, from where you stand. Just be that change. Make it happen. It's possible. And like Wally say, it's that time again where we are called upon to begin to make that change that we want other people to bring about. It's upon us to effect that change.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you the weather updates across the major southeast today. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
You're welcome back. I'm sure by now you know what the weather conditions are like in your vicinity and do well to take the necessary cautions and precautions. We'll be moving straight to our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. We shall be reading out major stories on these headlines, on these newspapers. From the Punch this morning, 19 oil block licenses to expire this year. 19 oil block licenses to expire this year. That's the cover story on the Punch newspaper. Moving over to the Guardian, FG, federal government hastens police reform to douse self-help plots in communities. Federal government hastens police reform to douse self-help plots in communities. Rather, Masiri rift splits Katsina APC. It's cover story on the Daily Trust. Rather, Masari's rift splits Katsina APC. On the Nation newspaper, confusion rocks Atiku's fuel subsidy return campaign. Confusion rocks Atiku's fuel subsidy return campaign. Highways of horror, that's the cover story on the Vanguard. Highways of horror, motorists wail, spend 4 days on Benin Asaba Road. Motorists wail, spend 4 days on Benin Asaba Road. And that's the story we have this morning on the newspaper headlines.
And joining us this morning is a man with deep insights on these news issues, one who has written about them and is speaking about them. Welcome, Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Aro. Res, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having me today.
You're welcome. Before we go into the conversation proper, I know we'll still have time to, discuss that. How do you feel with the news about the demise of the legend, the icon, Dolly Parton?
Well, I feel very bad because I had thought that she was going to make life longer, up to 100 years. But unfortunately, she died at 80, just a few months after the husband's death on 25th March 2025. That's when her husband died. They were married for at least 60 years of marriage. He's my icon, he's my role model. She is the princess or the queen of country music. We have the king of country. It could be said to be Kenny Rogers, and then being followed by others like Jim Reeves, Don Williams, and the rest, Alabama, and so on and so forth. There are so many of them. But you see, a few days back, I listened to a song, a duet she did with Kenny Rogers. When I am gone, don't cry for me too long.
All right, Mr. Red. When we get to that point, you have all the time you need to talk about it. I don't know if I should be sending my condolence to you right now, but it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise Royce.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we're starting the conversation this morning from the Guardian headline. Federal government hastens police reform to douse self-help plot in communities. Prompted by escalating insecurity and a dangerous surge in citizens resorting to self-help security measures, the federal government is fast-tracking comprehensive police reforms to establish a dual state and federal policing framework. To achieve this, the presidential working group chaired by Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila has been given a strict 7-week timetable to deliver an implementation-ready draft bill, while stakeholders strongly support decentralization to better protect Nigeria's population of over 200 million. Experts emphasize the necessity of robust institutional safeguards and independent oversight to prevent political abuse.
Hey, Mr. Ress, we're still on this conversation about state police.
Yes, and you see, as we are talking about the state police, a kind of a dual policing in Nigeria between the federal and the state government. The bill or the framework is being put in place. But now they're trying to hasten up. You know why they're hastening up? people are tired of the spread of insecurity in our nation. The communities are now beginning to think about an alternative. And what is the alternative for them? For them, the communities to begin to now bear arms, so that if the insecurity people, if the people that involve in insecurity arrangement comes, the communities will also rise to the occasion and, you know, defend themselves. And the federal government is, you know, afraid that that could bring about anarchy in Nigeria. So they are now hastening up, trying to give Bajabiamila, who is sitting at the presidential committee, the working group for the framework, 7 weeks to finish whatever he has to do and bring it so that it could be pushed to the National Assembly for enactment, so that the people will not take laws into their hands. Because what you mean, what self-help means, people taking laws into their hands. And if it is allowed to happen, you know, based on the level of insecurity in Nigeria, then it might go beyond that. The people might take over power. There will be anarchy. The people may not even recognize the government any longer. They will become police to themselves. The Nigerians, the whole Nigerians will become police people. So it is not a very good thing if government want to have a hold on the activities in Nigeria. If government want to actually be in charge, because if people are allowed to take over, then it means the government has failed. It means they can sack the government. They can sack anybody. That is exactly what they, without thinking about going through legitimate means to do that. So federal government is actually working very hard. That's why they gave an ultimatum of 7 weeks, a month, 3 weeks for Bajabiamila committee to do that. They have also made a few appointments in the advisory committee to help them, or a professor from the University of Ibadan, also a professor. So to help them come in with ideas on how this framework must be such that will not be used by politicians to intimidate others. That is important, especially the state police. The state police has to function in such a way that it will not become an instrument to be used by the state governors or whoever becomes in charge of directing the affairs of the state police, so that it will not be an instrument of intimidation for anybody.
Well, we're back to, I'm glad that the conversation for state police is still on the table, because for some time now, for a couple of weeks now, we've not heard, you know, we've not had any conversation, we've not heard anything. So this is just further proof that they are still working on it. And to the issue of abuse and, you know, people taking laws into their hands is something that has been prevalent in the Nigerian society. People do no longer trust the system or trust the police to handle issues, and then you see the jungle justice pattern and people resolving to prosecute criminals or vices on their own. So if the working committee has been given, or as they're given 7 weeks to structure these policing, maybe, I'm sure with other conversations and plenaries that has been going on in view of establishing a state police concurrently with the federal police, maybe we would have a structure this time that will cater to these needs and further reduce the, as against, you know, having a state police system, also reduce the amount at which people take laws into their hands, because having this law enforcement or this police enforcement closer to them, it will further reduce the rate at which people in rural communities, in local spaces, take laws into their hands to prosecute and to, you know, judge people with the jungle justice method. This is something that has to be as a result of the Niger State, you know, kidnapping that happened last week. You know, seeing that some armed gunmen, they went to a mosque during prayer by 2 p.m.
had to kidnap about 60 worshippers. Some who wanted to flee were shot, they sustained gunshots, and is raising the issue again on the importance of state policing. Now, we are seeing that in the architecture of the security, there are still loopholes while this state policing is being discussed. We're also not seeing the fact that if citizens want to take laws into their hands, even if you hasten this, it will still be against the citizens as well. So what it means is at the end of the day, we're going to find a middle ground to balance everything, where the latest appointments, where the latest appointment of someone who will oversee the state policing bill, and also the people. I'm sure that right now, like I said, it's lingering, the security issues are lingering, and there's a need for the people to rise. The people are rising, but if there's nothing that is being done to take care of this, it can escalate. Not to talk about arms being given to individuals, because some people were, protesting if arms could be given to individuals so that they can protect themselves, since the government cannot protect them, since what the government promised, there's been a lot of insecurity because of what the government has promised. It has raised a lot of questions, it has raised a lot of issues, which we have seen so far that it can never work unless there's a middle ground. So this is where we are in the state police.
All right. The conversation on state police continues. However, I want to ask one pertinent question. Are we going to sacrifice the technicalities to realize an institution that will not be, a replica of the decays and anomalies we have with the current federal policing? Are we sacrificing time for meticulous planning on the altar of political correctness, so that we'll have something to go to the town hall with and tell people that we have implemented state police? Are we speeding up the process for the sake of security challenges or on the altar of political exigencies? We are giving Femi Gbajabiamila 7 weeks. I understand that he has no security background. He chairs the committee from a legal perspective on his position as chief aide to Mr. President. But let's interrogate these issues. And I remember quite well the former IGP of police, Ebetokun, Kaide Ebetokun. I remember his submissions on state police. He held so strong to these views, and I think those were one of the issues upon which he was sent home. He said Nigeria was not prepared and ready for state-controlled police. He said it will create tension, ethnic division, amongst other issues, and advice that will strengthen the Nigerian civil defense and other paramilitary forces that we will have. Now that we are speeding up the process, what are the roadmap in place, apart from passing a law and then rhetorics that we will put safeguards or guardrails against abuse? Remember, under Ebetokun, he did submit that state police would be realized at the expiration of the second tenure of this administration, should they be able to secure a second term in office. And I ask, yes, people will cite security situation, the need for us to have a handle on our security, but 7 weeks, people, let's interrogate these issues. Are we going to just arm people, replicate the inefficiencies of the current system, so that we will say that we've hands off, or that we've given people the needed state police? No. My position is that, yes, while there are strong arguments for the need for decentralization of the federal policing as of today, we need to be meticulous in planning. We need to be meticulous in execution. And I submit that 7 weeks seems to be so much in a hurry for people who wants to have something to table at the town hall. We shouldn't arm ill-prepared, ill-equipped civilians, because I doubt, except we are being told that legislation will be passed, then every state at the subnational now decides when they are ready. And I do understand that some may be ready before others. That some states are already way ahead in some areas, even ahead of the federal government, and I'm sorry to submit, because I understand that in Enugu State you have a command and control center upon which you could look to the interiors, the road networks, and see everything that's happening within the states. And they've gone a step further to establish a DNA forensic center in Enugu State. How many does Nigeria have as a nation? So while I understand that some may be prepared than others, I think, and I submit strongly, that we shouldn't, on the altar of political correctness or under political exigency, hasten this action. Because if no way checked, if the needed guardrails are not in place, you begin to see another level of abuse. Those who are in authority today, wanting to give people something as an achievable or deliverable, should note that time would come. They may not be able to step back into those offices that protest them, and they become like common people that will bear the brunt of inefficient, ill-prepared, ill-equipped, sped-up process of instituting a state police. This shouldn't be the conversation. The conversation at this time should be how do we make the process seamlessly to create a state police that will be better than what we have at the central.
Okay, our next story is on the Nation newspaper, but before we get right into that, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Now moving straight into the second issue we have this morning on the Nation newspaper, and it reads, "Confusion rocks Atiku's subsidy return campaign." Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's 2027 presidential campaign has faced severe internal confusion following his policy U-turn, pledging to reintroduce fuel subsidies. This chaos intensified after his spokespersons Paul Ibe and Frank Shaibu offered contradictory explanations over whether he intended to restore traditional subsidies or implement a targeted domestic crude pricing intervention. Subsequently, the erratic messaging has drawn sharp criticism from the federal government and political opponents, who warn the proposal is an economically reckless reversal of market deregulation.
All right, Mr. Rex, the conversation continues. Subsidy removal or not? Now, at least the candidates are talking. Atiku taking a reverse gear on this issue. Let's get your perspective.
You know, sometime when we started this conversation here in the studio, I said Atiku has made a somersault, you know, which of course is referred to by this writer as a U-turn. It was a somersault, given the fact that Atiku was campaigning with the removal of subsidy in 2022 pre to 2023 election. And eventually now, after the subsidy has been removed by Ahmed Bola Tinubu, the president who won election through the APC, he is now making a somersault to now go back to the subsidy regime. But when he said about this, he couldn't actually give an insight on what economic policy he's coming with. So, and his spokespersons, Philip Shaibu and Paul Ibe, started making defense.
All right, sorry to cut in there. Let's just pause a bit and take a look at the videos making round on these issues, starting from Atiku himself.
Your Excellency, wasu 'yan Najeriya suna yawan kukan cewa kamar watakila cire tallafin mai da jam'iyyar APC ta yi bayan zaben 2023, wasu suna zargin cewa kamar shine ya tsundama mafi yawan 'yan Najeriya cikin kuncin rayuwa. Mecece matsayinka game da tallafin man fetur ɗin idan kai nasara a zaben 2027?
Ni ban yi musu ga wannan cire tallafi ba, amma ina kudin su, ina suke. Ai da ya kamata a ce ai kudaden da aka samu an yi maganin talauci, an yi maganin rashin zuwa makaranta da sauransu, amma ina kudaden ai sace su ake yi.
Wata gidan kai nasara za ta mayar?
Mayar. Kuma duk wani wanda ya sace kudi zai mayar.
Trajectory of the history. I saw one of my opponents now say he will go back to subsidy. I read it. That is demonstration of a serious ignorance on governance and economy. Before I came here, 27 states are unable to pay salaries. Not to even talk of pensioners, salary of workers. in your state. I know a man that raised, whose nickname half salary. They come to the federal, cap in hand, unable to do anything. The salary you pay feeds families. Where are the local governments? They are in the states. Where are the concentration of population? They are in the states. Take out the president. Regard every other person as common men. They have families to feed. The infrastructure you embark upon, on the road network, housing, school rehabilitation, hospital, healthcare pronouncements, resuscitation of healthcare, training of teachers, training of health workers to protect our vulnerable families. It's part of your responsibility.
Said in 2022 that is going to remove fuel subsidy. In his first 100 days in office, came out to say that if elected, he's going to restore fuel subsidy. As an advocate, a leading advocate of Mr. President, what will you say to that?
I disagree with you that I think it's one of the leading candidates. I disagree with you. We have only one leading candidate, and that's the Tinubu. I have told people this will be the easiest election. Why did I say so? I'm saying so because we have no position. The position is not merely because parties have presented their candidates. No position is united to say we want to move this up like that now. And so, for me, I see that there was no position against that now. And as I say that 2027 is gone. It's gone because we don't have any position that want to wrestle power from the government. Now let me also tell you, and that's why we need to ask ourselves, the integrity and consistency of leadership. For Atiku, who is confused, who are like a good economist, Atiku will say anything just to be president. This was a man in 2022 that he was going to remove the fuel subsidy because it was a fraud. Now in 2026, he was not going to remove the fuel subsidy. He's still going back to the fraud, which he has announced that fuel subsidy was. You know, we should be able to be consistent in what we send to our people. We should know what leadership is all about. Leadership is not you coming and you say one thing now in the morning, in the afternoon, you say a different thing. In the night, you're talking about a different thing, but not it. If I don't should be fair. Today, under the Petroleum Act, under the Petroleum Industry Act, NFTC can be fully commercialized. It's now a limited liability company. It's no longer a sole importer or producer of fuel. It's not. Unlike what it used to be. Is it going to be fuel subsidy in the Dangote refinery?
Yeah, Mr. Rez, also the conversation there from Atiku himself, the president calling him a voodoo economist, and then he also the, should I use the word in quotes, outspoken, let me know, is the one who questions, you know, FCT minister, you know, saying that he could say everything to get himself into the presidential seat. And you were talking about these issues. So having this conversation now brings everything into clearer perspective.
Okay, like I was saying, the Paul Ibe and Frank Shuaibu, the spokesperson of Atiku Abubakar, we are trying to create a soft landing for the former vice president. where they started making explanations as whether he's actually going to bring back the traditional subsidy, or he will intervene in the area of crude sales and all that. You see, it's a mark of serious inconsistency on the part of Abubakar Atiku and his group, because they are no longer, members of the group are no longer sure of what their principal, Atiku Abubakar, actually mean to sell to Nigerians. So when they make such mistakes, inconsistent mistakes, then they come to now begin to defend him. Well, that's a beautiful one. They are image makers, they are spokespersons, they are supposed to defend him. But I want to actually say that, let's say it is, I think it's Wike that called it voodoo economists. So in an economic background which has no bearing to economic policies, economic fundamentals, because there are basic economic fundamentals. When you're talking about coming back to subsidy regime, it means you're going to crash almost everything that has to be, based on the economic situation in Nigeria. You are crashing everything. And that is exactly why the presidency were criticizing. That he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't even know where to start from. Because if you do that, by the time you stay your 4 years, you are unable to even set up the economy in a way that it will work for Nigeria.
Okay, Mr. Peter.